Chapter 991. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly activated the longevity art. At that moment, he had broken through the third firmament of the Venerable Realm and reached the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm. It had to be said that the speed of his breakthrough was too fast. Of course, it had to do with his hard work. One had to know that before this, he had experienced countless soul-stirring battles, which was why he had obtained this precious opportunity. Moreover, the longevity art in his body was also extraordinary and mysterious. Its effect was much better than other people's cultivation methods. The speed of absorption and transformation was also terrifying. At that moment, Lin Xian had reached the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm and was charging towards the fifth firmament. After reaching the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm, the rapid improvement slowed down because the energy required to go from the fourth firmament to the fifth firmament of the Venerable Realm was more than the previous four firmament combined. This also proved that the ninth firmament of the Venerable Realm was harder to cultivate. However, Lin Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity. He recalled that there was still an energy ball left behind by King Pillfeather in the mysterious dagger. Therefore, he wanted to absorb the two energies together and see if he could break through to the fifth firmament of the Venerable Realm. He separated a portion of his soul power and sent it into the mysterious dagger. He wanted to pull out the energy ball left behind by King Pillfeather. However, in the next moment, before he could touch the energy ball, the Black Thousand Beast Cauldron suddenly trembled. The Thousand Beast Cauldron trembled violently and emitted a black light. On the cauldron, strange beasts quickly swam as if they were alive. This phenomenon directly alarmed Lin Xian. He did not expect the Thousand Beast Cauldron to change at this time. However, before he could react, the black light on the cauldron spun rapidly and formed a black vortex. In the next moment, a terrifying devouring power surged out and quickly spread in all directions, absorbing the energy in the pool of blood. Soon, the entire demon blood pool surged rapidly. Endless blood surged and gathered towards Lin Xian. This phenomenon was very weak at first, but it became more and more intense. In the end, even Murong Qingqing, Dugu Outyin, and the others were alarmed. They all opened their eyes and withdrew from their cultivation to look at this scene in shock. What? This Lin Xian is crazy. Li Yunfei's expression was grave. It was likely that no one would be able to withstand such a rate of absorption. Dugu Outyin was also stunned. He could not understand why Lin Xian would be so impulsive. Murong Qingqing was even more surprised. She couldn't help but want to go up and interrupt. Fortunately, Lin Xian sent her a voice transmission to let her know that everything was fine. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Murong Qingqing felt relieved. If a cultivator were to absorb so much energy at once, they would likely explode and die. However, Lin Xian was different. Although the energy surged into his body, it was not absorbed by him. Instead, it flowed into the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Therefore, he was only a medium in the middle of the journey and was not in much danger. Moreover, the cleansing of this pure energy made his body even stronger. However, the commotion was getting louder and louder. Even the dark red dragon could not help but ask, "Kid, what the hell are you doing? This place is not normal. Don't act recklessly. If you alarm something extraordinary, it will be fun." Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly replied, "It's not me. It's the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. I can't do anything about it." He tried to use his soul power to control the 10,000 Beast Cauldron to interrupt the energy absorption. However, he realized that it was useless. Hearing that it was the 10,000 Beast Cauldron's doing, the dark red dragon did not say anything else. Instead, it absorbed even more frantically. It had a feeling that the 10,000 Beast Cauldron's actions would definitely attract some trouble. Sure enough, not long after, a low voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of the demon blood pool. Like a muffled thunderclap, the voice came from deep underground. Hearing this voice, everyone's hair stood on end. The dark red dragon was shocked. It quickly returned to Lin Xian's side with the snow-white monkey and the other two demon beasts. Then, with a whoosh, it entered the demon beast pouch. Dugu Outyin and the others opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect such a terrifying sound to come from the bottom of the demon blood pool. Just this voice alone was enough to cause their blood to boil and their bodies to almost split apart. In the next moment, a terrifying force came, instantly enveloping Lin Xian and pushing him up quickly. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were pushed out by this force. Fortunately, this force was very gentle. It only pushed them out and did not cause them any harm. Outside, near the huge demon blood pool, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, Chi Hao opened his eyes with a serious expression. Are they coming out? But this time shouldn't be. It's a little earlier than expected. The black-white double ghosts and the others were also puzzled. However, in the next moment, they saw 4 blood-red light pillars rushing out quickly. They were dozens of feet tall. Boundless blood fell, revealing 4 figures. They're coming out. Everyone stood up when they saw Lin Xian and the others. In the sky, Du Guoyin and the other 2 looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Murong Qingqing glanced at him and said with a sweet voice, "You brat, you always make things so dangerous. You make us worry for nothing." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying big guy in the demon blood pool. Forget it. It's only a little earlier anyway. Moreover, we've gained quite a lot this time." Du Guoyin shrugged and did not say anything else. Li Yunfei also took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned around and flew down. Lin Xian also sighed. Originally, he wanted to fuse the 2 forces together to break through to the 5th heaven of the venerable realm. He did not expect it to cause an abnormality in the 1,000-beast cauldron. Damn that stupid cauldron. It caused such a big mess. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He also pulled Murong Qingqing down. "What's going on? Why did you come out early?" Seeing Lin Xian and Li Yunfei land, the black-white double ghosts walked up. "It's nothing. There was a small accident," Lin Xian said. "Hey, you've broken through to the 4th heaven of the venerable realm." Seeing that Lin Xian was unwilling to say more, the black-white double ghosts did not pursue the matter. Instead, they looked at him and exclaimed when they sensed his aura. Originally, they wanted to close the gap, but it seemed that the gap was getting wider and wider. The black-white double ghosts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had also broken through to the 4th heaven of the venerable realm. However, their auras were much weaker than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's current aura was at least at the mid-4th heaven of the venerable realm. The black-white double ghosts looked around and realized that Murong Qingqing's aura was similar to Lin Xian's. Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei's auras were even more terrifying. They were even stronger than Lin Xian's. In fact, this was very normal. The 2 of them had a higher cultivation than Lin Xian before. It was not a big deal that their cultivation was still higher. Chapter 992. Not only did his strength increase, but the cultivation of the dark red divine dragon, the snow-white monkey, and the other beasts had also increased. Especially the dark red divine dragon. It had risen to the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. It seemed like this guy had used some secret technique. As for the snow-white monkey, it was still the same as before. It looked extremely cute, and no one could tell what its cultivation level was. However, Lin Xian would not underestimate it. After all, the dark red divine dragon's tail was still no match for the snow-white monkey. This made the dark red divine dragon even more depressed. It was infuriated to be suppressed by a little thing. "Kid, hurry up and get me the dragon blood, or go find the heavenly netherbird." "Don't worry, I will definitely do those 2 things, Lin Xian comforted. Although the dark red divine dragon was anxious, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be prepared slowly. "All right, everyone. We have stayed in the demon-slaying realm for quite some time, and everyone has completed the transformation of the demon blood pool. I think it's time to leave this place," Du Guoyin said in a clear voice. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all quieted down. At the same time, their hearts were pounding. Many of them clenched their fists, and their eyes shone brightly. They had all gained a lot from this demon-slaying gathering, and they wondered if they could make it to the Mystic Honorable Ranking Board. As for the experts who were already on the Mystic Honorable Ranking Board, they were even more confident. This time, they wanted to get a better ranking. Everyone was excited, and they could not wait to return to the Immortal Martial Academy. Immortal Martial Academy, true martial lake. Countless disciples gathered here, and they did not disperse. They all looked up at the sky. The battle between the three challengers and the gatekeeper had shocked them, and they could not extricate themselves from it for a long time. That scene was too awesome, especially the battle between Lin Xian and Jin Yu. It could be said to be a classic. This kind of battle was rare, and under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see such a high-level battle. It was only at the demon-slaying gathering that they could see the glory of the top experts. Moreover, what surprised them was that Lin Xian, a new student, was actually so powerful. He was not any weaker than Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei. They also knew that after this demon-slaying gathering, Lin Xian would become one of the top experts in the academy. This was an honor, a miracle. Even Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei would need a very long time to achieve this feat, however. Lin Xian had only entered the academy for a short period of time, yet he had already accomplished this feat. This speed could only be described as terrifying. Just as the disciples below were exclaiming in shock, Principal Xian and a few elders weren't idling around either. Especially Dean Xian. He took out the compass from before and quickly infused it with spiritual energy. Then, the compass shone brightly and formed 12 ancient characters again. They floated in the air and formed a mysterious door. It didn't take long for the mysterious light door to slowly open. It started to tremble slightly, and then the void started to fluctuate. Countless rays of light gushed out from the mysterious light door and filled the sky above the true martial lake. "They're out! They're out!" It wasn't anyone who cried out in surprise. Immediately, everyone looked up at the sky excitedly. When they saw the figures of Lin Xian, Du Guoyin and the others, they immediately shouted excitedly. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were especially excited. They were all shouting Lin Xian's name loudly, their voices shaking the surroundings. When Lin Xian heard the cheers from below, he felt relaxed and happy. After such a long battle, he was finally back. The other cultivators were also excited. As they looked down, a sense of pride rose in their hearts. Although the gatekeepers were powerful this time, the demonic blood pool was also very rich. Everyone had improved tremendously. They would definitely surpass the other martial artists who didn't participate in the demon-slaying gathering. Just as everyone was getting excited, the towering black stone monument within the Immortal Martial Academy suddenly emitted a resplendent light. The names that were originally written on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard disappeared and were replaced by unfamiliar names. It changed. It actually changed. Seeing the changes on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance and exclaimed. Even Lin Xian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard to change at this time. Soon, someone shouted excitedly, "It's up! It's up! My name is actually on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy." It was a senior who had tried many times to get on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard but had never succeeded. This time, he had just come out of the demon-slaying realm and his name had risen to the 99th place on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Although he was at the bottom, he had actually made it onto the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, an elder in the sky slashed out and said loudly, "Because your cultivation level has greatly increased in the demon-slaying realm, you didn't have to go through a challenge this time. The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard will judge you directly. Of course, if you're defeated in the future, your names will fall off the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard again. The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard will judge us?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, their breathing quickened and they were extremely excited. They circulated their spiritual power with all their might and displayed their strongest power. Originally, after they came out, they wanted to rest for a few days and go into seclusion to challenge the experts on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard to get on the leaderboard. However, they didn't expect the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard to judge them as soon as they came out, and they were already on the leaderboard. This had never happened before. Thinking about it, this must have happened because the demon-slaying conference had improved too much this time, far surpassing the previous ones. Below, the crowd was even more excited. They all stared nervously at the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, witnessing this historic moment. It's changed, it's changed. Seeing the names of the powerhouses being replaced one by one, the crowd began to cry out in surprise. Look, the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard has also changed. That's Jiang Yin. His ranking has changed. He's risen from the 8th place to the 6th place. Qi Hao's ranking has dropped. He's now the 7th place. Seeing the changes in the rankings of these super powerhouses, the crowd cried out in surprise. This was because the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard were very special. Each of them was a super powerhouse. These people dominated the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard all year round and rarely had their rankings changed. Every change was accompanied by an extremely intense battle. Moreover, there weren't many challenges of this level. Therefore, there had never been such a huge change in the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. It's changed again. Murong Qingqing is now the 5th place. The crowd cried out in surprise. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing's name appeared above Jiang Yan's. She was now the 5th place. Although Murong Qingqing rarely made a move, everyone who had seen her in action was still shocked beyond words. Chapter 993. They were not unhappy that Murong Qingqing was ranked higher than them. Moreover, they did not plan to challenge Murong Qingqing again in the near future. Although the others had not seen Murong Qingqing in action, they knew that Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian had killed the gold-ranked demonic beast. That was a major event that was recorded in the history of the demon-slaying world. This was enough to make them 5th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Where's Lin Xian? Just as the crowd was discussing and paying attention to the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, someone raised this question. That's right. Lin Xian was so strong. His ranking would definitely be very high. Everyone turned their heads and looked carefully at the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian's name appeared in 3rd place. Seeing Lin Xian appear in the 3rd place, everyone was in an uproar. Although they had already guessed that Lin Xian might make it to the top 3, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The top 3 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard were the most influential people. They were even more famous than the top 10. In the past, the 3rd place was Red Pagoda. However, he did not participate in the demon-slaying conference. Now, he had fallen to 4th place. The 3rd place on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was actually a new student. He was probably the youngest person in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy to be ranked 3rd. Du Guoyin looked at Lin Xian and chuckled. Junior brother Lin, congratulations. Li Yunfei also nodded slightly and said, You deserve it. Thank you both, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He was not surprised by this ranking. However, Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei's names did not change, which disappointed him. He originally thought that he could pull one of them down. However, he did not plan to challenge them now. 3rd place on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was already very good. Moreover, he had exposed his great dragon sword soul in the previous challenge. Therefore, it was better not to make a move for the time being. He did not want others to know about all his trump cards. He would only be able to survive if he kept his trump cards hidden. Not long after, the new Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was released. The 1st place was still Du Guoyin. 2nd place was Li Yunfei, 3rd place was Lin Xian, and 4th place was the original 3rd place, Red Buddha. However, this person didn't participate in this monster-slaying gathering. 5th place was Murong Qingqing, 6th place was Jiang Yin, 7th place was Qi Hao. The 8th was Lu Chong. In the final battle, Lin Xian had forced him to slay the demon realm, and he had missed the opportunity to enter the demon blood pool. As a result, his ranking dropped significantly. In the crowd, Lu Chong looked at the rankings on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His face could not be any darker. He stared at Lin Xian's figure in the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill him. It was all because of that damned little thief that he was kicked out of the monster-slaying realm. Otherwise, he might have been able to make it into the top 3 after obtaining the good fortune of the monster blood pool. Now, he couldn't have any of that. Lin Xian, I will never let you off. I want you dead. Lu Chong's expression was ferocious. On the other side, Tang Er looked at the changes on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard, and his face darkened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, He had defeated the veteran powerhouses in the monster-slaying realm and became a super powerhouse who ranked 9th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he had now been pushed down to 14th place. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian anymore. In the final battle, Lin Xian's battle with Jin Yu was still deeply imprinted in his mind. That level of battle was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, not only did he not dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian, but he was also afraid that Lin Xian would cause trouble for him. In an instant, those who had clashed with Lin Xian became cautious, while the other disciples crazily requested to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for these matters, Lin Xian left them to Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others. He brought Murong Qingqing and bid farewell to everyone before returning to the freshman courtyard. When they arrived at the freshman courtyard, Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and said, "Go back and have a good rest. You've been tired these few days." "Okay." Murong Qingqing smoothed her hair and looked at Lin Xian. She said gently, "Don't work too hard." Then, she turned and entered the courtyard. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly as he watched the pretty figure disappear, before he also entered his own courtyard. Next, he began to consolidate his cultivation. This time, he had advanced by a level. It could be said that his progress was very fast. He had to stabilize his level. Otherwise, if his foundation wasn't strong enough, his future martial path would be very dangerous. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the monster-slaying conference. Everyone's excitement gradually died down, and the Immortal Martial Academy returned to its peaceful state. However, in their free time, everyone would still talk about the monster-slaying conference, especially the battle between the three challengers. Many disciples took delight in talking about it, especially Lin Xian. He had almost become a legend in the Immortal Martial Academy. He was the goal of countless new disciples. However, the person in question, Lin Xian, rarely appeared in front of everyone, because these days, he was in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Today, Lin Xian finally opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, like the stars in the sky. The aura on his body was abnormally strong. Streaks of dazzling sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a sword god. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and all the phenomena disappeared into his body. His cultivation base had basically stabilized and even improved. It seemed like it was time to come out of seclusion. Lin Xian stood up. In this half a month of cultivation, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the 4th heavenly layer. Compared to when he was in the monster-slaying conference, his aura was much stronger. Because in this half a month, not only did he consolidate his cultivation base, he also used his free time to absorb the energy crystal left behind by King Danfeather in the mysterious dagger. This time, he didn't absorb it quickly. Instead, he took it slowly and steadily. Therefore, his cultivation base was also slowly and steadily increasing. Walking out of the courtyard, he sent a message to Wang Li and the others, and gathered some capable people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to discuss something. This time, Lin Xian's target was Wind-Seeking City. To be more precise, it was the auction in Wind-Seeking City. Previously, he had destroyed the Wanxiang auction and eliminated the Huang and Long families, causing the entire Wind-Seeking City to be leaderless. Moreover, he had carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. This meant that he wanted to personally build an auction that belonged to him. He had left this matter to Wang Li and the others, but it had always been done in secret. He hadn't really started building an auction, but now, he had decided to build a real auction. This was because Wind-Seeking City was a very important city. He had also heard about how much profit the Wanxiang auction had made. Therefore, if he wanted to expand his influence, it was imperative for him to establish an auction house. In the courtyard, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and more than 20 elite members stood there, quietly waiting for Lin Xian. These people were all members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and they were all powerful elite members. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the Dragon Sword Pavilion had developed, it had more than 1,000 members. It was also a very powerful force in the Immortal Martial Academy. And the 20 people in front of him were all 3rd heavenly layer venerables. They were powerful and could be said to be the elites of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Chapter 994. Lin Xian looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The reason I've gathered everyone here is to discuss the establishment of the auction. Wang Li, tell us about the progress of the past few days." Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Li nodded and stood out. "We've been secretly observing the situation in Windy City. Ever since the Wanxiang auction and the Huang and Long families were destroyed, Windy City has been in a leaderless state. Various powers are rising rapidly and fighting for control. However, because Brother Xian carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the old site of the Wanxiang auction, no one dares to openly occupy that place. Of course, there's another reason, and that's young Master Ling Feng. The Wanxiang auction is a subordinate of young Master Ling Feng. This matter is no longer a secret, so no one dares to occupy the Wanxiang auction's territory. As for us, the biggest obstacle is young Master Ling Feng. After all, he's one of the top geniuses in the continent and has a huge influence. Although he hasn't made a move yet, we have to be careful. As for the other powers, there shouldn't be much of a problem." Hearing Wang Li's introduction, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, young Master Ling Feng's existence was the biggest threat to him. This was also his biggest headache. Back then, he used the name Immortal Martial Auction to get the Immortal Martial Academy to back him up. However, this was only a method to scare him off. If he could really get the Immortal Martial Academy to back him up, he wouldn't be here discussing this matter. It seemed like if he wanted to establish the auction, he had to deal with this threat first. Lin Xian frowned. This meant that he had to find a strong backer to go against young Master Ling Feng. Otherwise, even if he established the auction, no one would dare to come. "How about this? You guys carry on with your original work. I'll try to communicate with the academy." Lin Xian thought for a moment and said slowly, "Communicate with the academy? Brother Xian, is this okay?" Wang Li frowned. There didn't seem to be such a precedent. "I'm not too confident either, but as long as there's a sliver of hope, I won't give up." Lin Xian shrugged and left the freshman area. Of course, if he borrowed Morong Qingqing's strength, he might be able to fight against young noble Ling Feng, but this would go against his original intention. Moreover, if that was really the case, she was afraid that she would also be labeled as a freeloader. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the power behind Morong Qingqing. As for communicating with the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian intended to give it a try. After all, the Immortal Martial Academy was an extremely profitable piece of meat. The Immortal Martial Academy wouldn't give up on such a lucrative opportunity. However, although it wasn't easy to find an elder in the Immortal Martial Academy, there was one place where one could definitely find one, and that was the True Spirit Hall. This kind of important place was definitely guarded by an elder. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the True Spirit Hall. He took a deep breath and walked into the hall. "Speak, what do you want to exchange for?" An elder squinted his eyes and spoke indifferently. "Junior Lin Xian greets Senior." Lin Xian respectfully said, "Lin Xian?" Hearing this name, the elder opened his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "So it's you, little fellow. Speak, what do you want to exchange for?" Seeing the elder's smile, Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head and probed, "Elder, this time disciple isn't here to exchange for something. I have something to discuss with the academy. I wonder if Elder can introduce me to the elder in charge of business." "Business? Why are you asking about that?" The elder had a puzzled look on his face as he frowned. "It's like this. 2 days ago, this disciple obtained an auction house and wanted to run it again. However, I wish to cooperate with the academy." Hearing this, the elder's expression became extremely strange. However, he seemed to have thought of something and didn't reject Lin Xian's request. Instead, he said indifferently, "All right, follow me." With that, he waved his sleeve and brought Lin Xian with him as they disappeared from the True Spirit Hall. Lin Xian felt the light dim and the wind blow around him. He was being brought by Elder Zhang at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this speed, Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that his illusory demon steps was already very fast, but compared to the elder, it paled in comparison. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't withstand it. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Xian was weak, but that the elder was too strong. He was definitely a peerless expert in the world. Not long after, the elder brought Lin Xian to another hall. Compared to the grandeur of the true spirit hall, this hall was golden and dazzling. There were exquisite and luxurious decorations everywhere, showing off the extraordinary wealth of this place. Elderly, why do you have the time to come here? A middle-aged man laughed. Then, Lin Xian felt his vision blur, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a round face and wearing a golden silk robe. He was all smiles and seemed very amiable. Why? You don't welcome me here? The elder laughed and scolded. Why would I? Your presence will definitely bring light to my 1,000 treasure hall. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm here to bring someone to see you. The elder said. Oh? The middle-aged man heard. He looked at Lin Xian with a curious gaze. This is? He revealed a puzzled expression. He's a disciple of the academy. His name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, this is Hall Master 1 of the 1,000 Treasure Hall, the elder said. In the Immortal Martial Academy, the most powerful person was the dean, followed by the 2 vice deans. Under the vice deans were the 5 halls. The 1,000 Treasure Hall was one of them. It was in charge of all the commercial resources of the Immortal Martial Academy. The position of the Hall Master was very high, second only to the vice deans. Of course, there were also a few mysterious powerhouses who were guarding the courtyard. They were different from the experts guarding the 5 halls like elderly. What was more terrifying was that they were responsible for the safety of the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Normally, they wouldn't intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. The middle-aged man in front was the Hall Master of the 1,000 Treasure Hall. Disciple Lin Xian greets Hall Master 1. Lin Xian, you're the newly ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? Hall Master 1 said with a smile. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Xian scratched his head. He didn't expect these people to know him. All right, if there's anything, you two can discuss it. I'm going back. With a wave of his sleeve, the guardian elder disappeared. Thank you, Senior. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian bowed respectfully. Chapter 995. Palace Master, I've thought of something. I'm here to do business with the college. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said quickly, Oh, business? Tell me about it. Palace Master Wan was interested. Well, I have a great location and I'd like to set up an auction house. However, I'm not powerful enough and I'd like to work with the college to set up the auction house. Auction house? Tell me about the auction house in Windy City. Palace Master Wan said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then, he said quickly, Senior, it's indeed an auction house in Windy City. Young lad, you are pretty bold to destroy the Wanxiang auction. However, it's not a bad thing for us. We couldn't do it in the past due to certain reasons. Now that you've torn it down, we've solved a problem. We can consider it. After all, the profits from setting up an auction house in Windy City are unimaginable. Does that mean you've agreed to it? Lin Xian was delighted when he heard that. No hurry. I'll have to discuss it with the other elders in the college. How about this? You can go back first. If I have any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Palace Master Wan said slowly. Lin Xian left the 1,000 Treasure Palace happily. Judging from Palace Master Wan's tone, there was a high chance that he would agree to it. After Lin Xian left, Palace Master Wan did not stay idle. In a flash, he disappeared from the 1,000 Treasure Palace. He was really interested in this matter. Moreover, Lin Xian's identity was not ordinary. He had to report it to the dean. Soon, he came to a quiet valley. There were bamboo forests everywhere. Birds and beasts flew away. It was peaceful, and the spiritual qi here was very dense. It was much stronger than the outside world. In this beautiful valley, Hall Master Wan met Dean Xian. However, Dean Xian opened her eyes when she heard what Palace Master Wan said. Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian wants to set up an auction house? Yes. It should be the original Vientiane auction. However, I'm afraid that he's worried about Prince Lingfeng's influence. That's why he wants to get us involved. I didn't expect them to meet so soon, but this is also good. They are old enemies, so they will fight sooner or later. How about this? Go and tell him that we agree to his request and announce this news to the public."
Yes.
Receiving the order, Palace Master Wan quickly left the Peach Blossom Valley. After Hall Master Wan left, Chief Xian narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Although the two of you are mortal enemies, with your current strength, it's still not enough for you to face him head-on. All we can do is try our best to prolong the time. When you've truly grown up, then you can fight it out." It had been 2 days since Lin Xian returned to the freshman courtyard. He was anxiously waiting for a reply. On the 3rd day, a middle-aged deacon landed in his courtyard. Sensing that someone was approaching, Lin Xian's figure flickered and dashed out. Then, he saw a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. "Lin Xian, right? I'm a deacon of the 10,000 Treasure Palace. The palace master sent me here," that middle-aged man said. "Senior deacon, is there news?" Hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a trace of anticipation. "Indeed, our palace master replied that he has agreed to this matter. The Immortal Martial Academy will cooperate with you, and the profits will be asterisk 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 asterisk. Okay, I agree. 40% is enough for me." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, as long as he could get on the good side of the Immortal Martial Academy, no one would dare to cause trouble in the future. Even Prince Lingfeng would have to think twice. After all, the Immortal Martial Academy was also a terrifying peak power. Although Prince Lingfeng was strong, he didn't have the qualifications to go against the Immortal Martial Academy, unless the other party brought out the strength of the War God Palace. But once the other party did that, it would become a battle between two superpowers. This was something that no one wanted to see. Therefore, Lin Xian was quite agreeable to the idea of splitting the profits. However, the middle-aged deacon shook his head. "You're mistaken. There's something I have to clarify. Regarding the split, it's 60% for you and 40% for us." "Pooh. What?" Lin Xian almost choked on his own saliva. 60% for me? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He was stunned. One must know that 40% was already not bad, but he didn't expect the academy to give him 60%. Could it be that he was dreaming? Lin Xian pinched his thigh, feeling pain. "You didn't hear wrongly. It's indeed 60% for you and 40% for us." The deacon repeated. "Are there any special conditions?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows. There must be something fishy about this. Although it was only 20%, the profit was so huge that it could scare people to death. For this cooperation, we will make our stance clear to the outside world. However, we won't send too many people to Windask City. Maybe only 1 or 2 elders will help you. Everything will depend on you. But don't worry. If someone really dares to find trouble, the Immortal Martial Academy will definitely not let them off. So it's like this. Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. In other words, the Immortal Martial Academy didn't intend to interfere with the management of the auction. They only wanted to spread the word and let Lin Xian take care of the rest. This was also good. It was more in line with Lin Xian's thoughts. If not, he wouldn't feel comfortable being tied down. Okay, then I'll have to thank the elders of the 10,000 Treasure Hall and the Academy. I will establish the Immortal Martial Auction as soon as possible. After which, Lin Xian sent off the middle-aged deacon and gathered Wang Li and the rest once again. When everyone heard that the Academy had agreed to give them 60% of the profits, they were all stunned. There were even some who bit their own tongues. Brother Xian, are you sure you're not joking with us? Boss, are you awake?" To be honest, when I heard this news, I had the same reaction as all of you. But it's true. Lin Xian laughed. "Too awesome." Hearing this, Wang Li and the rest all cheered. With the support of the Academy, they didn't have to be afraid of young Master Lin Xian anymore. Not only that, there wouldn't be many people who would dare to have any ideas about them. Okay, the next step is to prepare for the auction. During this period of time, everyone will have to work hard. Don't worry, Brother Xian. We're very happy. They were all too excited. In the past, they only went to the auction to buy things. Who would have thought that one day, they would be able to establish their own auction? Everyone was incomparably excited because the difference between going to the auction and establishing their own auction was huge. One must know that it wasn't easy to run an auction. If Lin Xian didn't have the support of the immortal martial academy, he wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Chapter 996. During this period of time, Wind-Seeking City was not peaceful at all. Undercurrents were surging as the chaos of war continued. Of course, these battles had not developed to the point where they could threaten the safety of the city. Therefore, the ordinary people were living peacefully. However, the various factions were extremely uneasy. This was because the situation had changed too quickly during this period of time. Almost every day, there would be factions being destroyed, and every day, new factions would rise up. All of this originated from a single person, and that was Lin Xian. Back then, the other party had annihilated the three major forces of Wind-Seeking City. It was too sudden. Therefore, Wind-Seeking City could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. The properties of the three factions had also become treasures without an owner. These were all rich prophets, and none of the factions were not jealous. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others left, these people immediately began to fight for the treasures. They did not dare to fight for the items of the Wanxiang auction, but they had no qualms about the properties of the Huang and Long clan. Not only that, other factions from other regions also began to interfere, wanting to swallow this fat piece of meat. After a period of fighting, three factions emerged from the encirclement and suppressed the other factions. One of them was the local faction of Wind-Seeking City, the Tai clan. The Tai clan mainly dealt in mining and forging artifacts. They were already very strong, second only to the Wanxiang auction and the Long clan. They were the strongest clan under the three factions. Therefore, when the three factions of the Wanxiang auction were destroyed, they quickly rose up and occupied an advantageous position. The other two factions were factions outside of Wind-Seeking City, but they were very strong and forcefully intervened. One of the factions was called the Purple Demon House, which was quite famous around Wind-Seeking City. The housemaster, the Purple Demon Old Ghost, was an experienced expert of the fourth heaven of the Martial Highness realm. The other faction was a faction that Lin Xian was familiar with, the Azure Red Society. The three new factions fought for the properties of the Huang and Long clans, and the battle was extremely intense. However, something that suddenly appeared and broke their conflict, and that was Lin Xian's return to Wind-Seeking City. Seeing the group of immortal martial disciples descending from the sky, the entire Wind-Seeking City was extremely nervous. The last time something like this happened, Lin Xian had already eliminated the three factions. What was he going to do this time? For a time, the various factions were extremely cautious. Even the three new factions were much quieter. They were all paying attention to what Lin Xian was doing here. However, to their relief, the other party did not look for trouble with them. Instead, they went straight to the place where the Wanxiang auction was held. It can't be. Lin Xian really wants to build an auction? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. The Wanxiang auction is young Master Ling Feng's subordinate organization. Could it be that they really want to go against young Master Ling Feng? This is too insolent. That might not be the case. Didn't you see the words Immortal Martial Auction House? Who knows? There might be a reference to the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were all paying close attention. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the discussions of the others. He led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members to the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. Go. Summon all the forces in the city. Lin Xian condensed a palace with his spirit energy and stayed there for the time being. Then, he ordered Wang Li and the others to gather all the big and small forces in Wind-Seeking City. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the others received the order and moved quickly. Soon, other than the ordinary citizens, all the big and small forces in Wind-Seeking City received the order. They were extremely puzzled and did not know what Lin Xian wanted to do. However, no one dared to not go. After all, Lin Xian's influence was still there. They did not want to end up like the Wanxiang auction. In an instant, all the forces in Wind-Seeking City sent their representatives. Countless martial artists moved, causing the ground of the entire Wind-Seeking City to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, their hearts filled with shock. Soon, the representatives of the forces arrived at the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. They looked at the palace condensed with spirit energy and were even more shocked. They had only seen such a method in legends. Moreover, the aura coming from the palace seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying than before. Without a doubt, this aura belonged to Lin Xian. What did this mean? This meant that he had improved in such a short period of time. This kind of cultivation speed was absolutely monstrous. In the past, they were already no match for Lin Xian. Now, there was no need to even think about it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone waited obediently. The whole place was eerily quiet. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard coming from the spiritual energy palace. Then, a young man appeared in front of everyone. It's really him. Looking at the figure, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Is everyone here? Lin Xian looked around and asked in a deep voice. Other than the purple demon house, all the other forces are here, Wang Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, What's the background of the purple demon house? The purple demon house was a relatively large force near Wind-Seeking City. It was established by the purple demon Old Ghost. Due to their decisive and ruthless style, very few people dared to provoke them. What's the purple demon Old Ghost's strength? He had entered the fourth sky of the honorable realm a long time ago. No one knew how strong he was now, but he was sure that he had not broken through the fifth sky of the honorable realm. This time, it was Yufei who answered. Because they needed a lot of information to establish an auction, Lin Xian summoned him back from Lion Tiger City. Hearing this information, Lin Xian did not say anything, but his eyes were gloomy. A fourth sky of the honorable realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was considered an expert in the outside world. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of him. He had also broken through to the fourth sky of the honorable realm. Moreover, he had DeLong Jinli's powerful battle strength. There were very few people in the same realm who could be his opponent. Moreover, the establishment of the immortal martial auction was his first step into the blood realm. He had to intimidate all the forces in Wind-Seeking City. There could not be any accidents, because he had to show his strength and confidence to make everyone believe that he had the ability to go against young Master Ling Feng. This way, when he opened the auction in the future, there would be people who would dare to sell their items to him. If they couldn't even intimidate a Wind-Seeking City, then their immortal martial auction would become a joke. Even if they opened, no one would come to them. And now, the Purple Demon House was undoubtedly provoking them. If it was any other day, it would be fine. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xian would not let them go. Spread the word. Tell them to come here within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Otherwise, they will be kicked out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Don't even think about taking another step. Chapter 997. Hearing this, the representatives of the various forces trembled. Their pupils constricted and their hearts were in turmoil. Lin Xian was too overbearing. The Purple Demon House was considered a major force, and they had snatched a lot of resources. They were one of the top forces in Wind-Seeking City. However, Lin Xian's words were so obvious. They could either come and pay their respects or get out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Getting out of Wind-Seeking City meant that the Purple Demon House had to give up on the resources they had snatched and spit out the fat meat in their hands. This warning was too overbearing. Everyone was shocked. If it was not handled well, the two forces would clash. The Purple Demon House was extremely powerful. It was not something a family like Huang Long could compare with. The housemaster, Purple Demon Old Ghost, was a senior expert who had entered the fourth heaven of the honorable realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not have such concerns. They only listened to Lin Xian. After receiving Lin Xian's order, one of the disciples quickly flew into the sky. What? What did you say? Say it again. A furious voice came from the Long family's residence. The Long family's residence had become the base of the Purple Demon House. As the Long family had retreated from Wind-Seeking City without fighting, their residence was the most intact and was almost undamaged. Hence, the Purple Demon House had seized the Long family's residence the moment they entered Wind-Seeking City. It had become their base camp in Wind-Seeking City. In a large hall, a bearded middle-aged man heard his subordinates report and was instantly enraged. He was like a mad lion. Despicable, too despicable. A young brat dared to ask them to pay their respects and even threatened to get out of Wind-Seeking City in less than half an hour. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. The Purple Demon House was not a useless family like the Huang and Lung families. Although the other party was powerful, the Purple Demon House was not in his eyes. The reason why they didn't take over the Wanxiang auction this time was because they were afraid of young Master Ling Feng, and not because they were afraid of Lin Xian. In their opinion, they were already doing Lin Xian a great favor by not finding trouble with him. But now, he dared to find trouble with them. He was courting death. "Boss, what should we do? That brat is too hateful. He actually dares to provoke us." At this moment, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks stood up. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. "That's right. I'll go kill him and bring his head back," another warrior said in a cold voice. Their Purple Demon House had never received such provocation before, especially when the other party was just a young brat. This was something they could not tolerate. The middle-aged man with a full beard waved his hand, and the corner of his mouth raised into an evil smile. Didn't he want to gather everyone? "All right, let's go and see what this brat is up to." But wouldn't that be letting that kid off too easily? Let him off easy? How is this possible? Offending our Purple Demon House. He definitely won't live long. The middle-aged man sneered. The reason he's gathered everyone this time is probably to set up an auction. When the time comes, we'll crush his plans. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Heh, a little brat actually dares to set up an auction? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The group of people sneered. Then, they followed the middle-aged man and quickly soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Vientiane auction. In the center of Wind-Seeking City, the crowd gathered and waited quietly. In front of them, there was a sandalwood incense stick as thick as a finger. It was slowly burning. However, more than half of the incense stick had been burned, and the ground was covered in ashes. However, the people from the Purple Demon House had yet to arrive. Although the representatives of the various forces didn't say anything, they kept guessing in their hearts. In their opinion, the Purple Demon House would definitely ignore such an unreasonable request. And looking at Lin Xian's expression, it seemed like he wasn't just saying it for fun. If the two sides were to fight, it was very likely that they would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but become excited. Lin Xian sat on a dragon-shaped chair condensed from spiritual energy. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he comprehended the alchemy knowledge left behind by King Pill Feather. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stood to the side. However, when they looked at the incense stick that was about to burn out, their faces became increasingly gloomy. This time, they had come with great ambitions. They were determined to establish the immortal martial auction. However, before it even started, there were already people who didn't give them face. If Lin Xian hadn't said to wait for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they would have already brought people to kill. What Purple Demon House? What Purple Demon Old Ghost? Although they seemed powerful to outsiders, they didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, countless rays of light lit up, accompanied by waves of terrifying and ferocious spiritual energy fluctuations. Sensing this spiritual energy, everyone looked up at the sky. Then, the pupils of the representatives shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe it. Purple Demon House? How is this possible? Yeah, why are they here? Countless cries of surprise rang out. This was different from what they had expected. Could Lin Xian really be this powerful? Even the Purple Demon House couldn't resist. Before they could react, the figures in the sky had already landed. A powerful spiritual energy aura spread out, spreading in all directions and stirring up clouds of dust. Ha 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 ha. It's so lively here. As soon as these people landed, an extremely arrogant laughter spread out in all directions. This was a group of martial artists dressed in purple. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big beard. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. On the right was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. Behind him were dozens of martial artists with powerful auras. When these people grouped together, they formed a very powerful force. Not only that, they formed a sharp contrast with the representatives of the other forces. Those forces only sent one or two representatives, unlike the Purple Demon House who brought countless experts. Obviously, this was a demonstration of strength. When the middle-aged man with a big beard landed, he didn't pay attention to Lin Xian and the others. Instead, he greeted the other forces beside him as if they were the masters. He completely ignored Lin Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were overjoyed. Although the people from the Purple Demon House were here, they didn't seem to be satisfied. It was as if they wanted to provoke them. As expected, it's not so easy to invite the Purple Demon House. Many people sneered in their hearts, ready to watch a good show. Originally, they were already dissatisfied with Lin Xian. If the Purple Demon House could fight with Lin Xian at this moment, it would be for the best. It would be best if both sides were injured. Then, they could sit back and reap the benefits. Chapter 998. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li took a step forward and said coldly, "Are the people below from the Purple Dress House?" "That's us. Kid, what are you planning to do by gathering so many people?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks shouted coldly. "I've gathered all of you here to discuss the matter of rebuilding the auction house." "Auction house? Great. Our Purple Demon House also wants to build an auction house. Why don't we work together?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched and they raised their heads. The smell of gunpowder was too strong. It seemed like the Purple Demon House was really angry this time. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks continued. "You also know that this auction house is of the utmost importance and is the symbol of wind-seeking city. You bunch of brats don't have much strength nor experience. It's impossible for you to build an auction house. Why don't you let us seniors teach you how to build and manage an auction house?" Hearing this, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others' faces darkened. The other party's arrogant attitude completely disregarded them. "What? Is there a need to think about it? It's your great fortune to be able to receive our guidance. How about this? We'll manage the auction house together, and we'll give you 10% of the profits. What do you think?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was getting more and more arrogant. Behind him, the Purple Demon House's cultivators were laughing loudly. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators who were swept by this gaze shuddered, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Especially the Purple Demon House's cultivators. They stopped laughing and revealed a terrified expression. It was as if their necks were being strangled and their faces were flushed red. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was even more frightened. Just now, when that gaze swept over him, all the hair on his body stood on end. It was as if an invisible sword had stabbed into his chest. He knew that it was just an illusion, but he still couldn't help but tremble slightly. The bearded middle-aged man's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to have such a method. It was indeed out of his expectations. Seeing Lin Xian open his eyes, Wang Li let out a sigh of relief and retreated to Lin Xian's side. "You want to cooperate with us to set up an auction?" Lin Xian asked calmly, his voice emotionless. "Yes." At this moment, the middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was trying his best to calm the fear in his heart as he braced himself and spoke. "Kid, it's your great fortune to be able to cooperate with our Purple Demon House. Luck." Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. "You can't even block my gaze. Do you think someone like you is worthy of cooperating with me?" His tone was light, but it was filled with disdain. Hearing this, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion beside Lin Xian shook their heads in disdain, their eyes filled with contempt. Countless members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion looked at the monkey-faced man with disdain. "Brat, you're courting death." Being looked down upon, the monkey-faced middle-aged man was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. "How dare you? How dare you attack?" Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Wang Li roared and was about to stop him. However, before he could do anything, cold air suddenly condensed in the air and froze the terrifying fist shadow. Pong! An azure ice cube fell from the sky and landed on the ground, emitting a monstrous chill. Within it was a resplendent fist shadow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the monkey-faced middle-aged man, his eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't even see how the other party attacked. "Since you're here, you'll have to abide by my rules," Lin Xian said coldly. "With your strength, it's best if you don't embarrass yourself. Bullsh *T. I'll crush you with one punch." Opposite him, the monkey-faced middle-aged man was furious. His face was ferocious as he roared and mobilized all the strength in his body, quickly attacking Lin Xian. This punch was aimed at Lin Xian and even included all the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Not only that, the other party even wanted to completely destroy this area. If a bottomless pit was created in this area, it would be impossible to build an auction. From this, it could be seen how sinister the monkey-faced man opposite him was. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't even make a move. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's arm suddenly exploded. Countless icicles surged out of his arm and pierced in all directions. The terrifying power in the other party's fist that had yet to surge out was suddenly interrupted. Immediately, the monkey-faced middle-aged man let out a miserable cry and kept retreating while holding his arm. Blood sprayed in the air, but before it could fall, it was frozen into ice beads by the cold air and fell to the ground with a sonorous sound. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Many people cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with shock. And, without a doubt, the one who attacked was definitely someone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and it was definitely Lin Xian. However, they didn't see the other party attack at all. They only saw the monkey-faced middle-aged man's arm suddenly emitting countless icicles. It was extremely terrifying. They didn't know anything else. What kind of technique is this? Isn't it a little too terrifying? Seeing this, the Purple Demon House's cultivators' eyelids twitched wildly. Many of them went forward to support the monkey-faced middle-aged man and released streams of spirit energy to resist the terrifying power of the cold air. Several people joined forces to barely block the cold air. However, what shocked them was that the cold air was extremely strange. It had already frozen the man's entire arm. Even if they removed the cold air now, the arm would be crippled. Unless they had a heaven-defying top-grade spirit medicine, it would be impossible to restore the arm. After hearing this news, the monkey-faced middle-aged man went crazy. His entire person was incomparably ferocious, like an injured beast. He stared fiercely in front of him and roared crazily. "Humph." However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly. The terrifying cold air once again descended on the other party's body. Suddenly, the monkey-faced man felt as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with horror as he kept retreating. He was crazy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it anymore. That aura made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. At this moment, the bearded, middle-aged man from the Purple Demon House said coldly, "Aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Injuring people from the Purple Demon House without any reason. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being impolite." As the bearded, middle-aged man's voice fell, the other cultivators from the Purple Demon House also looked over with cold eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from their bodies. "You want to fight? Then come." Wang Li and the others were not afraid. In terms of strength and numbers, they were completely superior to the other party. However, Lin Xian waved his hand slightly. He looked forward and said coldly. Chapter 999. I'm afraid that he used all his strength in that punch. That power should be enough to turn someone into a bloody mist. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the entire ground. I don't think I need to tell you what kind of evil intentions he has. Are you saying that only you can attack and I'm not allowed to retaliate? I'm afraid there's no such logic in this world. I've already given him enough face by only crippling one of his arms. However, if he dares to act recklessly again, I don't mind turning him into an ice sculpture. Secondly, I've gathered all of you here to inform you that I'm going to build the immortal martial auction, not to discuss with you. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining forces with anyone. Therefore, no matter what doubts you have, you'd better keep them in your stomach. And one last point. In Wind-Seeking City, I only want the immortal martial auction. As for other things, I won't compete with you, so you don't have to worry. However, there's one thing you must remember. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the god. I won't restrict you normally, but I hope that you won't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, you'll end up like the Wanxiang auction. Initially, when the crowd heard that Lin Xian wouldn't lay his hands on other resources, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their hearts pounded violently, almost bursting apart. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the god. These words were too domineering. At the same time, it also meant that Lin Xian would become the true overlord of Wind-Seeking City. If these people obeyed his will, they would be able to survive in Wind-Seeking City. However, if they rebelled, they would end up in a miserable state. For a moment, everyone was silent. Obviously, they had to seriously discuss such conditions. However, the bearded man from the purple dress house snorted coldly again. He was extremely furious at Lin Xian's words. Originally, the purple dress house wanted to be the overlord of Wind-Seeking City. Now, Lin Xian actually proposed the same thing. This was intolerable to him. Immortal martial auction? What a great reputation. I wonder if anyone would dare to come to your auction once it's built? The bearded, middle-aged man sneered sarcastically. What do you mean by that? Wang Li shouted coldly at the bearded man. What do you mean? The bearded, middle-aged man sneered. We all know that the Wanxiang auction is young Master Ling Feng's subordinate force. Do you think young Master Ling Feng will let you go after destroying the Wanxiang auction? Even if you set up an auction now, I believe it will be torn down soon. I advise you not to waste your energy, lest you embarrass yourself when the time comes. The bearded, middle-aged man said. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and nodded one after another. Indeed, it was no secret that the Vientiane auction was young Master Ling Feng's faction. Not only did Lin Xian tear down the Wanxiang auction house, he even built a new auction house on top of it. This was a blatant provocation. At that time, even if young Master Ling Feng didn't do it himself, there would be countless experts coming to find trouble with him. It seemed that this auction would not be able to continue operating. However, after hearing the bearded, middle-aged man's words, the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not panic. Instead, they sneered. Seeing their expressions, the bearded, middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. He did not think that these people in front of him had the strength to go against young Master Ling Feng. One had to know that young Master Ling Feng was a true genius of the Tianwu continent. He had countless experts under him. He was definitely not someone these people could go against. Are you done? Lin Xian asked indifferently. What are you pretending for? I don't believe you're not afraid of young Master Ling Feng. The bearded man said coldly. You don't have to worry about whether I'm afraid or not. However, I have something to show you. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he waved his arm and threw the golden scroll into the sky. The golden scroll floated in the sky and emitted a bright light. Then, it slowly opened. On the scroll, there were two large golden words, Immortal Martial. The words were flamboyant, and the strokes carried a sharp aura. There was also a shocking pressure. Therefore, when the scroll opened, the pressure quickly spread out in all directions. Feeling this pressure, the hearts of the representatives from the various powers paled. Some of the weaker ones even sat on the ground with cold sweat all over their bodies. This pressure was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against. Most of the cultivators from the Purple Demon House were also lying on the ground. Only the bearded, middle-aged man was resisting with all his might. However, his legs were already trembling. This scroll was personally written by an elder of the Immortal Martial Academy. I'm sure you've all experienced its power. Since this auction is called the Immortal Martial Auction, it means that I'm not the only one who owns this auction. It's a joint auction between me and the Immortal Martial Academy. No matter who it is, since they dared to touch the Immortal Martial Auction, they should be prepared to face the wrath of the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian's voice was cold as it echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They did not expect that young Master Ling Feng had the support of the Immortal Martial Academy. Then, the situation would be completely different. Thinking of this, they felt bitter in their hearts. Since young Master Ling Feng dared to rebuild the auction in Wind-Seeking City, it meant that he must have a powerful trump card. But even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that young Master Ling Feng's trump card would be the Immortal Martial Academy. That was a true colossus, one of the top powers in the continent. Even young Master Ling Feng would not dare to make a move against them. I'm from the Tai clan. I'm willing to accept young Master Ling Feng's conditions. A white-haired old man quickly said. I agree as well. Me too, us too. Exclamations of surprise rang out as the representatives from the various powers expressed their stance. Expressing their stance meant that they acknowledged Lin Xian's position as the overlord of Wind-Seeking City. Actually, it didn't matter whether they acknowledged it or not. The strength and trump card Lin Xian displayed today was not something they could contend against. Hearing the voices of the crowd, the corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the people from the Purple Demon House. Feeling that gaze, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their hearts were filled with regret. If they had guessed the current situation, they would not have dared to say such words even if they were beaten to death. But since they had already done it, they could only bear it with their heads. The bearded, middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he gnashed his teeth. This time, he came to Wind-Seeking City under the orders of the House Lord. He had to take over Wind-Seeking City no matter what, but he did not expect such a situation to occur. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head. Chapter 1000. I'll agree to his request first, and when I return, I'll ask the house leader for help. I don't believe the Immortal Martial Academy can protect him forever. The bearded, middle-aged man sneered in his heart. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian spoke first. As for you people, scram! Don't appear in front of me. You. The bearded, middle-aged man was trembling with anger, his face ashen. He didn't expect Lin Xian to directly berate them, telling them to scram. This was a slap to their faces. Brat, you better think carefully. We are from the Purple Demon House. The bearded, middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His gaze suddenly focused, and with a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm of ice rapidly rushed forward. This palm was too terrifying, covering the sky and earth, emitting a bone-piercing chill, directly enveloping everyone from the Purple Demon House and slamming them into the sky. The bearded, middle-aged man and the other cultivators from the Purple Demon House were all sent flying, disappearing from their original location. A bunch of annoying flies, finally some peace. Lin Xian clapped his hands, his face filled with disgust. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd pounded madly. Luckily, they didn't act arrogantly in front of Lin Xian, or else their ending wouldn't be any better. All right. I want to establish the auction house as soon as possible. Who among you is from a construction clan? Don't worry, I'm not the great demon king. I'll give you the spirit stones you deserve. This old man is the Mu clan leader. Our Mu clan has been in charge of construction for hundreds of years. We can definitely help young Master Lin build the auction house. I wonder if young Master Lin wants us to design it. Or do you already have the blueprints and want to build it directly? I already have the blueprints. Let's build it directly. Lin Xian said. Since you're the first to step forward, I'll give you a 20% discount on the fees you pay at the Immortal Martial Auction House. All members of your Mu clan can enjoy this treatment. 20%. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. With the Immortal Martial Academy as his trump card, establishing the auction house was a sure thing. And one could imagine that the Immortal Martial Auction House wouldn't be any weaker than the Wanxiang Auction House. And now, a small family like the Mu family had received a 20% discount just by stepping forward to undertake the construction. This was a great opportunity that had fallen from the sky. I'm from the Tai clan. I'm willing to bear all the metal problems during the construction process. The old man from the Tai clan spoke again. All right, 15% off, Lin Xian said calmly. Hearing that, the old man from the Tai family smiled, looking very excited. My family can also help. Immediately, the representatives of the various forces spoke one after another, looking very anxious. They didn't want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, they might even be able to get closer to Lin Xian. This was killing two birds with one stone. Reward them all. Everything is 10% off. Lin Xian was in a good mood and said with a wave of his hand, running an auction in the Windy City would bring in a lot of profit. Moreover, there were only a few families in the city. Even if all the families in the city were to give him a 10% discount, he would still not lose money. Moreover, doing this could also draw the relationship between the two parties closer. While making them respect each other, it could also create a sense of attachment. Carrot after carrot, Lin Xian still understood this logic. Following that, these people left to prepare for the establishment of the auction. After these representatives left, they all heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to their respective families. This time when they returned, they had to warn the disciples of their families not to offend Lin Xian or the immortal martial auction house. Lin Xian and the others smiled as well. Right now, all they needed to do was to supervise these people. At the same time, the news of Lin Xian and the Immortal Martial Academy collaborating to hold an auction quickly spread out. This news first spread throughout the entire wind-seeking city and then quickly spread to other cities. In a short period of time, the cultivators in the surrounding cities all knew of this news. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the Immortal Martial Academy to interfere in this matter. In the following days, the Windy City became lively again. Many forces started to take action to establish the Immortal Martial Auction House. As for the specific matters, Lin Xian left it to Wang Li and the rest to supervise, while he discussed with the Dark Red Divine Dragon about the formation. Establishing the auction house was a small matter. Defending the auction house was the most important. After all, he had just established the auction house. If something unexpected happened during the auction, they wouldn't be able to open it in the future. Hence, to an auction house, safety was always the most important. As for the military strength, the Immortal Martial Academy would at most send 1 or 2 elders to oversee the situation. Hence, in this aspect, he still had to rely on himself to recruit experts. However, he had an advantage, and that was that he had the Dark Red Divine Dragon as a formation expert. If he could set up a few powerful formations within the auction house, even if they didn't have many experts, just the formations alone would be enough to deal with outsiders. Hence, these few days, Lin Xian had been discussing the formation with the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Kid, I recommend this 5 elements formation. It can be used for both offense and defense. It's extremely powerful. The Dark Red Divine Dragon shook its head and said, after the good fortune in the Demon Blood Pool, its cultivation base had already recovered to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Martial Saint Realm. The number of formations it could use had also increased by quite a bit. This 5 elements formation was one of them. Lin Xian looked at the 5 elements formation and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad at all. It can be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, its offense and defense are extremely powerful. Most importantly, the materials required to set up this formation weren't particularly precious. All right, this shall be it. Lin Xian clapped his hands and decided. Using this 5 elements formation as the foundation, set up a few more formations. Lin Xian stroked his chin and said, he didn't feel at ease with just a 5 elements formation. This formation could at most block a 5th heavenly layer of the Martial Saint Realm. If someone stronger came, it wouldn't be able to block it. Hence, he had to consider thoroughly. After all, this auction wouldn't be held for just 1 or 2 years. Moreover, if something really happened, he wouldn't be the only one to suffer a loss. Even the Immortal Martial Academy would be embarrassed. Are there any exceptionally powerful formations? Find 2 to set them up. Don't worry about the materials. I can consider asking the Academy for some, Lin Xian said. Since he had already hugged the golden thigh of the immortal martial academy, it wouldn't be a problem to ask for some materials. All right, let me take a look. The dark red divine dragon started to think. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned. His heart was beating wildly as a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He didn't hesitate and quickly moved out. In the next moment, a cold light appeared at the place where he was originally standing and cut the void apart. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. If he didn't move away, he would have been severely injured by now. Who exactly was it that was so vicious? After that cold light, a black figure flashed. It was a black-robed man. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and he held a long sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely cold. After missing his attack, the mysterious black-robed man didn't stop. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void, trying to leave. Chapter 1001. Trying to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw the figure gradually disappear. The other party had almost killed him. How could he let the other party leave? In the next moment, cold air gushed out of his body and quickly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, it formed a world of ice and frost. The house exploded. Endless ice turned into blue swords and pierced into the void. Boom! This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not at the auction, but they were not far away. Therefore, when his house exploded, everyone around him was stunned. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stopped and looked over. There must have been a battle to cause such a commotion. However, they did not see the enemy. They only saw countless ice swords flying in the void. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others shouted and wanted to attack. No need. Stay at the side and protect yourselves. The enemy's movement technique is very strange. Be careful of his movement technique. Lin Xian reminded Wang Li and the others loudly. The enemy's strange movement technique shocked even him, let alone Wang Li and the others. If those people came, they would not be able to stop it. Moreover, Lin Xian did not want to lose his subordinates for no reason. However, he did not plan to let the other party go. He formed a seal with his hands, and a light blue aura rushed in all directions. It formed a huge blue cage and sealed the entire space. At the same time, the cold aura could slow down the enemy's speed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a black shadow to appear in the air, but it quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party's speed was still very fast, it seemed that he had sealed it. However, at this moment, his heart skipped a beat and a sense of danger surged in his heart. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened. He quickly used the blood clone to stay on the spot while his real body quickly retreated to the side. In the next moment, another sharp sword light flashed in the void and quickly pierced the clone's heart. This sword was extremely sharp. Whether it was the power, speed, or angle, they were all perfect. If Lin Xian did not have a clone to replace him, he would not have been able to escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was enraged. Without another word, he quickly took out the red lotus armor glove and put it on. Then, he threw a punch at the black shadow that was about to disappear. The entire void exploded. Red fist shadows filled the surroundings, and the power swept through the 9 heavens. The mysterious black shadow had already disappeared into the void, but it was forced out by this punch. Facing this terrifying punch, the black-clothed man let out a furious roar and emitted an incomparable aura. 4th level venerable. Feeling this spiritual energy, the surrounding martial artists all exclaimed. They had never imagined that the person who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian would actually be a 4th-rank venerable. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the 4th-rank venerable chose to face the terrifying red lotus fist shadow head-on. A dazzling sword radiance slashed forward in an instant. However, all of this was futile. Under the powerful force of the red lotus fist, the resplendent sword chi was instantly shattered. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows enveloped him. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The 4th-rank venerable's body suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. A fourth-rank venerable was killed with one punch. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Li and the others were dumbfounded. Shocking, too shocking. They had never imagined that Lin Xian's current strength would be so terrifying that he could kill a fourth-rank venerable with one punch. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The other mysterious assassin was even more terrified. He had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so powerful that he could kill his companion in an instant. Damn it, the target's information is wrong. He cursed under his breath. Then, his body emitted light, and he quickly attacked in front of him. Now, he didn't dare to stay any longer because his strength was on par with the dead man. If his companion couldn't block a punch, he wouldn't be able to either. Now, the most important thing was to leave this place. After killing a mysterious venerable with one punch, Lin Xian had consumed more than half of the spiritual energy in his body. He was too angry just now. He had almost been killed twice in a row. This made him extremely angry, so he didn't hesitate and took out the red lotus armor gloves. He knew the power of that punch, but when he saw that the fourth-rank venerable had been turned into a bloody mist, he was extremely shocked. However, the only drawback was that it consumed too much energy. With his current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't use the red lotus gloves against the remaining mysterious assassin. After all, the situation wasn't clear. He didn't know how many enemies there were, so he had to conserve his strength. However, he didn't regret that punch because he wanted to use his strength to intimidate everyone and tell them that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He put away the red lotus gloves, drew the lone star sword, and stabbed out. The blood-red sword chi surged like an angry dragon. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Although this sword wasn't as powerful as the red lotus gloves, it was still extremely sharp. When the man in black saw this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian's battle strength coupled with the power of a half-earth rank artifact was not something that he could contend against. This person was also decisive. When he saw that he couldn't escape, he simply cut off his left arm and used a secret technique to form a substitute in front of him. The long sword fell, bringing with it a bloody mist. A scream was heard. Then, an afterimage quickly fled into the sky. "Kid, don't chase. That's the death substitution technique." Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, the dark red dragon reminded him. The death substitution technique was very special. It could use a part of the body to substitute for death. Therefore, with that person's condition, he could still use it several times. There was no way to kill him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a purple figure flashed nearby and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing that purple figure, Lin Xian's face darkened again. The wind and thunder wings appeared on his back, shining with mysterious runes. He flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly rushing forward. When the purple figure saw Lin Xian chasing after him, his scalp went numb and he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That figure was none other than the House Lord of the Purple Demon House, the Purple Demon Old Ghost. When he knew that his subordinate was sent flying in front of everyone, he was instantly enraged. A little thief dared to act like a tyrant just by using the Immortal Martial Academy's name and didn't put the Purple Demon House in his eyes. This was something that the Purple Demon Old Ghost couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he decided to personally come to Windseeker City to take down that brat and teach him a lesson. According to the bearded man's description, that brat's strength was definitely inferior to him, so he didn't have any concerns. However, as soon as he got close, he saw Lin Xian kill a 4th-level venerable with a single punch and severely injure another 4th-level venerable with a single slash. Instantly, he was stunned and his face turned green. Chapter 1002. That was a 4th-level venerable. He was an extremely powerful existence, but now he was blasted into a bloody mist by a single punch. It was too shocking. This scene deeply stimulated him. One had to know that he was also a 4th-level venerable. Although he had been in this realm for many years, he probably couldn't block that violent punch. Now he regretted it so much that he couldn't wait to go back and kill his subordinates. Fuck, This was called not strong enough? These subordinates were completely fucked up. If he didn't know and foolishly rushed forward, he would probably be the one dead now. Purple Demon was so scared that he pissed his pants. He turned around and fled. However, he didn't expect the figure behind him to be so fast and catch up to him in an instant. His scalp went numb. Just as he was about to speak, the space above suddenly fluctuated. A large azure palm had already enveloped him. Terrifying cold energy spiraled around him, forming dragon pillars and imprisoning him in the air. He resisted with all his might, but the cold energy was too terrifying. It also contained sharp sword energy, which wasn't something he could resist. In addition to the psychological trauma from before, Purple Demon didn't have the slightest bit of courage to face Lin Xian. He didn't dare to fight at all. In the next moment, Lin Xian flashed and arrived in front of him. No, it's not my fault. Feeling the other party's cold gaze, Purple Demon's hair stood on end. He hurriedly distanced himself. He didn't want to have anything to do with those black-clothed men. It's not your fault? Lin Xian's expression was cold. It's indeed not my fault. I'm the lord of the Purple Demon House. I just happened to run into this incident. Purple Demon's face was helpless. Below, Wang Li and the others also rushed up. Brother Xian, he's indeed the lord of the Purple Demon House. And those people should be assassins. As for whether they're related, I don't know. Yu Fei said. Give me some time. I'll be able to find out. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He looked at Purple Demon again. Do you know the identity of those two people? Purple Demon laughed bitterly, his eyes flashing. Looking at their figures, they're definitely assassins. There are countless assassin organizations in the Blood region, but there aren't many organizations that can use a 4th-level venerable as an assassin. I know of 2, Viper and Lifeseeker. These 2 organizations are considered relatively powerful in the world of assassins. Yu Fei, bring some people to investigate these 2 organizations. See if it's them. Subsequently, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the Purple Demon Old Ghost, asking in a cold voice, What is your purpose in coming here? Nothing. Purple Devil Old Ghost quickly shook his head. Originally, he had come to take revenge, but now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Ever since he had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying strength, he no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of revenge. This was too fucking terrifying. A 4th-rank venerable had been insta-killed. He had never seen such strength before. He had already said that as long as he could escape safely this time, he would take all the cultivators of the Purple Demon House with him and never come back to Wind-Seeking City again. I'm just passing by. Really, I'm just passing by. Purple Fiend Old Ogre braced himself and said, I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. Lin Xian retracted his frost power and didn't pursue the matter further. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason now, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter with the Purple Demon House. Of course, if they didn't open their eyes and continued to cause trouble for him, then he would have to kill them. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't make a move, Purple Devil Old Ghost felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly turned into a purple light and left the place. It's fine. You guys can continue with your work, Lin Xian said. After Wang Li and the others left, Lin Xian once again entered a nearby pavilion. This time, he let the dark red divine dragon lay down a layer of defensive array. Kid, is it okay for you to expose the red lotus gloves like this? The dark red divine dragon asked. It's fine. I'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. Moreover, this time, I think it should be able to intimidate them. I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, am not easy to kill. If they want to kill me, they'll have to pay the price in blood. His voice was cold. He was too angry. The other party had actually sent 2 4th-level Honorable Realm Assassins to kill him. Moreover, it was at such a critical juncture like the establishment of the auction. It seemed that the other party was determined to get rid of him. Fortunately, his cultivation had greatly improved, and he had reached the 4th-level Honorable Realm. Moreover, he had a powerful trump card like the Red Lotus Gloves, which allowed him to escape safely. However, who was it that wanted to kill him? This made him very puzzled. If the other party was an assassin organization, they wouldn't have come to kill him for no reason. Someone must have issued a mission for those assassins to come. However, Lin Xian still had no idea who the mastermind behind the scenes was. He had many enemies, not to mention those far away. Just in Wind-Seeking City, the Huang and Long families were eliminated by him. However, if the other party wanted revenge, they would have hired assassins long ago and not waited until now. To act at such a critical juncture like the establishment of the immortal martial auction meant that the other party's goal was clear. In other words, this assassination mission was definitely related to the establishment of the auction, and the other party's goal was very likely to be the Vientiane auction. Of course, it could also be young Master Ling Feng's orders. "Kid, do you have any clues?" The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. "A little. I guess it's the remaining members of the Vientiane auction. However, I'm not too sure. After all, if it's really them, it would be troublesome. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's not them. After all, I'm cooperating with the Immortal Martial Academy now. If young Master Ling Feng really wanted to make a move, he would do it secretly and not so brazenly. Otherwise, he would be going against the Immortal Martial Academy." Lin Xian sighed. "Let's wait and see what Yu Fei can find out." Putting this matter aside for now, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon once again discussed the matter of formations. Moreover, not only did they discuss formations, Lin Xian also learned a lot about formations from the dark red divine dragon. Now, he could also set up some formations. Of course, their power couldn't be compared to the dark red divine dragon. However, compared to ordinary formation masters, they were much stronger. In the end, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon decided on 2 formations. These 2 formations were extremely powerful. Even a 6th heavenly layer venerable might not be able to break them open. With such a strong guarantee, Lin Xian was completely relieved. Next, it was time to gather the materials and prepare to inscribe the formations. Lin Xian left the matter of gathering the materials to Wang Li and the others. As for inscribing the formations, it was up to the dark red divine dragon. Even for the dark red divine dragon, it would take a lot of time to complete these 3 formations. Lin Xian didn't care how much time it would take. What he wanted was safety. Safety. Chapter 1003. Brother Xian, these 2 organizations are too mysterious. I couldn't find out much in such a short time. Yu Fei said guiltily. However, one thing is for sure. This assassination has nothing to do with the Purple Demon House. They knew that the enemy was hiding in the dark, but they couldn't find them. This feeling was very unpleasant. It's nothing. After all, you guys just set up the intelligence network. It's normal that you can't find out anything about these kinds of assassin organizations. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, but didn't blame Yu Fei. Indeed, assassin organizations were usually very secretive. Their clients were also very careful. It was hard for outsiders to find out. How about this? You develop your own intelligence network first. If you need anything, tell Wang Li and the others. As for the assassins, let's put it aside first. You must establish a strong intelligence network in the shortest time possible. Brother Xian, I understand. Yu Fei nodded quickly. After Yu Fei left, Lin Xian's eyes turned gloomy again. Although Yu Fei didn't find much information about the assassins, Lin Xian didn't plan to let them go. Thinking about it, these people had failed once, and even lost 2 of their best men. They definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. He just had to wait for the next assassination to catch one of the assassins alive and ask. Just as Lin Xian was busy setting up the immortal martial auction in Wind-Seeking City, he suddenly received a piece of news. This news was sent to him by Murong Qingqing. The situation was like this. An elder in Murong Qingqing's family was a big shot in the blood realm. This time, the elder was celebrating his 800th birthday and invited many people. Murong Qingqing, as the little princess of the family and also in the blood realm, naturally had to go. The Immortal Martial Academy also received this news, but they were prepared to send Lin Xian. Firstly, Lin Xian's relationship with Murong Qingqing wasn't shallow. Moreover, he was also a young genius. It was suitable for him to participate in this kind of event. Furthermore, Lin Xian had a cooperative relationship with the academy. This time, having Lin Xian go and send an invitation to the auction, he might be able to bring some important figures to the auction in the future. In addition, Lin Xian had a special status in the eyes of Dean Xian and the others, so this task was given to Lin Xian. Looking at the sound transmission jade talisman and the invitation in his hand, Lin Xian helplessly smiled bitterly. He couldn't figure out why he had to attend the birthday banquet of a powerhouse for no reason. However, the academy had already sent him an invitation, and it was an elder of the Morong family. Lin Xian could not refuse. Therefore, he left the construction of the auction house to Wang Li and Dongfang Shtome. At the same time, he also left the dark red dragon to inscribe the array. As for him, he was preparing to leave and participate in the birthday banquet. However, what made him depressed was that Murong Qingqing had already left, so he would have to go by himself on the way. When the dark red dragon heard this news, it was unhappy and wanted to go as well. Fuck, goddamned brat. You didn't bring me along when there's such a good thing. You're too despicable. The dark red dragon roared. Aren't you staying to build the array? What are you going to do? Build my ass. I haven't even gathered all the materials. What's the point of me staying here? The dark red dragon was unhappy. Don't worry, when the materials are gathered, I'll make it quickly. 3 arrays, not 1 less. The dark red dragon said as it patted its chest. All right, I'll bring you along then. Lin Xian sighed. Let's go. Lin Xian said. Why should we go? That place is so far away. The dark red dragon showed a look of disdain. Brat, you're underestimating me. It's just a birthday banquet. Do you want us to fly there ourselves? Fuck, if you don't go by yourself, do you want someone to pick you up? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Pick up? Teleport. The dark red dragon said. It's just a teleportation array. It won't take much time. Wait, give me some time. I'll finish it quickly. After the dark red dragon finished speaking, it went to inscribe the teleportation array. Since the dark red dragon was in charge of the itinerary, he didn't have to worry about it. What gift should he bring to the birthday banquet? After all, the other party was a king clan. He couldn't bring out ordinary things, and he couldn't bring out good things in such a short time. This was really quite troublesome. Right, concoct pills. Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. These days, he had comprehended the knowledge of alchemy left behind by King Pillfeather and had a deeper understanding of alchemy. With his current strength, concocting a 7th-grade pill shouldn't be a problem if he went all out. As for the materials, of course, he would ask for them from the Immortal Martial Academy. After all, this was a mission given to him by the Academy. Without any delay, Lin Xian immediately returned to the Academy. This time, he went directly to the Myriad Treasure Palace to look for Palace Master Wan. Hearing Lin Xian's request, Palace Master Wan nodded his head. We have indeed prepared a gift. However, if you insist on using a 7th-grade pill, it's fine too. However, are you sure you can really concoct it? Palace Master Wan looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. In fact, a 6th-grade pill was already precious. A 7th-grade pill was even more precious. In the entire Immortal Martial Academy, only a few old monsters could concoct it. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he could concoct a 7th-grade pill? If it wasn't for Dean Xian telling him about Lin Xian's identity, Palace Master Wan wouldn't even bother with such a request. However, Lin Xian insisted. He had no choice but to give him 3 sets of materials. These are the materials you requested. There are a total of 3 sets. If you still can't concoct it after 3 tries, I think you should use the gift we prepared. Palace Master Wan said tactfully. In fact, he didn't have much hope in his heart. After all, a 7th-grade pill wasn't some cabbage. It was something that only a 7th-grade alchemist could concoct. 3 sets. I think it should be enough. Lin Xian scratched his head. Hearing this, Palace Master Wan's mouth twitched slightly. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he hurriedly sent Lin Xian away. If he continued to stay, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Looking at Lin Xian's back view, Palace Master Wan shook his head slightly. Sigh, he's still too young. Lin Xian was elated when he received 3 sets of materials. He flew towards the blazing mountain and prepared to use the flames there to concoct a 7th-grade pill. Previously, he could only reach the 7th level. However, After the demon-slaying conference, his strength had increased tremendously. Now, he could enter the 8th level. The 8th level was filled with a sea of fire. Purple flames danced and emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. Even Lin Xian felt a wave of shock. He carefully searched the 8th level, looking for a suitable place to concoct pills. In the end, he came to a huge rock and sat down cross-legged. Other than being extremely powerful, the flames here had another characteristic, and that was stability. The more stable the flames, the higher the success rate of concocting pills. Lin Xian understood this point. Chapter 1004. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a set of medicinal ingredients and began to concoct. However, after half a day, he sighed. The precious medicinal ingredients in front of him had already turned into ashes, scattering all over the ground. As expected of a 7th-grade pill, it was indeed difficult to concoct. Lin Xian frowned. With his current strength, concocting a 6th-grade pill wasn't a problem. However, concocting a 7th-grade pill was still somewhat difficult. If only he had the 1,000-beast cauldron. Lin Xian sighed. What he lacked the most right now was a top-notch furnace. However, he only dared to think about the 1,000-beast cauldron and didn't dare to take it out. The terrifying aura it emitted wasn't something he could control. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian focused and prepared for his second attempt. During his first attempt, he made a small mistake, but since he had already discovered it, his strength should increase by quite a bit this time. However, just as he was about to concoct, a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Want to concoct a 7th-grade pill? I can help you. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He quickly stood up and scanned the surroundings. At the same time, his soul force rapidly probed the surroundings. Just now, he had carefully scanned the surroundings and didn't discover anyone. Moreover, this was the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. Very few people could come here. Other than a few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy, only Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei could come here. However, the voice just now clearly didn't come from the two of them. Not only that, Lin Xian's face quickly darkened because he didn't sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his heart was on high alert because he didn't sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. This was what worried him the most. One must know that his soul force was extremely powerful. However, even he couldn't sense the other party. One could only imagine how good the other party's concealment skills were. Or it could be said that this was a supreme expert who transmitted his voice to him from extremely far away. No matter which it was, the result wasn't good news for him. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Lin Xian was on high alert. He scanned the surroundings and said coldly, "There's no need to look for me. You won't be able to find me." The voice was a little low. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. The other party seemed to know his every move, but it seemed that he still didn't know the other party's intentions. Who are you? Why are you trying to act mysterious? If you want to talk about alchemy, you can come out for a chat. Hee, after searching for so long, could it be that you still haven't found where I am? This voice was intermittent and very low, as if it was very unstable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his brows were furrowed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. In the next moment, his soul power entered the mysterious small sword, wanting to find out more about it. Not bad. You finally know where I am. When the voice came out, Lin Xian was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had seen something inconceivable. This was because he discovered that the source of the sound was the 10,000 beast cauldron within his body. The 10,000 beast cauldron spoke. How was this possible? Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he almost bit off his tongue. Fortunately, he was skilled and daring. Otherwise, he might have been scared to the ground by now. Soon, he thought of a possibility. The dark red divine dragon had said before that heaven-defying items like a complete earth-rank artifact would usually nurture an artifact spirit. Therefore, this voice could be made by the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron. You're the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron? Lin Xian probed. I didn't think that someone would know about this in a small barren land. The voice sounded again. That's right. I'm the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Hearing the other party's answer, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although artifact spirits were also very mysterious to him, they were much safer than unknown characters. You've always been here? He frowned and asked. In fact, Lin Xian was very curious about artifact spirits, but he didn't understand why they only appeared now. No, I just woke up from a deep slumber. I don't know how many years I've been asleep for. Of course, I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for the pure Demon King's blood in the demon blood pool, I wouldn't have woken up. Perhaps I would have continued to sleep. Demon blood pool. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He finally remembered that day in the demon blood pool. When he tried to communicate with the golden ball of energy in the mysterious small sword, he didn't expect to trigger a change in the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. This artifact spirit should have awakened at that time. Why are you looking for me now? Lin Xian asked cautiously. Although the other party was just an artifact spirit, it was too mysterious, so he had to be careful. With your current strength as a 6th-grade alchemist, it's indeed difficult to refine a 7th-grade pill. No matter how talented you are, the success rate is terrifyingly low. Instead of wasting materials, why don't I help you refine it? You help me? Why? Lin Xian didn't believe in a free lunch. I am the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. With my help, you might be able to control the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. With the help of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, your success rate will increase by 10 times. Could it be that you don't want to possess a true Earth Step treasure? The artifact spirit threw out a great temptation. It believed that in the face of a complete Earth Step treasure, even a king would be moved, let alone this little brat. However, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as ice. He decisively shook his head. Although an Earth Step treasure is good, I don't want to take it without knowing what it is. Oh, you refuse? This time, it was the artifact spirit's turn to be surprised. It couldn't imagine where this little boy found the courage to refuse a complete Earth Step treasure. In the face of such a great temptation, you can still maintain such composure. Rare. No wonder the 10,000 Beast Cauldron and King Pillfeather's inheritance fell into your hands in the end. The artifact spirit slowly said, There are naturally conditions for me to help you. I can help you refine pills and even do other things, but you must also help me. Help you? Help you with what? Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't think of what an artifact spirit would need help with. To be precise, it's to help King Pillfeather. The artifact spirit said, I've been with King Pillfeather for a long time, and I know what happened to him. If you can fulfill his wish, I can help you control the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Help King Pillfeather. Hearing this, Lin Xian said, No problem. What do you want me to help you with? Not only did Senior King Pillfeather pass down his cultivation to me, but he also left behind an alchemy inheritance. To me, he's like a master. Chapter 1005. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. These were words from the bottom of his heart. It was because of King Pillfeather that he had been able to advance from the 2nd heaven stage to the 3rd heaven stage, allowing him to display his skills in the demon-slaying world. Not only that, but King Pillfeather's alchemy inheritance had also benefited him greatly. So when he heard that he had to fulfill King Pillfeather's wish, Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. Speak. What do you need help with? Asked Lin Xian. It's very simple. Return to the Pill Sect as King Pillfeather's disciple and obtain the highest honor. Pill Sect? Lin Xian frowned. The Martial Sky Continent doesn't have such a sect, right? Of course. The Pill Sect isn't in the Martial Sky Continent. Not in the Martial Sky Continent? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Where is it then? He seemed to recall the conversation he had with King Pillfeather's remnant soul. It seemed that there was an even vaster world outside the Martial Sky Continent. Could it be that the Pill Sect was there? At this time, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron's artifact spirit said, Indeed, the Pill Sect is in the world outside the Martial Sky Continent. However, with your current strength, you definitely can't go there. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you quickly advance. Of course, If you can control this place, that would be even better. Although this place is remote, it's still enough for the current you. Control the martial sky continent? Lin Xian almost bit off his tongue. Perhaps even those king families wouldn't dare to boast like that. Seeing Lin Xian's disbelief, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron's artifact spirit slowly said, "Don't worry. With me here, all your dreams will come true." Hearing that, Lin Xian's ambition rose. Controlling the martial sky continent and becoming the overlord of the martial sky continent was something he hadn't dared to imagine in the past. But now, he felt that it was possible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed his shocked mind and said in a deep voice, "You'd better help me control the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and refine a 7th grade pill." "That's simple." The artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron said, "Although I've just awakened and am still very weak, controlling the 10,000 Beast Cauldron is not a problem." Then, the void rippled, and a small black cauldron flew out from Lin Xian's body, hovering in the air. With the appearance of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out, causing the surrounding purple flames to become much dimmer. In fact, none of the purple flames dared to approach the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. "Now, use your soul force to control it," the artifact spirit said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He then extended his soul power and quickly enveloped the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. This time, he felt as if everything went smoothly. He wasn't repelled by the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, nor was he affected by the pressure. "Sure enough, I can control it." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. The 1,000 Beast Cauldron was an Earth-rank artifact. If he could control the 1,000 Beast Cauldron to refine pills, his success rate would increase by 10 times. In other words, he could easily refine a 7th-rank pill now. "Let's give it a try." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He flipped his palm and took out another set of herbs. Then, he focused his qi and began to refine the pill. 4 hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz! Suddenly, the 1,000 Beast Pavilion in front of him let out a clang and rippled slightly. Then, a light purple pill appeared in the cauldron. The pill was the size of a longan fruit and was engraved with mysterious pill patterns. Looking at the purple pill, Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was a 7th-rank pill, the purple spirit pill. It was a type of pill he found in the inheritance left behind by King Danyu. This pill was effective for all martial artists in the supremacy realm. Even high-level supremacies could use it, and the effect was even better. Although this pill couldn't directly increase one's cultivation and spiritual power, it could help a martial artist to quickly calm their qi and enter a very strange state. This state was the dream of all martial artists because in that state, they could clearly sense all kinds of concepts and perfect their martial souls. Therefore, although it was just a small pill, it was extremely rare and precious. Refine another one. Lin Xian was excited. Since he still had one set of materials left, he might as well strike while the iron was hot and refine them together. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lin Xian closed his eyes again and entered the state of refining pills. Not long after, a second pill with a light purple glow appeared in his hand. Looking at the two pills, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. He kept one of the pills as a gift for attending the birthday banquet, and he took the other one for himself. After swallowing the light purple spirit pill, Lin Xian felt his whole body turn cold. Then, he found that his mind was abnormally sharp, as if he had entered a very strange state. In this strange state, Lin Xian felt that his perception of the various concepts and the two martial souls became clearer, and there seemed to be an indescribable understanding. This time didn't last for long, only an incense stick's worth of time. But Lin Xian knew that he had gained a lot during this time. Among them, the Ice Martial Soul and the Great Dragon Sword Soul had become more solid, and their power had increased by a lot. As for the other concepts of wind, lightning, and fire, they had far surpassed before, and there was even a trend of breaking through to become martial souls. This made Lin Xian very excited. One had to know that he already had 2 martial souls, and their power was countless times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If he could condense a 3rd or 4th martial soul, his strength would be unimaginable. Of course, he hadn't heard of anyone with a 3rd or 4th martial soul. In the Tianwu continent, having two martial souls seemed to be the limit. Lin Xian opened his eyes and stared at the floating thousand-beast cauldron in front of him. He asked, what should I call you? I can't call you an artifact spirit, right? I'm an artifact spirit, and I don't have a name. Why don't you call me Zero? Zero. Okay, I'll call you Zero from now on. Zero, I have a question for you. You said that you came from a world outside the Tianwu continent. Then do you know if martial artists can have a third or fourth martial soul? Yes, but it's exclusive to geniuses. Zero coldly replied. Hearing this answer, Lin Xian was excited. Sure enough, his guess was correct. However, from Zero's words, it seemed that there were many people outside the Tianwu continent who had multiple martial souls. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xian asked. Okay. Zero slowly said, the energy source of a martial artist's martial soul is the martial soul. As the martial soul improves, the martial artist's strength will also become stronger. However, in the end, those martial souls will undergo a transformation. Transformation? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes, transformation. The transformation from the martial soul realm to the king realm. Once one breaks through to the king realm, the energy source will undergo a transformation again, and it will form a special domain. This domain is similar to a unique space. In this domain, the king realm is the heavens and can control everything. Of course, this domain is evolved from the martial soul. King domain. Chapter 1006. Zero's words shocked Lin Xian. He found that a new cultivation door was slowly opening in front of him. Martial spirits are the foundation of King's domain? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. That's right. Even if I don't tell you this knowledge, you will know it as your cultivation increases. However, there is a benefit to telling you in advance. That is, you can now think about what your domain should look like. What should it look like? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand. It's very simple. Some people have an ice martial spirit, so they can form an ice domain when they become a king. And a fire martial spirit is a fire domain. For attributes like ice and fire, if they fight, it will depend on who is stronger. There is no natural restraint, only strength. Zero's voice was extremely cold. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, these should be the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit. You are very smart. You guessed right. These are indeed the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit. Zero said, what about dual martial spirits or multiple martial spirits? Lin Xian asked. It's the same. No matter how many martial spirits you have, they will all form a domain in the end. Of course, different martial spirits form different domains with different strengths. I'm afraid you have already sensed how strong your dual martial spirits are. It should be very easy for you to defeat martial artists of the same level. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Zero continued, and once it becomes a domain, if it is formed by multiple martial spirits, its strength will be like heaven and earth compared to martial artists of the same level. The more martial spirits you can condense, the stronger the domain will be when you break through to the king realm. Of course, you have to balance the strength of these martial spirits. Otherwise, the newly formed domain will collapse in an instant. After Zero's explanation, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. He already had 2 martial spirits, and he had comprehended the other 3 concepts. Moreover, he had already reached the profound realm. If he could convert the other 3 intents into martial souls, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly asked, Zero, is there any cultivation method that allows one to cultivate multiple martial spirits? Yes. Ling said coldly. Also, I have to remind you of one thing. Although a warrior can cultivate multiple martial souls, one martial soul must be the main one, and the other martial souls must be auxiliary. You'd better consider which martial soul to use as your main martial soul. Yes, I know. Lin Xian nodded. What else was there to consider? Of course, the great dragon sword spirit was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world. Perhaps even Zero didn't know about it. If you've made up your mind, give me the cultivation technique. I can give it to you, but not now. Not now? When was that? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Aren't you setting up an auction? When your auction is officially established and successfully held once, I will give you the cultivation technique. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Can I ask why? Yes, I'm doing this to urge you to quickly improve your strength and expand your influence. You should know that if you want to leave this place and enter the alchemy sect, you don't just need to be strong. If you don't have a strong organization to back you up, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. I'll secretly help you grasp the direction and remind you what to do. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get out. However, he didn't regret it. His life's goal was to pursue the peak of martial arts. Now that he had a capable helper by his side to remind him, his speed would increase a lot. What kind of power do I need to leave this place? Very strong, at least an overlord-level power. When the time comes, and with my help, you might be able to leave this place. All right, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time. However, this made him heave a sigh of relief. Because he still had things to do in the Tianwu continent, and he still had to return to the Tianan region to save his family. Can we communicate directly in the future? Lin Xian asked. Yes, you can communicate directly with your soul. Of course, there are some things that I may not answer you. Lin Xian was speechless. He was speechless. This thousand-beast cauldron spirit had a weird temper. Shaking his head, Lin Xian kept the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, he got up and left the 8th level of the blazing mountain. This time, he didn't return to the academy, but flew directly to Windy City. Next, he just had to wait for the dark red dragon to finish inscribing the teleportation array and teleport directly. When Lin Xian returned to Windy City, the dark red dragon had already completed more than half of the teleportation array. He estimated that it would be done in another day. The next morning, the dark red dragon ran over excitedly. Kid, the array is completed. Let's go. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, then followed the dark red dragon out. The two of them came to a deserted place. On the ground, there were countless strange inscriptions, forming a teleportation array. This is a one-time teleportation array. After we leave, these inscriptions will disappear. Don't worry, no one will find out. The dark red dragon patted its chest and said, That's good. Lin Xian nodded, then walked onto the teleportation array. The dark red dragon also jumped onto it, waving its dragon claws. Suddenly, the teleportation array under their feet shone, forming a strange force that teleported the two of them away. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared, and the complicated inscriptions on the ground quickly disintegrated, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating in the air. Then, there was nothing left on the ground, as if nothing had existed before. It was as if a long time had passed. Lin Xian didn't know how much time had passed, until finally, with a flash of white light, he appeared again. In the next moment, he circulated the spiritual energy in his body, quickly dispelling the dizziness caused by the teleportation. The surging spiritual energy surged in his body, creating a warm energy. In an instant, Lin Xian recovered. Then, with a flash of white light, the dark red dragon appeared beside him. As soon as the dark red dragon appeared, it scanned the surroundings, then shouted, Damn, where the hell is this place? Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy, and his face was gloomy. This was because the surroundings were not very good. It was a little dark, and the air was mixed with a trace of cold blood. At first glance, one could tell that this was not a good place. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked, Ruffian Dragon, where did your teleportation array teleport us? Of course it's Crimson Crescent City. Aren't you going to attend the birthday banquet there? The dark red dragon was a little guilty. This is Crimson Crescent City? Chapter 1007. This is Crimson Crescent City? Lin Xian looked around and rolled his eyes. You better give me an explanation. Well, the dragon said awkwardly, I haven't fought for a long time, and my strength has been greatly reduced recently. Maybe there was a small mistake when I was setting it up. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. A small mistake? He glared at the dragon. He did not expect this guy to be so unreliable. He even made a mistake in setting up a teleportation formation. One had to know that this was teleportation. The slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the outcome. Lin Xian could only pray that the dragon did not make too many mistakes. Otherwise, they might not even be in the blood realm anymore. Lin Xian looked around with a gloomy face. Damn that dragon. I don't know what mistake it made to be teleported to such an obscure place. Looking around, it was obvious that this was not a good place. Impossible. I only made a small mistake. It's impossible for me to be teleported so far away, the dragon said. Kid, don't worry. This place is definitely very close to Crimson Crescent City. I hope so. Lin Xian sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only walk outside to see what this place was. Lin Xian looked up and found that it was a little dark. It was not the sky. He guessed that they were most likely in a building or a cave. However, the more he walked, the more confused he became. This was because he saw rows of black mountains in front of him. They were extremely dark, like demonic mountains in hell. There were dark trees growing on the mountains, and they emitted a strange aura. There were also some dilapidated palaces around. They were covered in spider webs, and it was obvious that they were very old. Looking at the eerie scene around him, the dragon felt a chill run down its spine. The two of them did not say anything and quickly ran forward. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the nearest mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the eerie aura was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian was strong. He channeled the spiritual energy in his body and formed a barrier to block the terrifying aura around him. The dragon had thick skin and was naturally not afraid of the aura. The two of them stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. This black mountain peak wasn't very tall. It was slightly shorter than a normal mountain peak. There were a few palaces on it, but they were all in ruins. I think we've arrived at an ancient place. This should be the ancient underground world. Underground world? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, it seems so, said the dark red divine dragon. Shall we go up and take a look? All right. Lin Xian was curious, so he also wanted to go up and take a look. After the two of them finished their discussion, they walked along the path towards the Black Mountain Peak. However, not long after they ascended the mountain peak, the two of them were unable to continue. The reason for that was because piles of bones would appear on the winding mountain path from time to time. These were all human bones, and many of them were emitting a faint light. One could imagine how powerful these people were when they were alive. However, even so, those people had become a pile of bones. Lin Xian's hair stood on end, and he didn't dare to go any further. The dark red divine dragon was also bewildered. However, it soon became excited because it smelled a faint medicinal fragrance on the mountain peak. Boy, Lin, let little white out quick. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait. However, before Lin Xian could react, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It also looked at the mountain peak and chirped nonstop. However, to Lin Xian's relief, the little white monkey didn't act rashly this time, as if it was afraid of something. It only scratched its ears and cheeks, but it didn't fly out. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he let the little white monkey fly out from such a dangerous place, the result would be very dangerous. Boy, don't you smell it? That's the smell of supreme-grade spiritual medicine. The dark red divine dragon said excitedly. I smell it, but how do we go up? Lin Xian shrugged. He didn't want to take the risk. Wait. The dark red divine dragon began to carefully explore the front. Then, it frowned and said, There are inscriptions on the ground. These inscriptions are very ancient. One look, and you can tell that they're ancient inscriptions. I think this is a killing formation. After the dark red divine dragon finished studying the inscriptions on the Black Mountain Peak, it suddenly jumped up. Damn, this is an ancient killing formation. It didn't dare to move recklessly. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He hugged the little white monkey tightly, afraid that it would run out in excitement. At the same time, he glared at the dark red divine dragon. This ruffian dragon was too unreliable. It actually teleported him into a killing formation. Hee hee. The dark red divine dragon laughed dryly, then said, although it's an ancient killing formation, the inscriptions are very dim. I think its power has weakened under the influence of time. Give me some time. Maybe I can break it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Give you time? The last time I gave you time, you were teleported into this killing formation. Now that I give you time again, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause again? Forget it. This place is too dangerous. Let's quickly retreat and find a way out. Little Xian, you're too cowardly. The dark red divine dragon said disdainfully, this should be an underground world, and the way out is above. But do you really want to give up on those spirit herbs? According to my experience, those are already extinct. You can't see them in the outside world at all. Moreover, they're at least a few thousand years old. They're really supreme-grade spirit herbs. Oh right, don't you still have the mysterious jade platform? Why don't we try it? If there's a problem, we can immediately use the mysterious jade platform to escape. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also a little tempted. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. Okay. Seeing that Lin Xian agreed, the dark red divine dragon was also excited. Don't worry, we won't go to those places with palaces. We'll only pick the supreme-grade spirit herbs nearby. Then, it led the way, and Lin Xian followed behind with the little white monkey in his arms. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was a formation expert, and it had a way to break the mysterious inscriptions underground. The two walked for more than 10 meters and did not find any danger for the time being. However, at that moment, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron's weapon spirit, 0, in Lin Xian's body issued a warning. Kid, if you don't want to die, hurry up and go down the mountain. Hearing this warning, Lin Xian's heart trembled, and at the same time, he shouted, retreat. Then, his body swayed, and he retreated like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon had no choice but to quickly leave. However, when they reached the bottom of the mountain, the dark red divine dragon began to complain. Little Xian, you're too cowardly. We're already halfway. Why did you have to come down? If we hang on a little longer, we might be able to pick a supreme-grade spirit herb. I'm afraid if we stay any longer, we'll lose our lives, Lin Xian said snappily. Chapter 1008. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, we'll be dead, Lin Xian said in a huff. If you don't believe me, feel your body. After saying that, Lin Xian ignored it and focused on running the longevity chant, allowing the spiritual power to circulate fully in his body. The dark red dragon was puzzled and quickly checked its body. Then, its face turned pale. I'm poisoned. When did this happen? It was shocked because it did not know when it was poisoned. Moreover, the poison had already accumulated in its body. Just as Lin Xian said, if they stayed on the mountain for any longer, the poison in their bodies would completely erupt. If they could not suppress the poison, they would be in danger. The dark red dragon did not dare to be careless. It quickly activated a secret technique to expel the poison from its body. The little white monkey was also hugging the small worn-out bowl and mumbling nonstop. On the surface of its body, a layer of pure white light bloomed. After a while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The poison in his body had been completely removed. However, the scene just now made him extremely vigilant. If it was not for Zero's secret warning, they would have been in real danger. Damn it, this place is too creepy. The dark red dragon opened its eyes and mumbled. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon managed to purge the poison from their bodies, narrowly avoiding the calamity. Damn it, this place is too creepy, the dark red dragon mumbled. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked forward once again. I think that the corpses on the mountain path are all the warriors who were poisoned. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There must have been people like them who wanted to go up the mountain to pick supreme-grade spiritual herbs. However, these people were all infected by the poison and could not be cured. In the end, they died on the mountain. There were probably not many lucky people like them. However, the little white monkey did not give up. It hugged the small, worn-out bowl in its hands and started mumbling. Then, the small bowl emitted a mysterious power that surged toward the Black Mountain. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon held their breaths and waited patiently because they knew the power of the treasure basin. Perhaps it would be of use here, and they would be able to obtain 1 or 2 supreme-grade spirit herbs. The little white monkey kept waving its little paws and hitting the small bowl. Not long after, the small bowl trembled slightly and a supreme-grade spirit fruit appeared in the bowl. It was a spiritual herb that was 10 feet tall. Its leaves were emerald green, and it exuded an endless amount of vitality. On its branches, there were 4 spiritual fruits that were sparkling and translucent, with a thick fragrance. I really got it. Lin Xian's eyes widened, while the dark red dragon god opened its mouth so wide that it reached its ears, drooling nonstop. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Kid, hurry up and get a few more. This kind of thing was definitely rare. If he didn't get it now, it would be a huge loss. The dark red dragon god urged from the side, and the snow-white little fox was also excitedly scratching its ears and cheeks. It waved its little paws and decided to show off its skills. However, on the Black Mountain peak in front of them, in the dilapidated palace, suddenly, there was a low sound. It was like the morning bell and evening drum. It kept ringing. The sound carried a terrifying demonic nature, causing one's heart to beat uncontrollably. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by so many natural treasures, and his physique was extremely tough. At that moment, he was able to withstand the demonic sound. However, all the hair on his body stood on end, and his back was covered in cold sweat. In the next moment, he quickly activated the red lotus armor and covered his entire body. The dark red dragon god's scalp was also numb. It jumped into the red lotus armor's defense and looked ahead in shock and bewilderment. What's that? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Damn it, there are living things in this place. Little Xian, let's go. The dark red dragon god didn't want to stay a moment longer. It didn't want any supreme-grade spirit fruits anymore. The little white monkey also quieted down. It sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and blinked its big black eyes as it looked ahead. A living thing. Hearing that, Lin Xian's expression turned ugly. Without another word, he quickly retreated. It was obvious that this was a place of great danger. So many powerhouses had died on the Black Mountain peak. However, at that moment, a living thing had appeared in the dilapidated palace on the Black Mountain peak. Regardless of whether it was a human or not, it was extremely dangerous to them. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He turned around and quickly left. However, just as he moved, endless black gas suddenly rose from the Black Mountain peak behind him. It formed a black, demonic cloud above him that emitted a terrifying aura. A black figure flew out from the dilapidated palace and stood in the void. Demonic chi surged around him, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul and looked behind him. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. The black figure behind him was a person. However, it didn't look like a living person at all. He was surrounded by demonic chi. His eyes were hollow, and there were green flames dancing in his eye sockets. His entire body was extremely rotten, and he emitted a strong corpse stench. Damn it! Could this be a mutation caused by some powerhouse's corpse? The dark red divine dragon was also shocked because the aura of the figure behind him was too terrifying. Zombie! It's definitely a zombie. Kid, hurry up and leave. The figure behind him was wearing an ancient robe. He was extremely tall and must have been a peerless figure when he was alive. However, at that moment, he was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. He looked extremely ferocious. Then, the ancient zombie took a step forward. Suddenly, the void cracked. Countless black cracks spread out in all directions, and a huge black hole appeared in the entire space. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't dare to stay any longer. He used an earth-tier movement technique and turned into a beam of light to retreat. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw out a profound jade platform to quickly teleport away. A terrifying figure who could shatter the void with a single step and create an endless black hole was definitely extremely powerful. It was far from what he could fight against now. As expected, the moment Lin Xian stepped onto the profound jade platform, a huge demonic claw descended from the sky and slammed down. Bang! The void in front of him cracked, and a terrifying black vortex appeared again. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others had already been teleported away by the profound jade platform. According to Lin Xian's guess, they had come to an underground world. Therefore, they tried to teleport upwards this time. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the others appeared on the ground. Lin Xian only breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped on solid ground. However, he didn't dare to stay here. Instead, he quickly flew forward for dozens of miles before stopping. Chapter 1009. Fuck, you scared me to death. The dark red dragon also had a look of lingering fear. You still dare to say that? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. But I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying place in the Blood Realm. The dark red dragon said, It looks like an ancient ruin, but I don't know why it's buried underground. Looks like this Blood Realm is not simple. There should be some ancient secrets buried here. Forget it, who cares? If that zombie really comes out, the kings here will deal with it, so we don't have to worry about it. The dark red dragon shook his head, then stared at the supreme-grade spirit fruit in the little white monkey's hand and said with a flattering smile, Little one, give me one. The little white monkey had a proud look on its face. First, it plucked a spirit fruit and gave it to Lin Xian. Then, it reluctantly gave one to the dark red divine dragon. The other two were quickly swallowed by the dragon. After eating the two supreme-grade spirit fruits, the little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and looked intoxicated. The dark red dragon chuckled and also swallowed the supreme-grade spirit fruit in his hand. He would not keep such a good thing. Lin Xian looked at the two gluttons. He shook his head helplessly. He flipped his palm. He put the supreme-grade spirit fruit into his storage ring. As an alchemist, he would not waste a supreme-grade spirit fruit like this. At the very least, he would make it into spirit wine or spirit pills. Moreover, with Zero's help, Lin Xian could now control the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Therefore, refining 7th-grade pills was not a problem for him. What he lacked the most now were supreme-grade spirit herbs. After putting away the supreme-grade spirit fruit, Lin Xian looked into the distance again. He would remember this place. He decided that when he became stronger in the future, he would come here again and pluck all the supreme-grade spirit fruits. Then, the two of them flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Not long after, they saw a city. It seemed that although this ruffian dragon was unreliable, he still managed to teleport near Crimson Crescent City. After entering the city, Lin Xian found it to be very lively. There were many young talents and some very dignified big shots. These people were all walking in the same direction with a trace of excitement on their faces. Hey, have you heard? I heard that the Morong clan's goddess is also coming to this birthday banquet. Of course, I've heard about it. I must show off my skills at this birthday banquet. If I can get Morong Qingqing's favor, I can directly enter the Morong clan. You're dreaming, you? Beat me first. They were all very excited. Lin Xian was a little speechless. Were these people here to attend the birthday banquet or to look at the beauties? This Crimson Crescent City was different from other cities because the entire city was a huge mansion. There were pavilions, terraces, and waterfalls everywhere. All kinds of strange beasts were walking on the ground. Lin Xian was flabbergasted as he watched. He exclaimed in his heart, as expected of the Morong clan, an elder could actually own a city and use it as his own residence. This was simply too imposing and too shocking. As they walked further into the city, the scenery changed again. Rows of palaces and pavilions stood on the ground like shining stars. It was very magnificent. Many red-crowned cranes were wandering around. It was like a paradise on earth. That was just the periphery. The real core was in front of them. There were 2 rows of young disciples in front of them. They were greeting guests. Those disciples were all very handsome. They were wearing white robes with the Murong clan's emblem on their chests. Although they were greeting guests with smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with arrogance. You can't bring your pet inside. Suddenly, one of the Murong clan's disciples stopped Lin Xian and said, "You can forget about the monkey, but you can't bring the snake inside." "You bastard, what kind of look is that? You're the snake. Your whole family are snakes." Before Lin Xian could say anything, the Crimson Dragon roared angrily. It was a member of the Divine Dragon clan. It hated being called a snake the most. However, it looked very much like a snake right now. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. They all looked over. The Murong clan's disciple was also shocked. "This snake can talk? Brat, if you dare to talk about me again, I'll beat you into a pig's head." The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. It had recovered part of its strength, so it was not afraid. These people would not be able to catch it anyway. Being threatened by a snake, the Murong clan's disciple's face darkened. He then glared fiercely at Lin Xian and said, "Your snake has violent tendencies. All the more reason not to let it in." Although a talking snake was very mysterious, as a disciple of the Murong clan, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Forget about a snake, they had even seen a talking skeleton. Therefore, after the initial shock, these people had calmed down. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. This was because he had seen a group of people riding on strange beasts being respectfully welcomed by humans. Those were all demon generals. They were extremely powerful. If they were to talk about danger, those demon generals would be more dangerous. However, the Murong clan's disciples did not stop them. Instead, they stopped Lin Xian. It was obvious that those people were not ordinary cultivators. Although Lin Xian had an extraordinary appearance, he was dressed plainly. Moreover, he was coming here alone. At first glance, they could tell that he was not a disciple of a large force. Therefore, the Murong clan's disciples did not treat him well. "Brat, which clan are you from? Do you have an invitation? Where's your elder? Call him over." Another woman stepped forward. Her words were even harsher. "I don't think you have the right to meet my elder," Lin Xian said coldly with his hands behind his back. He could tell that these people were obviously looking for trouble and wanted to bully him. Although he did not know the reason, he could guess that although these people were disciples of the Murong clan, their real status was not high. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to be doormen. Therefore, although they appeared to be of noble status to outsiders, their real status was relatively lowly. Therefore, these people's mentality was slightly twisted. In addition, they still had to greet those big shots with a smile, so their mentality was even more twisted. This time, when they saw that Lin Xian seemed easy to bully, of course they would treat him coldly to show their status as disciples of a large clan. However, they were obviously looking for the wrong person. This was because the young man in front of them was not afraid of their scolding. Instead, a fierce aura surged from his body, causing their hearts to tremble slightly. Chapter 10:10. The disciples of the Murong family were furious and emitted a terrifying aura. Although they were just doormen, they were still disciples of the Murong family. They were members of a king family. Now, an unknown kid dared to threaten them. He had committed a heinous crime. In their opinion, Lin Xian's actions were unforgivable. "How dare you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel?" The woman shouted coldly. "Kid, you've come to the wrong place if you're looking for trouble. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The young man scoffed. "Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. These people were used to being arrogant. He had not done anything, and they had already labeled him as a troublemaker. The disciples of the Murong family were aggressive and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. "What's with your attitude? You invited me here, and now you're treating me like this. What? Are you looking down on me? A bunch of dogs. If it wasn't for the Murong girl's family, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to provoke the Murong family. Moreover, they were in the Murong family's territory. Where did this kid come from? How dare he be fearless of the Morong family? Who knows? Look at him. He only has a snake by his side. He doesn't have any servants and he's not dressed very well. He's definitely not a disciple of a big family. Maybe he's just a rash kid. The group of people discussed animatedly. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. The disciples of the Morong family were so angry that their bodies trembled. Kid, how dare you speak such arrogant words and threaten us? I think you don't know how to write the word death. The few of them looked ferocious. It was obvious that they wanted to attack. They all had cold smiles on their faces as powerful auras emanated from their bodies. They formed a circle and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Although the people in front of him were aggressive and looked powerful to outsiders, they were not a threat to him. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense and they were about to attack, a shout came from afar. Stop! When he heard this voice, Lin Xian turned slightly cold. The faces of the Morong family disciples also changed and they stopped in their tracks. The surrounding people were also surprised and bewildered. They did not expect that there would be someone who would step forward to stop them. However, judging by the looks of the Morong clan's disciples, the person who came should not be a simple person. Sure enough, a ray of light flashed, and a figure rushed over from afar, appearing in front of everyone. This was a beautiful woman. She wore a light yellow dress, and her appearance was pretty and cute. However, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Sister Linger. A few of the Morong clan's disciples shouted respectfully. Lin Xian smiled. So it's you. The person who came was none other than Morong Qingqing's little girl, Linger. Linger put her hands on her waist and said, This is Lin Xian, young Master Lin. He is a guest invited by the young miss. How dare you stop him? Quickly leave. Young miss invited him. When the Morong clan's disciples heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear and regret. They did not expect that the young man in front of them was a guest invited by the young miss. Young Master Lin, we did not know who you were. Please forgive us. A few of the Morong clan's disciples said. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. After all, they were disciples of the Morong clan, and today was Elder Morong's birthday banquet. He would not disrespect the Morong clan over such a small matter. Moreover, the other party had apologized and seemed to be quite frightened. They probably would not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Linger gestured for Lin Xian to follow her. Lin Xian nodded and followed Linger. After Lin Xian left, the Morong clan's disciples let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with fear. It was too dangerous just now. If the other party did not give up and insisted on going to the young miss, they would definitely be punished. Fortunately, they were safe now. However, they decided that they would not provoke the other party in the future. The surrounding crowd was even more shocked. This outcome was completely different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that the young man would be thrown out by the Morong clan's disciples and be taught a lesson. However, they did not expect that someone would respectfully invite him in. Moreover, the young miss that Linger had mentioned had piqued their interest. To be able to make the Morong clan's disciples so frightened, her identity must be extraordinary. However, they did not think that it could be Morong Qingqing. After all, there were quite a few core disciples of the Morong clan who had come this time. Moreover, these people did not think that Lin Xian would be related to Morong Qingqing. If they knew, their jaws would definitely drop. Lin Xian followed Ling and walked towards the palace's balcony. You bastard! What trick did you use to trick the young miss into inviting you here? Linger asked fiercely. I'm warning you, don't you dare have any ideas about my young miss. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Obviously, the little girl had received Morong Qingqing's orders to come. However, she did not have a good impression of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He did not answer. At this time, anything he said would be wrong. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. The front was bustling with noise and excitement again. Many martial artists came and went. Moreover, their identities and auras were far superior to those on the outside. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. It was filled with hostility. Lin Xian turned his head slightly and sneered. This was because not far away, Lu Chang was staring at him with hatred. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to condense. However, Lin Xian did not care. He knew that Lu Chang would not dare to make a move. As expected, Lu Chang was staring at him and did not do anything. You really know how to cause trouble. You've just arrived and you've already provoked people? Linger frowned. It's nothing. Just an old enemy. But now, I won't stoop to his level, Lin Xian said coolly. Indeed, if it were in the past, Lin Xian would definitely treat Lu Chang as an opponent. However, after this period of sharpening, his strength and vision had become much higher. He already looked down on someone like Lu Chang. I'm warning you, don't be careless. Although Lu Chang is nothing, his family is not to be underestimated. Linger thought about it, and still reminded. Oh, what's so special about him? Lin Xian asked. He really did not know about this. He's young Master Ling Feng's man, Linger said. Moreover, he's not an ordinary person. Chapter 10-11. Sir Ling Feng has 8 powerful clans under him. The Lu clan is one of them. So, you can ignore Lu Chang, but you can't ignore the Lu clan. Linger reminded. There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect Lu Chang to have such a powerful background. At this moment, another cold and gloomy gaze swept over. Lin Xian looked over and discovered that it was another familiar face. The owner of the cold gaze was none other than Shen Yaotian, who had a conflict with him before. Back then, Shen Yaotian was extremely powerful in the Sand region and was considered one of the top existences of the younger generation. He had a conflict with Lin Xian and even fought a huge battle. After that, the two of them entered the Immortal Martial Academy together. But after that, Lin Xian soared and became one of the top figures in the academy. Shen Yaotian was still an ordinary disciple and hadn't even entered the Mystic Reverend ranking. Of course, this didn't mean that Shen Yaotian was weak. There were simply too many geniuses in the academy, and every one of them was a demon-level existence. I didn't expect you to come. Shen Yaotian coldly snorted, his expression ice-cold. Beside him, there were 3 other disciples from the Shen clan. Their auras were powerful, and their expressions were similarly unfriendly. I didn't plan to come, but Qingqing insisted, so I came. Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples from the Shen clan changed. Shen Yaotian gritted his teeth. Morong Qingqing's beauty was unparalleled, and she was extremely intelligent. Her status was even more noble. She could be said to be the goddess of the younger generation. Even the disciples of the Shen clan would feel proud to be able to marry Morong Qingqing. But Morong Qingqiang was like an otherworldly fairy, forcefully rejecting everyone. But now, there was actually someone who was favored by Morong Qingqing and was even invited to the banquet. This caused them to go crazy. Just a guy who lives off a woman. If you didn't have Qingqing's invitation, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter this place. A disciple from the Shen clan coldly snorted. It takes skill to live off a woman. At the very least, you don't have that skill. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. When his strength reached a certain level, his vision also became much higher. Now, Lin Xian had the world in his heart. He was thinking about how to climb higher and not lower himself to the same level as these people. Therefore, he merely smiled and ignored these mockery and ridicule. Seeing the other party's casual smile, the Shen clan's disciple felt as if a cat was scratching his heart. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be angry and argue with them. That way, they would have a chance to make a move. However, the other party didn't seem to care at all. This made them feel as if they had punched the air, and they were unable to exert any more strength. Linger, who was leading the way, also felt dizzy. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have a grudge with the Shen family other than the Lu family. Although these people were not core disciples of the Shen family, the Shen family was still a king family. They were an existence that was on par with the Morong family. Their strength could not be underestimated. You're the first person I've met who's as arrogant as you. At this time, a few Lu family's disciples also walked up and sneered. I don't know if he's a freeloader or not, but I do see a few envious rabbits. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Aya, Their eyes are as red as rubies. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips. He couldn't be bothered with these people. What did you say? Who's a rabbit? Explain clearly. Envious? We're envious of you? What a joke. When the Xin and Lu family's disciples heard Lin Xian's words, they were instantly enraged. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Lin Xian sneered coldly. Those who are powerful will ignore whatever others say. Because they are strong, they don't need the outside world's comments. Only those without strength will jump up and down all day, as if they're afraid that others won't know of their existence. These clowns are only fit to be jokes. When it comes to fighting, they're not even worth mentioning. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into their hearts. Immediately, Lu Chong, Shun Yaotian, and the others trembled in anger. Clown? You're the first person who dares to say that to a Shun family's disciple. A cold voice sounded, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone turned around and saw a very handsome man walking over from afar. He held a jade wine cup in his hand, and his expression was extremely cold. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, he was like a god of war, giving off an endless sense of oppression. So powerful. Feeling this pressure, the faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. Too powerful. This young man definitely has the strength of a fourth firmament venerable. A fourth firmament venerable was already a powerhouse. Who was this young man to have such terrifying strength at such a young age? The surrounding warriors were shocked. On the other hand, Shen Yaotian and the others were excited and overjoyed. Brother Yulong! Shen Yaotian and the others shouted excitedly. Linger also frowned slightly. She didn't expect things to become so complicated. Be careful. This person is called Shen Yulong, a core disciple of the Shen family. His strength is definitely not comparable to Shen Yaotian and the others. Ling quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian, a core disciple of the Shen family. Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the other party's powerful aura. This is a core disciple of the Shen family? Very strong. Even in the Immortal Martial Academy, he should be in the top 10. As expected of a king family, they're really strong. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Although he didn't get along with the other party, he had to admit that a disciple from a king family was definitely terrifying. However, he still couldn't intimidate them. Shen Yulong. He's Shen Yulong. At this moment, the surrounding warriors exclaimed. He was a core disciple of the Shen family. No wonder his aura was so strong. They didn't expect to meet a core disciple of a king family. It seemed like this banquet wasn't in vain. The surrounding warriors were excited. It couldn't be helped. A king family was the overlord of the Sky Martial Continent. They were the most sacred place in everyone's heart. And a disciple from a king family was a peerless genius that others looked up to. Shen Yulong's expression was cold as he walked over slowly with a jade wine cup in his hand. He walked to the front of Lin Xian with a disdainful smile on his face. He had heard of Lin Xian's name a long time ago. A brat with no background and only some talent dared to get close to Morong Qingqing. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Today, he wanted to see what kind of ability Lin Xian had. Shen Yulong's appearance shocked the surrounding warriors. The Shen family disciples were even more excited. Chapter 10-12. What's wrong? You look so confident. Could it be that you're even better at living off a woman? Lin Xian casually said. Lin Xian didn't care about Shen Yulong's status and strength at all. Hence, he wasn't polite at all. Facing the powerful Shen Yulong, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who was Shen Yulong? He was a core disciple of the Shen clan, a genius of a king clan. Even the elders and patriarchs of the clan would have to bow to him when they saw him. But now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him. This was simply too shocking. Who is that brat? What's his background? Do you guys know? Could it be that he's also a disciple of a peak power? Not sure. I've never seen him before. The crowd discussed, guessing Lin Xian's identity. In their opinion, someone who dared to go against a core disciple of the Shen clan should also be a disciple from a peak power. However, after asking around, they realized that no one knew who Lin Xian was. The reason was simple. Lin Xian was only a famous figure in the Immortal Martial Academy. These people came from all over the Blood Realm and weren't even disciples of the Academy. Hence, it was normal that they hadn't heard of Lin Xian before. But when Shen Yulong heard this, his face sank. A little disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy actually dared to speak to him like this. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Brat, you're very brave. But do you know the consequences of saying such words? Shen Yulong's voice was cold and contained a trace of killing intent. Then you don't know the consequences of saying such words to me? Lin Xian didn't back down and retorted back. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators almost popped out. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to go against Shen Yulong. Good. Brat, you've got guts. You're the first one who dares to threaten me. After the banquet, let's have a good spar. Let me see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Shen Yulong coldly said. His eyes emitted a sinister light. I couldn't ask for more. I also want to see what kind of standard the Chen family's core disciples have. Lin Xian sneered, not caring at all. He's just a little disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. Why would Brother Yulong need to personally deal with such a small matter? Another cold shout was heard. Then, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. This was also a young man. His appearance was extremely coarse, and he carried a type of wild beauty. He took a step forward and instantly traversed several hundred feet. In just 2 or 3 steps, he had arrived in front of everyone. So fast. What exquisite footwork! Everyone gasped in surprise. This kind of speed had already exceeded their expectations. Needless to say, the person who came was another top youth expert. Big brother. Seeing this wild youth, Lu Chong cried out excitedly. The other Lu family disciples also shouted excitedly. Big brother Lu Lai. I'd like to see who dares to spout such nonsense and challenge Brother Yulong. Lu Lai was tall and his eyes were sharp. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Linger sighed. Sure enough, the Lu family had also intervened. Looking at the current situation, Lin Xian was most probably in danger. Sighing, she could only hurriedly say, Everyone. This young Master Lin was invited by our Mississippi. I hope everyone won't obstruct him. Miss Linger, we won't not give face to Miss Qingqing. It's just that what capabilities does this fellow have to be able to gain Miss Qingqing's favor? I think Miss Qingqing might have been deceived by him. Now, I'm going to unveil his ugly face. Lu Lai's voice was sonorous like thunder, resounding in all directions. Miss Qingqing? Don't tell me it's Morong Qingqing? Hearing this, everyone was incomparably shocked. They didn't expect this young man in front of them to be someone personally invited by Morong Qingqing. This was too shocking. One must know that even Shen Yulong and Lu Lai didn't have such face. Also, from Lu Lai's words, this young man seemed to be a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. But when did the Immortal Martial Academy produce such a disciple? However, they believed that from today onwards, Lin Xian's name would enter the eyes of these people. I also want to see what exactly is it that can make you so arrogant? Lin Xian took a step forward as a sharp aura gushed forth from his body. Facing the domineering Lu Chong, he still had no fear and was prepared to fight at any moment. Feeling the aura exuding from Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators all drew in a breath of cold air because that aura was too terrifying. It was like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed, causing everyone to feel fear in their hearts. What a sharp sword chi! As expected of someone invited by Miss Murong, he's indeed very powerful. Those present weren't weaklings. Although there was only a strand of aura, they could still sense the terrifying energy contained within Lin Xian's body. Everyone was extremely agitated. These two could be considered peak experts of the younger generation. If they really fought, it would definitely be an exciting battle. Oh, someone wants to fight? Let me take a look. At this moment, a laughter rang out. Next, a young man clad in luxurious robes walked over from afar. He had a smile on his face as he laughed heartily. Upon seeing that person, Linger heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, She was worried that Lin Xian and Lu Lai would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Now, it seemed that everything would be fine. Young Master Qingshu, you've also come, Linger said. The surrounding cultivators were all moved. They didn't expect Morong Qingshu to come here. This birthday banquet was organized by a very high-status elder of the Morong family. Morong Qingshu was the direct descendant of this elder. In other words, Morong Qingshu was the young master of Crimson Lunar City. Therefore, his identity was also extraordinary. After knowing the identity of the other party, Lin Xian withdrew the sword qi from his body and no longer attacked. On the side, the dark red divine dragon coldly said to Lu Lai, "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, you would have already been struck to death." It's really angry. These people are too despicable. They all deserve to die. Humph. Lu Lai coldly snorted as a terrifying light shot out from his eyes. Morong Qingshu strode over with a smile on his face and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, today is my ancestor's birthday banquet. Please give me some face and fight another day. At that time, I can invite all of my good friends to witness the two of you. Since Brother Qingshu has spoken, then I'll fight another day." Lu Lai turned around and smiled at Morong Qingshu. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian once again. He coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live for a few more days. Enjoy your last moments." Lu Lai looked down from above like a death god as he announced the date of Lin Xian's death. "Surnamed Lu, if you dare to speak to me like that again, do you believe that I won't strike you with my sword? I don't care what your identity is." Lin Xian was also angry. The other party was so aggressive and had provoked him time and time again. Even a person made of clay would have some anger, let alone him. Chapter 10:13. The sword qi was very close to Lu Lai, as if it would slash down at any moment. "You dare to attack me?" Lu Lai was enraged. He did not expect the other party to attack him. In the next moment, he glared at Lin Fan as well. The aura on his body was like a flood, rumbling loudly. A huge amount of energy gathered and rushed forward, as if it was going to tear Lin Xian apart. Bang! Lin Xian sneered. The sword qi on his body shone even more brightly. It was like a rainbow as it slashed forward. He had directly used the power of the great dragon sword soul for this attack. It was extremely powerful. He did this to intimidate the crowd and let them know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be provoked. The sword qi was like a rainbow, quickly slicing through Lu Lai's aura and slashing down. Lu Lai was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword qi to be so sharp that it could slice through his aura. With a low roar, he waved his palm and slapped upwards. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, letting out a low rumbling sound as if metal and stone had collided. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Lu Lai took 3 steps back. His palm was scarlet red and fresh blood flowed down his fingertips, dripping onto the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. What? Lu Lai is injured? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Lai to be the one who was injured in the clash. This was too unbelievable. Lu Lai was a genius disciple of the Lu family, and the Lu family was one of the 8 great families under Prince Lingfeng. They were extremely powerful. Although they could not be compared to the king families, they were not people who could be provoked by ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Lai was very powerful. He was not inferior to Shen Yulong. However, such a powerful person was injured. Moreover, he was injured by a single slash. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Shen Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the rest frowned. They did not expect Lu Lai to be injured. Lu Lai was both shocked and furious. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at first. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ant that he could casually squash to death. However, things went beyond his expectations. His opponent's sword qi was too sharp, and it actually injured him. Although it was only a cut on his palm, it still made him very angry because no one had ever been able to hurt him so easily. Lin Xian was also speechless. To be honest, his opponent's strength was above his expectations. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he would at least be able to sever his opponent's hand. But now, his opponent only had a small cut and didn't suffer any substantial damage. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It seemed that he had the strength to back up his arrogance. Lu Lai's spirit force surged into his palm. The next moment, the blood stopped flowing and the sword wound quickly formed a scar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lin Xian like a beast. "Brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you." Lu Jiang roared angrily, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted, wrapping him up like a ball of fire. The sword mark on his palm quickly disappeared, and his entire palm returned to normal. "This aura is so strong." The surrounding people cried out in surprise and kept retreating. They had no choice. Lu Lai's current aura was too strong. It was definitely the pressure of a fourth heaven venerable, and it wasn't an ordinary one. The spiritual energy on the surface of Lu Lai's body pulsed like divine flames. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his finger forward like a sword. "That sword strike just now was a warning to you. If you continue to cause trouble, it won't be as simple as a cut on your palm next time. If you don't believe me, you can try." Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that shook the surroundings. Hearing that, the surrounding warriors were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Who was Lu Lai? He was a genius warrior of the Lu family. Even a core disciple of a king family like Shin Yulong addressed him as brother. One could imagine how powerful Lu Lai was. And now, he was being scolded by a young man in public. This was a slap to his face. "You're courting death." Lu Lai roared angrily and threw out a punch. This punch was filled with spiritual energy and shone brightly. It was like a demonic mountain that charged forward rapidly. At this moment, Lu Lai attacked with all his might. He couldn't wait to punch Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Lin Xian sneered and was not afraid. He waved his arm and landed quickly. An icy blue aura bloomed from his fingertip and turned into an icy sword aura that slashed forward quickly. Accompanying it was a monstrous and terrifying icy aura. Boom! A deep sound was heard as boundless icy aura spread out as if it was going to freeze the entire world. This sword strike was too sharp. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. It forced Lu Lai back again. This time, Lu Lai's fist cracked again, and a terrifying crack appeared on it. Blood spurted out again, but this time, it was frozen into ice by the icy aura before it could fall to the ground. "This is what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke." Lin Xian sneered. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a disciple of the Lu family. Let me tell you, you are nothing in front of me." Lin Xian stood proudly with his black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, he was like a sword god looking down on his opponent. Previously, Lu Lai had looked down on him with an arrogant attitude. Now, he was going to return the favor with a similar attitude. He wanted to let Lu Lai have a taste of being looked down on and looked down on. When the crowd saw this, their eyelids twitched and they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. His attack was too terrifying. Even Lu Lai was no match for him. There was no suspense in the fight unless Lu Lai used his martial soul and used all his strength. But no matter what the final result was, Lin Xian's name was etched in everyone's heart. This was definitely a person more terrifying than Lu Lai. Lu Lai was so angry that his body trembled. His face was ferocious as he roared to the sky, "Kid, after the birthday banquet, you and I will fight to the death. I will kill you with my own hands." He was too angry and too aggrieved. If they were not in Crimson Crescent City today, and did not have to care about the Morong family's reputation, he would have used all his strength to kill Lin Xian. He would not be as aggrieved as he was now. However, he also decided that after the birthday banquet, he would kill Lin Xian in an extremely brutal way. "You still dare to be stubborn? Looks like I didn't teach you a lesson." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm again, and a stunning sword chi was released. It tore through the starry sky and slashed forward. Wasn't Lin Xian arrogant and insolent? Wasn't he looking down on everyone? Now, he was going to be even more insolent and arrogant than Lin Xian. He wanted to defeat Lu Lai completely. Lu Lai's face was ferocious and his body trembled with anger. As a genius disciple of the Lu family, he was respected by everyone. Even the core disciples of the King family would call him a friend. But now, he was being bullied by a kid. Chapter 10:14. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that he had been suppressed in front of everyone. This made him lose all his face. How was he going to show his face in the future? Little Xian, well done. That's so satisfying. The dark red dragon cheered from the side. Who does he think he is? How dare he look down on us? How despicable. If I still had my powers, I would eat him. The dark red dragon stomped its feet, itching to go up and eat him. Linger's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, his attitude was even more decisive and arrogant. He wanted to completely defeat Lu Lai and ruin his reputation so that he wouldn't be able to face everyone. After this battle, Lu Lai's reputation would be greatly reduced. Peng, another dazzling sword chi, sharp to the extreme, like the Milky Way, quickly slashed down, causing Lu Lai to tremble all over as he continuously retreated. I'm going to kill you. Lu Lai finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with madness. With a roar, his aura suddenly erupted. Lu Lai finally couldn't take it anymore. With a long roar, his body emitted a terrifying light. He wanted to fight to the death with Lin Xian. What? You can't take it anymore? Come on then. If you dare to make a move, I'll cut you in half. Sword aura surrounded Lin Xian's body. His fingertips emitted a dazzling sword light. He took a step forward and was about to wield his sword aura. Stop! At this moment, Murong Qingshu suddenly shouted and stood between the two of them. His face was cold and his body carried a terrifying aura. At the same time, his voice seemed to contain a calming power. Today is my ancestor's 800th birthday. I hope the two of you can restrain yourselves. His voice was cold and unquestionable. Little brother, I respect you as a guest brought by Qingcheng, so I've been holding back. However, don't go too far. You should know that this is Crimson Crescent City, the Murong family's territory. Not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Murong Qingshu stared at Lin Xian, his voice cold. That's what you're saying. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me first? If he hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have attacked him. No matter what, I'm a victim. I think you should blame him. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently. Humph. Lu Lai shouted coldly, Brother Qingshu, I'll give you face this time. After the banquet, I'll kill him myself. I hope you won't stop me. With that, he turned around and left with the Lu family disciples. Linger, bring me to see Qingcheng. Lin Xian spoke. After that, he walked past Murong Qingshu, ignoring him. Clearly, Murong Qingshu and Lu Lai were in cahoots. Otherwise, he would not have spoken up for Lu Lai. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to pay any attention to the other party. When he saw this scene, Murong Qingshu's expression turned gloomy. He was a true disciple of a king clan, and he was even the young master of Crimson Crescent City. His status was lofty, and no one dared to disrespect him. But now, a brat actually dared to ignore him. If Lu Lai was not brought here by Qingcheng, he would have already ordered people to throw him out. Brother, that brat is too despicable. I'll go teach him a lesson. At the side, a girl in a blue dress said in a low voice. This woman's appearance could be considered pretty, but her pair of eyes flashed with a cold light, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't be rash. After all, he is brought here by Qingcheng. Right now, we are still unable to contend with Qingcheng. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a lesson. I won't take his life. Seeing that Murong Qingshu did not object, the girl sneered again and left quickly. When Lin Xian arrived at a hall, he realized that Murong Qingcheng was not there. She had been called away by an elder of the clan. It seemed like they were discussing something. Since he was bored, Lin Xian strolled around. Little brother, how should I address you? Why don't we get to know each other? Brother Lin, your heroic bearing just now is really enviable. Seeing that Lin Xian was strolling around alone, Several cultivators in the surroundings walked over to chat with him. Although Lin Xin and Lu Lai were at odds with the Lu clan, not everyone here were friends of the Lu clan. There were also some who were enemies. Hence, at this moment, these people seemed to have the intention of befriending Lin Xian. The few of them chatted harmoniously. At this moment, a disciple from the Crimson Lunar City walked over and snorted in a low voice. Isn't he just a small disciple of the immortal martial academy? Does he really think he's someone important? He actually dared to make a move in the Crimson Lunar City. How audacious. Yeah, he doesn't even have Brother Qingshu in his eyes. Too despicable. If it wasn't for Sister Qingcheng, he wouldn't even be able to enter the banquet. Many disciples from the Crimson Lunar City mocked. At this moment, a girl in a blue dress walked over and coldly laughed. I heard that Sir Lin's name shook the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Now that I've met you, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Although you are a guest invited by Sister Qingcheng, you should have prepared a gift, right? I wonder what kind of heaven-shaking gifted genius like you would have prepared. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? Him? What kind of gift can he take out? I don't think he prepared anything. So what if he prepared something? It's probably some trash that he wouldn't dare to take out. A few disciples from the Crimson Lunar City sneered. Hey, you guys can't say that. No matter what, Brother Lin is still a genius of the Immortal Martial Academy. How could he be so poor that he can't even take out a gift? Murong Qian laughed. Don't underestimate Brother Lin. Do you know what sword he's carrying on his back? That's a half-Earth rank treasure, the solitary star sword. What? A half-Earth rank treasure? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The few cultivators who were chatting with Lin Xian also widened their eyes. They didn't know that the treasure sword on Lin Xian's back was actually so valuable. The few disciples from the Crimson Lunar City looked at each other. They really didn't know that Lin Xian had a half-Earth rank treasure. However, since Murong Qian had said it, it shouldn't be false. In an instant, the way the crowd looked at Lin Xian changed. Greed and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. A half-Earth rank treasure was too valuable. Even a core disciple of a royal family like Shen Yulong didn't have one. One could imagine how valuable it was. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The woman in front of him had acted strangely and wanted to stir up trouble. It was obvious that she wanted to mock and frame him. It seemed that the strength he had displayed earlier wasn't enough. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have dared to provoke him. However, he was here to participate in the birthday banquet, and the other party was a member of the Murong family. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't act out. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't speak, Murong Qian sneered. Sir Lin, why be so stingy? Why don't you show us the gift? Could it be that Sir Lin really didn't prepare anything? Chapter 10:15. Aya, this is too bad. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. You're more suitable to be Sister Qingcheng's guest. It wouldn't be good if you didn't prepare a gift. At that time, Sister Qingcheng and the Immortal Martial Academy will lose face because of you. Murong Qian had a regretful look on her face. But soon after, she smiled and said, It's fine even if you didn't prepare anything. I'll help you think of a way. My ancestor loves to collect treasured swords. If you present the Lone Star Sword as a gift, I'm sure my ancestor will be overjoyed. Moreover, you can protect Sister Qingcheng and the Immortal Martial Academy's face. This is killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Using a half-Earth tier treasure as a gift, this was too extravagant. It seemed like the attitude of the Crimson Crescent City disciples towards Lin Xian wasn't too friendly. They obviously wanted to snatch the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian's face sank as he asked coldly, Who are you? I'm Murong Qian, just a small disciple of the Crimson Crescent City. Wasn't young Master Lin invited by Sister Qingcheng? Why aren't you with her? Oh, I remember now. Sister Qingcheng went to discuss something with the elders. Of course you can't enter. Ahahaha. Murong Qian laughed. Her voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Sister Qingcheng? So you're Morong Qingqing's sister? I'm Qingqing's good friend. Speaking of which, I'm also your elder brother. How can you be so disrespectful to your elder brother? I'm thirsty. Get me a cup of tea. Lin Xian sneered. You. Morong Qian was so angry that her body trembled. What was her identity? Although she wasn't a direct disciple of the Crimson Crescent City, she was still an outstanding disciple. She had a noble status and had never been ordered around by others. And now, a despicable brat actually dared to take advantage of her and order her around. He was really courting death. As a younger sister, you should have the awareness of a younger sister. What's wrong? You don't even want to listen to your elder brother's words? Lin Xian smiled again. While you're at it, bring me a chair. I'll wait here for Qingqing. Brat, don't go too far. Morong Qian scoffed icily. I'm only giving face to Sister Qingqing. Otherwise, do you think that you could be so arrogant? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know your place. I'm just giving Qingqing face. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, do you think you'd still be standing? Brat, you're playing with fire. Morong Qian's expression was gloomy and cold. As one of the most outstanding disciples of Crimson Crescent City, she usually behaved like a princess and had never suffered such humiliation. Originally, she had come to ridicule Lin Xian, but she didn't expect that she would be the one being bullied. This made her furious. At this moment, the surrounding dancers also looked over and started discussing. Those gazes caused Morong Qian's expression to darken even further. Lin Xian sneered. He still wanted to say something, but his brows suddenly twitched. He used his soul force to check behind him and discovered that Morong Qingshu was also among them. Instantly, the corners of his lips curled up and he stopped talking. Brat, how dare you provoke me? You're dead meat. Morong Qian gritted her teeth. What? Is this how Crimson Crescent City treats its guests? You even threaten your guests. Lin Xian said in a low voice, if that's the case, I'd better leave. I don't want to be harmed by Crimson Crescent City. You. Morong Qian's chest trembled in anger. She wanted to say something more, but at this moment, a loud shout came from behind her. Shut up. Then, Morong Qingshu strode over with a gloomy face. Seeing that it was Lin Xian again, a cold look appeared on his face. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't say anything. After all, Lin Xian was a guest. They were the hosts, and they had to take care of their reputation. Otherwise, Crimson Crescent City would become a laughingstock. Brother, this brat is too hateful. Hurry up and throw him out. Shut up. Don't be rude. Brother Lin is our guest. What have I taught you? Morong Qingshu said coldly. But Morong Qian wanted to say something, but when that icy glare swept towards her, she was so frightened that she no longer dared to speak. Brother Lin, I think this is a misunderstanding. Qian isn't very sensible. If she has offended Brother Lin in any way, please forgive her. It's fine. As an older brother, I won't lower myself to my younger sister's level. Lin Xian waved his hand in a magnanimous manner. Hearing this, Morong Qian's vision turned black and she nearly fainted. Morong Qingshu's lips twitched, but he did not say anything in the end. However, when he looked at Lin Xian, there was an almost undetectable iciness in his eyes. All right, everyone, stop looking. This is a misunderstanding. Morong Qingshu turned around and spoke to the crowd. Everyone, it's still early for the birthday banquet. Why don't we take a stroll around Crimson Crescent City? I don't dare to speak about other places, but there are quite a few good places in Crimson Crescent City. Brother Qingshu, I heard that there is a very famous place in Crimson Crescent City called the Tiger Garden. I heard that there are hundreds of demonic tigers there, and many of them have reached the level of demon general. I wonder if you can bring us to take a look? A warrior asked. Yeah, I've heard about it too. Many people echoed. Since everyone is interested, I'll bring everyone to take a look. Morong Qingshu laughed loudly. Then, his body swayed and he flew towards the sky. The crowd was excited and quickly followed Morong Qingshu. Tiger Garden? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with curiosity. Then, his body swayed and he soared into the sky with the dark red divine dragon as he followed behind. It had to be said that Crimson Crescent City was very big. The central area was filled with palaces and pavilions while the surroundings were mountains, lakes, waterfalls, and forests. It was like a primitive garden. The Tiger Garden was in the mountains at the periphery. From afar, before they could get close, they could hear tiger roars coming from the forest below. Some of the roars were abnormally terrifying. There was a strong demonic aura. When Lin Xian heard the roars, he was slightly moved because he could clearly feel that the roars contained a terrifying power. The dark red divine dragon had a look of disdain. Although the tiger roars below were powerful, how could they be compared to the dark red divine dragon? If it wasn't for Lin Xian stopping it, the dark red divine dragon would have roared over. Lin Xian followed the large group in front and landed on a mountaintop. Murong Qingshu said that the mountain in front was the so-called Tiger Garden. However, there were no special boundaries and everyone could visit it as they wished. However, they had to take note of the 3 red mountain peaks behind them. It was better for everyone not to go near them, because there were 3 extremely terrifying demonic tigers imprisoned in the 3 mountain peaks. They were even more powerful and violent. Therefore, for safety reasons, it was better for everyone not to go there. Chapter 10:16. Sure enough, there were 3 red mountains in the distance. Although everyone was curious, they did not go because of Murong Qingshu's reminder. Following that, everyone split into groups of 3 to 5 and quickly flew in all directions. Lin Xian also flew to a mountain with the dark red dragon. Sure enough, he saw a fierce tiger in the forest. It was a black striped demon tiger, more than 10 meters long. It was very ferocious and had a monstrous demonic aura. This demon tiger had reached the level of a demon general. It was awe-inspiring and roared in all directions. Suddenly, it caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's figure and roared, its eyes filled with ferocity. "Little Black, go, bite him to death." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The black tiger roared and turned into a black light that pounced. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not panic. Instead, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Although this demon tiger was strong, it was nothing compared to him. Before he even made a move, the dark red dragon beside him suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The voice was not loud and was even a little low. However, it carried the majesty of a king and directly intimidated the black, striped demon tiger. The black tiger's eyes were filled with fear. Its body trembled slightly, and it retreated uneasily. It did not expect that the snake-like animal in front of it could make such a sound. Just as it was about to flee, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, forming a huge palm of light and grabbing at it. Dragon Catcher Hand. The huge light shield whistled with terrifying momentum and caught the black tiger in an instant. Then, it brought it closer to Lin Xian. Dragon Catcher Hand was considered a unique skill. It was said that if one mastered it, one could kill a dragon, let alone a demon tiger. Lin Xian retracted his hand and placed the black demon tiger beside him. Immediately, the demon tiger trembled and crawled on the ground, not daring to move. The originally ferocious demon tiger was now as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian squatted down and gently stroked the demon tiger's fur. Then, he said indifferently, "What? Was the lesson not enough? Now you want to die?" Lin Xian did not raise his head, but his voice was clearly transmitted to the front. The void in front of him rippled as Murong Qian walked over with a vicious look on her face. "Brat, no one has ever been able to berate me, much less make me look bad in front of everyone. You are the first, so you must die." She stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in her eyes. "You?" Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. "Murong Qian may be quite powerful, but she was no match for him. I know that you are very strong and can even fight against Lulai. However, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that this is Crimson Crescent City." Her voice was extremely cold. Then, she flipped her wrist and took out a golden scroll. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the scroll opened abruptly, releasing a white light that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the red mystical dragon. Upon seeing the white light, Lin Xian's face sank. He was about to summon the Red Lotus battle armor to defend himself. Just then, The red mystical dragon quickly said, "This white light isn't an attack. It seems to have the effect of teleportation." Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. However, he still raised the red lotus battle armor. Whoosh! The white light enveloped them. Then, Lin Xian and the red mystical dragon's figures disappeared. Murong Qian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot as well. In this mountain forest, only the demon tiger was left trembling on the ground. When Lin Xian reappeared, he realized that he had arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place was definitely not the same forest as before. It was obvious that the white light had teleported them away. However, the teleportation time this time was very short, so Lin Xian guessed that they should still be in Crimson Crescent City. Then, he scanned his surroundings and realized that they were also surrounded by mountain peaks. However, they had all turned crimson red and there was even a boiling temperature. There's no need to look around. We're still in Crimson Crescent City. Murong Qian's figure appeared in front of him with a cold smile on her lips. To be exact, we're still in Tiger Garden. Why? Do you think that you can succeed just because we were teleported here? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so smug. You'll find out soon enough. Murong Qian said coldly. Then, she interlocked her fingers and placed them by her mouth. She gently blew a whistle. Bang bang. The ground trembled as if a huge creature was approaching. Along with it was a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic aura was too terrifying. It condensed into a demonic cloud and surged rapidly. Finally, a light flashed and a crimson figure appeared next to Murong Qian. Lin Xian looked up and frowned. The crimson figure was a tiger demon. However, it was different from the demon beasts he had seen before. This one was shaped like a human and could not walk. However, it had the head of a tiger and its limbs were extremely thick. Its huge palms were covered with terrifying sharp claws. It looked half human and half demon and was extremely strange. Demon Clan. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Interesting. No wonder you're so arrogant. There's a tiger demon here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This is a real demon clan. Furthermore, it's the most dangerous place in Tiger Garden because the tiger demons here are extremely powerful. They're 4-star demon generals and are extremely powerful. Furthermore, as a demon clan member, they were extremely strong and ferocious. They were far stronger than 4th heaven supremacies of the same rank. Brat, how dare you provoke me? You're dead meat. Murong Qian smiled coldly. Is that so? Is this your trump card? No wonder you're so arrogant and dare to lure me here. However, it's useless against me. Lin Xian shook his head. Stop bragging. You'll know how powerful it is soon. Although I can't kill you, I have hundreds of ways to torture you. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Of course, if you're willing to kneel down and admit your mistakes and obediently give me the Lone Star Sword as a gift, I'll be gentler when I attack you later. Murong Qian lifted her chin and looked down at Lin Xian. You're really confident. Do you think that a tiger demon can subdue me? Lin Xian shook his head gently. I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Murong Qian scoffed coldly. Red tiger demon, capture this brat. I'm going to torture him properly. Buzz. The red tiger demon nodded. He then stomped his foot and charged towards Suimo like a shooting star. The huge impact tore through the void and crushed the ground as it charged towards Lin Xian. You're indeed a demon clan member. You're indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed softly. This power alone was no weaker than Lu Lai's. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a flickering light and passing shadow. At the same time, his voice floated out, Aren't you afraid that Murong Qingcheng will find out that you're trying to kill me? Don't worry, Sister Qingcheng won't find out. She doesn't have the time to care about you now. Besides, only the two of us know about this. If I don't say anything, are you going to tell anyone? I don't think that you'll tell anyone about your miserable experience because you can't afford to lose face. Chapter 10:17. Is that so? In other words, this attack was your own idea and no one knows about it. Lin Xian smiled. So what if it is? I alone am enough to deal with you. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Originally, he had some misgivings and thought that this operation had been ordered by Morong Qingshu. However, it now seemed that Morong Qingshu did not know about it at all. This was completely Morong Qian's idea. Since that was the case, it would be easy to handle. In other words, only the two of them knew about what had happened here today. Thus, Lin Xian no longer had any misgivings. Buzz. The void trembled and suddenly, a terrifying scarlet beast claw slammed down. The beast claw was extremely terrifying and it carried a sharp, cold light as it tore through the void. Bang! Lin Xian quickly dodged as the huge tiger claw created a bottomless black hole in the ground. I thought you were some great genius. Turns out you're just a coward who only knows how to run. Morong Qian snorted coldly. Let's see how many times you can run. Chi-Hu, break his legs. Lin Xian's body flashed and he appeared on the side. His gaze gradually turned sharp as he whispered to the dark red divine dragon, Ruffian Long, set up a formation and seal off all images and sounds. Don't let this leak out. Although this was Morong Qian's idea and no one else knew about it, this was Crimson Crescent City, and there were many cultivators watching Tiger Garden nearby. If there was too much of a commotion, it would be hard to avoid being discovered by others. If they were discovered, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, it was better for Ruffian Long to set up a formation. Don't worry, kid. Leave it to me. The dark red divine dragon said excitedly. It quickly waved its dragon claw and carved out runes to seal off the entire mountain range. It was also extremely angry. That detestable girl was simply too infuriating. She actually wanted to kill them in this place where there was no one else. Since that was the case, it would seal off this place and see who would kill who. Lin Xian sent a message to the dark red divine dragon and asked it to seal off the entire mountain range. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and inscriptions quickly appeared. They flew out from the dragon claws and quickly covered the entire mountain range. Soon, an inscription array was formed. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the formation of the illusion array. He was facing the 4 demon generals, whose strength could not be underestimated. If he wanted to take them down, he would have to use some of his true abilities. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a huge battle phenomenon. If it wasn't for the illusion array, they would have been discovered very quickly. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Morong Qian laughed icily when she saw that the dark red divine dragon had sealed off the entire mountain. I was initially worried that the Crimson Tiger would cause too much of a commotion and attract the attention of others. But I didn't expect that you, an idiot, would take the initiative to seal off the mountain peak, which just happened to solve my worries. Now, let's see where you can run to. When Morong Qian saw that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to seal the mountain, she was overjoyed instead of shocked. That was because she had great confidence in the Crimson Tiger. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely not a match for the Crimson Tiger. The Crimson Tiger also roared. Its huge tiger claws were like demonic mountains, releasing endless demonic aura. They intertwined into a huge beast claw in the air and slammed down quickly. The beast claw emitted light as if it was cast from steel. It carried a terrifying aura and easily tore the void apart. Lin Xian used the dragon capturing hand to fight against it. The two collided, creating a whistling sound in the void. Morong Qian sneered at the back. You're just a little disciple of the immortal martial academy. If you don't have Morong Qingqing backing you up, you're nothing. And you actually dared to berate me in front of everyone and even dare to order me around. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Morong Qian's voice was icy cold. She kept urging the Crimson Tiger to capture Lin Xian. At the same time, she reminded loudly, be careful of his Lone Star sword. That half-Earth rank treasure is very powerful. Don't let him draw it. That's right, you must snatch that sword. I want to give it to the old ancestor as a gift. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. What a vicious little girl. You're the one who wants to snatch the treasure, yet you're making it sound so dignified. Is your face made of city walls? How can you be so shameless? You're pissing me off. Crimson Tiger, capture this brat later. Then, Capture that snake for me. I want to skin it and eat its gallbladder. Murong Qian stomped her feet in anger. She was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, the other party was an ugly snake. She couldn't stand it. You're indeed vicious. Little girl, with your black heart, you definitely won't be able to get married in this lifetime. You deserve to be an old virgin forever. The dark red dragon's cold words made Murong Qian stomp her feet in anger. While the two were bickering, Lin Xian and the tiger demon had already exchanged dozens of blows. The two of them fought until the sky and earth turned dark. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. There were even deep pits in between. The surrounding mountain range was also in ruins. Countless large rocks rolled down and created a rumbling sound. It was a good thing that the illusion had concealed everything. Otherwise, the commotion would have alerted the others. After another collision, Lin Xian's figure fluttered. He then flipped his hand and was about to draw the Lone Star Sword from his back. When she saw this, Murong Qian quickly cried out, "Stop him, quick! Don't let him draw the Lone Star Sword." The Lone Star Sword was a half-Earth ranked treasure, and its power was incomparably powerful. Once Lin Xian uses it, his battle power would increase by a large margin. Therefore, no matter what, Murong Qian would not allow Lin Xian to draw it. At that moment, the large tiger demon spoke in human language. "Don't worry, Lady Qian. Even if that kid uses the Lone Star Sword, he still won't be able to do anything to me." When he heard this, Lin Xian was stunned. It seems that this tiger demon was more powerful than he had imagined. It could actually speak in human language. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, when he heard the tiger demon's words, he sneered. "You're not afraid of the Lone Star Sword? What arrogance! Today, I won't use the Lone Star Sword. I'll take you down with my bare hands. You're courting death." When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Crimson Tiger roared angrily. His voice turned into a wave that rolled out and shook all directions. As a 4-star demon, he was extremely powerful and far surpassed human cultivators of the same level. Now, a puny human youth had actually dared to spout such arrogant words. This was simply unforgivable. Then, he let out a ferocious roar and spat out a crimson cloud that drifted into the air. The cloud rolled quickly and released a blinding light. It then continued to roll. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clanging was heard, and the crimson cloud turned into a large crimson blade. The large crimson blade danced in the air, leaving behind a series of blade shadows. It was incomparably swift and fierce. "Brat, become a ghost under my blade." The Crimson Tiger waved his large crimson blade and quickly attacked. Dragon Catcher Hand, Vermilion Bird Seal. Chapter 10:18. Dragon Catching Hands, Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian roared and used dragon catching hands with his right hand. Spiritual energy surged and formed 2 true dragon shadows that surged forward. He formed a seal with his left hand as well. A red light shone and a vermilion bird was born. Using both hands, Lin Xian unleashed 2 unique skills at the same time. In an instant, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. On the other hand, Red Tiger let out a ferocious roar. Demonic aura surged from his body, and the red saber in his hand swept in all directions. Bam! Boom! Terrifying energy exploded and surged in all directions. Red Tiger kept retreating with shock in his eyes. He did not expect the human to be so powerful. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He was indeed from the demon clan. He was indeed powerful. At the same time, he was a little worried. After all, this was Red Crescent City. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. "I wanted to play with you. Looks like it's over. Let's end this." Lin Xian's voice was cold. He quickly took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then, he threw out a punch. Bright red light shone, and a terrifying palm shadow was thrown out. It opened up in the air and formed a huge hand that covered the sky. In an instant, the light palm was above Red Tiger and slammed down quickly. Red Tiger tried his best to resist, but he could not. He was slammed to the ground by the force. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a human-shaped pit appeared. Red Tiger roared to the sky and tried to break free. However, the bright red light palm was like a cage. It floated above him and turned into a five-fingered mountain that pressed down on Red Tiger. On the mountain peak, a red lotus swayed continuously. Roar! Damn human! Despicable! Let me out! Red Tiger was pressed to the ground and struggled. However, he could not break free. The red lotus light palm was too terrifying. It was definitely not something he could resist. Io, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Dark Red Dragon God walked forward and sneered. He kicked the huge body of Red Tiger a few times. Damn worm, when I get out, I'll tear you apart. Red Tiger roared angrily. You're the worm. Your whole family are worms. Dark Red Dragon God stomped his feet in anger. Stomp, 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 stomp. He frantically swung his leg and kicked Red Tiger's face nonstop. What? Impossible. On the other side, Murong Qian was also stunned. She never imagined that Lin Xian would actually be able to defeat Qi Hu, and in such a swift manner. This had completely exceeded her understanding. One had to know that Qi Hu was a 4-star Fiend General, and the Fiend Clan's strength was incomparably powerful. Even if Lu Lai and the others were here, they probably wouldn't be able to take him down. But now, Lin Xian could easily take down Crimson Tiger. It was simply too inconceivable. In the next moment, Murong Qian's expression changed drastically, and she quickly fled into the distance. The reason she dared to capture Lin Xian was because of the Crimson Tiger Demon. But now, the Crimson Tiger Demon had been subdued by him. Now, she was the only one left. With her strength, she was no match for Lin Xian. Hence, Murong Qian did not have the courage to stay here. Murong Qian's body swayed as she mustered all of her strength and flew into the distance like a beam of light. Trying to leave? Lin Xian sneered and waved his dragon-capturing hand. Two gigantic palms of light spiraled like two true dragons and charged forward quickly. The terrifying palms whistled, blotting out the sky and enveloping Murong Qian in an instant. You dare to touch me? You're dead meat. I'm from Crimson Crescent City. I'm from the Murong clan. Murong Qian was so frightened that her face turned pale as she screamed crazily. Why? Are you afraid now? Didn't you say that you would torture me to death when you were so arrogant before? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I thought you had some backbone, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. His expression was cold as he waved his arm. Two true dragons quickly bound Murong Qian and pulled her back to his side. Kid, you dare to touch me? You're dead meat. Crimson Crescent City won't let you off, and neither will the Murong clan. Won't let me off? You think too highly of yourself. If the one I beat up today was Murong Qingshu, there might be some trouble. But you, to be honest, I'm here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy. I don't believe that Crimson Crescent City will go against the Immortal Martial Academy for a mere disciple. What? You're here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy? That's impossible. Weren't you brought here by Murong Qingqing? Murong Qian screamed. She was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. Being here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy and being brought here by Murong Qingqing were two completely different concepts. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was only able to enter Crimson Crescent City because of his relationship with Murong Qingqing. Hence, she didn't put Lin Xian in her eyes. But now, it seemed that she was completely wrong. If Lin Xian was really here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy, then his status would be completely different. At the very least, he wouldn't be any lower than a core disciple of a king clan like Shan Yulong. One must know that although the Immortal Martial Academy was just an academy, its status was absolutely extraordinary and wouldn't lose out to a king clan. At this moment, Murong Qian was finally afraid. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I beg you, please let me go. Murong Qian pleaded with a face full of tears, looking delicate and pitiful. If it was an ordinary person who saw this scene, they might have been deceived by her. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He had previously experienced the heart of this venomous woman. Just because of a few words, this venomous woman wanted to torture him to death. If it wasn't for his strength, if it was someone else, they would have been tortured to a pulp. Ruffian Long, set up an illusion array and throw her in. Scare her, but don't kill her. Don't worry. Using an illusion array to scare people, I like it. Ruffian Long was very excited. He waved his dragon claws and quickly set up a small illusion array. Then, Lin Xian sealed Morong Qian's spiritual energy and threw her into the illusion array. Soon, Morong Qian's terrified screams came from the illusion array. Her voice was very miserable and would make anyone who heard it shiver. Lin Xian ignored Morong Qian and turned to look at the scarlet tiger who was pinned under the five-finger mountain. Despicable human, let me out and we'll fight to the death. I'll skin you alive. The scarlet tiger roared wildly, and his entire being emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You still dare to be stubborn? You're only a demonic beast, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, this is human territory. You still want to kill me? Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered and slapped the scarlet tiger on the ground. The slap landed heavily on the scarlet tiger's body and instantly smashed him into the ground. The ground cracked and countless cracks spread out in all directions like a python's web. Lin Xian had very precise control over his strength. Therefore, the slap had only injured the scarlet tiger and did not take his life. Ah, damned human, I'll kill you. The scarlet tiger spat out the human language as if he had gone mad. However, what awaited him was a terrifying palm shadow. Lin Xian continued to punch the scarlet tiger's body until he was smashed into the ground. Chapter 10:19. All the bones in Qi Hu's body were broken, and he fell into a deep pit. However, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Qi Hu was indeed from the demon clan. He was indeed powerful. If a human supremacy had suffered such an attack, he would have died. However, Qi Hu was only severely injured and his life was not in danger. After that, Lin Xian did not attack again. He could not really kill Qi Hu. After all, this was Crimson Crescent City's territory. Kid, what should we do? The dark red divine dragon asked. Bury him underground and seal him tightly. Don't let him out for the time being. Lin Xian replied. Bury him alive. Caw-caw. I like it. The Crimson Divine Dragon was excited. It kept rubbing its hands and quickly formed a seal to seal the Crimson Tiger under the ground. After sealing Qi Hu, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the illusory formation in front of him. All right, it's about time. Let her out. I think she won't dare to throw her weight around and bully others anymore. Lin Xian said. It's over so soon. I wanted to play a little longer. The dark red divine dragon curled his lips and dispelled the illusory formation reluctantly. Morong Qian was then released. Her footsteps were trembling and her hair was in a mess. Her face was unusually pale and her body trembled with every step she took. Her eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, she kept screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I won't do it again." It seemed that Morong Qian was still under the shadow of the illusory formation and had yet to awaken. Seeing this, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blue frost flew out. Frost and cold air gushed out and covered Morong Qian. The terrifying power of ice pierced her bones and woke her up immediately. Ah! Morong Qian screamed and returned to normal. However, her body still trembled when she recalled her experience. When she saw Lin Xian in front of her, she lowered her head deeply. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up in a worse state than today. Lin Xian calmly said. Morong Qian did not say anything and lowered her head even more. However, after today's experience, she would not dare to bully others so casually. All right, remove the formation. It's time for us to leave. Brat, you're letting her go just like that? Aren't you afraid that she'll seek revenge? That Morong Qingshu is nearby. If this little girl were to speak about what happened just now, I'm afraid the people of the Morong family would immediately take action. Don't worry. With her personality, she definitely won't tell anyone about what happened just now. Otherwise, she won't be the only one losing face. So, for the sake of Crimson Crescent City and the Morong family's reputation, She will not tell anyone, Lin Xian said calmly. Clearly, he had thought about all these things beforehand. Then, the dark red divine dragon removed the sealing array. Let's go. While you're at it, introduce this tiger park to me. Lin Xian turned around and said to Morong Qian. Morong Qian's face turned pale. Her heart was filled with unwillingness, and she did not want to stay here any longer. However, she did not dare to disobey Lin Xian's orders. She had no choice but to agree. Morong Qian led the way in front. She then led Lin Xian and Morong Qian on a tour of Tiger Park. During this time, the dark red divine dragon kept nodding its head. It never thought that this little girl would be so timid and so easily frightened. She was initially arrogant and despotic like a femme fatale, but now, she looks like a well-behaved little wife. Brat, your methods aren't too bad. In the future, if you don't like anyone, you don't even need to attack them. Tie them up and throw them into the illusory array. Let them suffer for 3 days and 3 nights. I reckon that they'll be extremely obedient when they come out. As the two chatted and joked, Morong Qian, who was leading the way, had a dark look on her face. She resisted the urge to break down and quickened her pace. Soon, they ran into other people. As Tiger Park was very famous, many cultivators had gathered nearby to admire it. Isn't that Morong Qian? Why is she with Lin Xian? Didn't the two of them get into a fight? That's right. Many people looked puzzled when they saw Lin Xian and Morong Qian. This was far too suspicious. Not too long ago, Lin Xian and Morong Qian had gotten into a verbal argument. Morong Qian, in particular, had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian. She had even clamored for Lin Xian to give the Lone Star Sword away as a gift. One could say that the conflict between the two was not small at all. However, at this moment, the two of them were walking together to admire Tiger Park. It seems that Morong Qian was their guide. What on earth is going on here? How are the two of them on such good terms? Everyone was in a daze, and their hearts were filled with guesses. Could it be that the two of them are having an affair, and that their previous conflict was merely a cover-up? I think so. Look at Morong Qian. She's so well-behaved like a little wife. They're clearly a couple. That's right. I didn't see them earlier. Could they have done that? Many people looked at each other and smiled as their eyes filled with vulgarity. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Morong Qian blushed and buried her head deep into her chest. The Crimson Divine Dragon, on the other hand, could not stop laughing maniacally. This group of people is just too adorable. Their imaginations sure are rich. However, if they were to find out the truth, their jaws would probably drop from shock. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Sister Qian have anything to do with that fellow? That's right, that kid is too hateful. He had the audacity to behave so atrociously in Crimson Crescent City. How could Sister Qian let him get away with it? A group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples refused to accept this and began to clamor. However, when they saw the unusually bashful Morong Qian next to Lin Xian, their eyes widened and their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Is this really Sister Qian? Why do I feel as if she's a completely different person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This kid must have used some trick. Many disciples refused to accept this and charged forward. Kid, tell us. What have you done to Sister Qian? Lin Xian was speechless. The Crimson Divine Dragon, on the other hand, leaped out and berated the group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples. You bunch of B***stards, what kind of filthy thoughts do you have in your heads? What could the two of them have done in broad daylight? Besides, even if there was something going on, it's between the two of them. What does it have to do with you? The Crimson Divine Dragon's words were becoming more and more ambiguous. Many people's expressions turned extremely interesting when they heard this. Morong Qian, on the other hand, had black lines running down her forehead. She was about to explode from anger. However, having learned her lesson, she did not dare to behave atrociously in front of Lin Xian. Otherwise, if she were to be secretly caught and thrown into an illusory array, she might as well die. Morong Qian took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her emotions. She then lifted her head and forced an ugly smile. You're overthinking things. There's nothing between me and Sir Lin. We had some misunderstandings previously, but we've cleared things up. After all, Serene is our honored guest. What's wrong with me showing him around Tiger Park? Murong Qian became haughty once again as she spoke. No, no. Chapter 10:20. Disperse. I'll show Serene around for a bit. We'll be back soon. Murong Qian replied coldly before she turned towards Lin Xian and whispered, Sir Lin, this way please. The crowd felt dizzy. Murong Qian's attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different from her attitude towards others. They would never believe that there was nothing fishy going on here. However, Murong Qian was a member of Crimson Moon City after all. Now that they were in Crimson Moon City, they did not dare to spread any rumors. The disciples of Crimson Moon City shook their heads. They were well aware of Murong Qian's fierce reputation, so they did not dare to say anything. Hence, the crowd dispersed and could only suppress their curiosity. Lin Xian then strolled through a few more mountains. This time, he and Murong Qian were not the only ones around. There were many cultivators nearby as well. Suddenly, the snow-white little fox gently tugged at Lin Xian's hair and began to make some noises. You're saying that someone is following us? Lin Xian frowned when he saw the snow-white little monkey's gestures. Can you find him? Lin Xian asked. Nope, nope. The snow-white little monkey turned its head and scanned its surroundings with its large, black, jewel-like eyes. However, in the next moment, it used its snow-white little paws to scratch its head with a puzzled look on its face. Nope, nope. The little white monkey began to gesture again. This time, Lin Xian was a little dazzled. Sigh, let me translate for you. The Crimson Divine Dragon, who was standing next to him, could not bear to watch any longer. Little Munchkin means that the person has disappeared and it can't find him. Disappeared? Can't find him? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Nope, nope. The snow-white little monkey nodded and began to gesture again. The Crimson Divine Dragon continued to explain. It says that the person often hides in the crowd and appears with different appearances. Every time, they are around 300 feet away. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned exceptionally ugly, because even with his outstanding soul power, he actually couldn't detect the other party's abnormality. He didn't even feel any danger. This was a very bad sign for him. One must know that his soul power was extremely powerful. It was even comparable to a cultivator of the 5th or 6th layer of the Exalted Realm. Even so, he was still unable to sense that person. One could imagine how terrifying that person was. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. That person shouldn't be as powerful as you think. Otherwise, he could have just used his strength to crush you to death. I'm afraid he wouldn't have the confidence to take you down. However, his concealment skills are quite good. Even I didn't notice him for a while. Luckily, the little guy was able to discover the abnormality. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zero, can you detect any abnormalities? Lin Xian had no choice but to ask the 10,000 beast cauldron in his body. There is indeed someone following you. It's a very ordinary man. So ordinary that you wouldn't notice him even if you saw him. That person should be a very professional killer. Fortunately, the little monkey beside you is very intelligent. It was actually able to discover the abnormality. Zero's voice was cold. Can you help me point out who it is? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for him because he had no idea where the danger was hiding. Not for now because I've just woken up. I'm not as powerful as you think. However, when that person comes within 10 feet of you, I can help you call the police. 10 feet is enough. Although 10 feet was just a blink of an eye for people of their level, it was better than no warning at all. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian was relieved. However, his face was still gloomy. Boy, from the looks of it, that person seems to be an assassin. Could it be related to those people who tried to assassinate you before? The dark red divine dragon said. It's possible. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, not long ago, he was besieged by 2 assassins. Moreover, the 2 assassins' concealment skills were extremely powerful. Even he was almost hit at that time. Now, there was an even more powerful assassin following them. He couldn't help but connect the two together. Who was it that was trying so hard to kill him? Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that this assassin had followed them all the way to Crimson Moon City. If he was assassinated here, it would definitely be a shocking matter. This time, he represented the immortal martial academy. If he were to die in the Morong family, it would probably cause a huge commotion in the immortal martial academy. Humph, you'd better not let me catch you. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said to Morong Qian in front of him. All right. Morong Qian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Following Lin Xian was indeed too stressful for her. Let's go to the Crimson Moon Palace. The birthday banquet should be starting soon. Morong Qian thought for a moment and said, All right, you lead the way. Lin Xian nodded. There would definitely be a large number of cultivators and elders in the Crimson Moon Palace. The assassin would probably not dare to make a move in that place. It goes without saying that this elder of the Morong family was very powerful. Countless powerful cultivators had come to participate in this birthday banquet. Lin Xian saw many Fifth Heaven and even Sixth Heaven honorable realm cultivators. These people's auras were too powerful. The blood and qi in their bodies were like furnaces of the heavens and earth, emitting a powerful vitality. Every move they made carried a terrifying aura. Clearly, these people should be elders from some powerful forces. Even Shan Yulong, Lu Lai, and the others had to greet them respectfully. One could imagine how terrifying these cultivators were. These cultivators were all invited to the Great Hall and were seated at the top. Shan Yulong, Lu Lai, and the rest of the younger generation could only sit far away. The entire Great Hall was grand and bustling with noise and excitement. When the crowd saw Lin Xian and Morong Qian who was leading the way, they were stunned for a moment. This was because Morong Qian was wearing the uniform of an elite disciple of Crimson Moon City and not an ordinary disciple. It was impossible for someone like her to be a guide. Now, Morong Qian was leading the way for a young man, and her attitude was very respectful as well. This made many people extremely puzzled. When Lu Lai, Shen Yulong, and the others saw this, their faces were filled with surprise. Morong Qingshu's face sank. Previously, he had heard his subordinates report this matter. Initially, he had thought that it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed that it was an exceptionally ugly sight. Morong Qian could no longer hold herself back when she saw so many eyes on her. She no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and quickly walked forward to stand next to Morong Qingshu. Hey, you're here. Just then, a mellow voice rang out. Soon after, a peerlessly beautiful figure walked over from afar and quickly arrived next to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned when they saw this figure. They stared fixedly at her, and even their breathing quickened. Chapter 10:21. You weren't here just now, so I took a stroll around the tiger garden. Lin Xian replied with a smile. You must be tired. Go rest over there. Morong Qingcheng was like an obedient little wife as she pulled Lin Xian to the seat beside her. This scene broke the hearts of countless young geniuses as they screamed in agony. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Xian was filled with hostility. Shen Yulong, Lu Lai, and the others' gazes turned even colder. There was even a trace of killing intent. Even outstanding geniuses like them weren't able to gain the favor of Morong Qingcheng. What right did an ordinary disciple of the immortal martial academy have to gain the favor of their goddess? They were extremely unconvinced. On the side of Crimson Crescent City, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Especially Morong Qingshu, the corner of his mouth was twitching. Although he knew that Lin Xian was brought here by Morong Qingcheng, he didn't expect the two of them to have such a good relationship. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Morong Qingcheng sat together peacefully as they chatted in a low voice. Next, everyone took out the gifts they had prepared and presented them to Lin Xian. At this moment, many people looked towards Lin Xian with provocative gazes. They wanted to see what kind of gift Lin Xian could present. Because the conflict between Lin Xian and Morong Qian was because of the gift in his hands, they were very curious about what Lin Xian was going to take out. Among them, the Wu family, Lu family, Shin family, and Crimson Crescent City's disciples all looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. They wanted to see what kind of gift this arrogant and fearless youth could take out. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out a black box. It was a very ordinary box. It was very simple and unadorned, to the point that it was abnormal. There were no exquisite carvings or dazzling lights. It was just the most ordinary wooden box. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take out something like this. Fuck, what is that? Isn't it just an ordinary box? Look at his calm face. Could there be some treasure in the box? What kind of joke is this? Would you put a treasure in this kind of box? Someone sneered disdainfully. The son of the Liu family mocked him even more. Kid, no matter how poor you are, you shouldn't be taking this kind of thing. Are you here to cause trouble? Seeing Morong Qingqing sitting next to Lin Xian, everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful. Therefore, they seized this opportunity to ridicule Lin Xian. Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a little disciple of the immortal martial academy, yet you're able to gain the favor of the heaven's chosen goddess? You must have used some despicable methods. Now, I'll expose your true ugly face. This was what all the young warriors were thinking. At this time, the Shin family's disciple also said, looking at Brother Lin's calm expression, there must be something good inside the wooden box. No, let's open it and take a look. It's nothing. It's just a medicinal pill that I refined myself, Lin Xian said indifferently. What? A medicinal pill that you refined yourself? Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually knew how to refine medicinal pills. However, very quickly, the crowd revealed looks of disdain. Because in their eyes, Lin Xian was so young. So what if he knew how to refine medicinal pills? His standard was definitely not high. At most, he would be a fifth-grade alchemist. What kind of medicinal pill could a fifth-grade alchemist refine? At most, it would be a fifth-grade medicinal pill. Even better ones would be fifth-grade medicinal pills. This kind of medicinal pill, he actually had the nerve to take it out as a birthday gift? What a joke. Thinking of this, several cultivators sneered. They felt that Lin Xian was too childish. He actually took out a medicinal pill that he refined himself as a birthday gift. I knew that this brat didn't have anything good. I originally thought that he would only take out some ordinary gifts. Who would have thought that his gift would be so strange? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Humph, how despicable. He clearly had a half-Earth grade treasure, but didn't give it away. He actually gave away such a trashy medicinal pill. Does he really think that our Crimson Lunar City is easy to swindle? The Crimson Lunar City's disciples were all incomparably angry. They looked at the crowd with unfriendly expressions. Lin Xian touched his nose speechlessly. What was this group of people ridiculing him for? Could it be that he said something wrong? That he refined it himself? Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, your gift is really strange. At this moment, a feminine-looking youth beside Shun Yulong stood up. Although I didn't expect Brother Lin to also be an alchemist, this gift is really surprising. You have to know that as a sixth-grade alchemist, I don't even dare to give away medicinal pills that I refine myself. Brother Lin's courage is really admirable. This voice had a hint of sarcasm. Oh, you're a sixth-grade alchemist? This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this youth was also an alchemist, and a sixth-grade alchemist at that. To be able to become a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age, his talent was definitely valiant. As expected of a king clan, they actually produced such a genius alchemist. However, the youth's words made him very unhappy. Lin Xian also understood why everyone laughed at him when he took out the wooden box. It turned out that these people definitely didn't think that the medicinal pill in the wooden box was anything good. That was why they had such an expression. However, Lin Xian's mouth had a trace of a cold smile. They really were a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They really didn't know anything. Just because he couldn't refine high-grade medicinal pills didn't mean that others couldn't refine them as well. They really were a group of pitiful people. Lin Xian stared at the feminine-looking youth and said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother to also be a sixth-grade alchemist. I've been disrespectful. A sixth-grade alchemist's status isn't low. Brother's talent is really good. It's really enviable. Hearing this, the feminine-looking youth smiled proudly and raised his chin arrogantly. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to say such a thing. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, Lin Xian's alchemy skills definitely didn't exceed that of a 6th-grade alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. A mere alchemist actually dared to take out his own trash medicinal pill as a birthday gift. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Damn it, this guy is too despicable. He actually dares to look down on our Crimson Crescent City. This guy is purely here to cause trouble. I suggest we throw him out. Humph. Even if he has big sister Qingqing's support, he can't be so arrogant. Does he really think that there's no one in our Crimson Crescent City? A group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples were very angry. Murong Qingqing also looked over curiously. Although she knew that Lin Xian's alchemy skills weren't weak, she was still a little worried at this moment. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Xian gave her a comforting look. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Murong Qingqing was relieved. Because she knew that whenever Lin Xian had this kind of smile, it meant that he was very confident in this matter. Chapter 1022. The gloomy young man raised his chin and said to Lin Xian, "You don't have to be envious of me. Some talents are innate. It's useless even if you're envious. However, if you're sincere, I can give you some pointers on alchemy. It's a great honor to be taught by me. It'll save you a few years of detours." The gloomy young man said in the tone of an elder. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He looked at the gloomy young man with a strange expression. Teach Lin Xian? Lin Xian's alchemy skills were better than some old monsters. He even had the inheritance of King Daniel. Why would he need others to teach him? However, the dark red divine dragon held back his laughter. In his heart, he was laughing maniacally. This kid is too arrogant and overestimating himself. He actually dares to teach Lin Xian alchemy? If he knows that this wooden box contains a 7th-grade pill, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have? The dark red divine dragon was looking forward to it. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Brother, you're really generous. I didn't expect the Shen family to have such a generous and selfless pill. How rare." Lin Xian's words made the gloomy young man even more proud. He said arrogantly, "Seeing how sincere you are, I can give you some pointers. Open your wooden box and let me see how good your pill is. I'll also know where your flaws are." Forget about that. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This thing is for Senior Moro. It's not good to open it now. Hearing this, countless people spat out the wine in their mouths and looked at Lin Xian strangely. What was this guy thinking? He still dared to give away his pill as a gift. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by the people of Crimson Crescent City? The disciples of Crimson Crescent City clenched their fists and looked at Lin Xian angrily. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat this detestable kid up. The gloomy young man from the Chen family was also stunned. He never thought that Lin Xian would actually dare to say such a thing. Could it be that there was something wrong with his head? Thinking of this, the smile on his lips became even more disdainful. "Brother Lin, I advise you to open it now, and let me give you some pointers so that you can understand your true level. Otherwise, if this pill is given out, I'm afraid it will only become a laughing stock." "That's right. Open it, and let me see what kind of top-grade pill you've refined." The surrounding cultivators also said while suppressing their laughter. "Forget it, I gave this to Senior Morong. It's really not suitable to open it here." Lin Xian shook his head. "Aya, since it's a gift, I'll know about it last night. Why don't I open it now and take a look?" "That's right. It's not like you'll lose anything just by looking at it. Let us take a look at your top-grade medicinal pill." The surrounding warriors laughed. The more Lin Xian refused to open it, the more they wanted to know what kind of medicinal pill was inside. In the end, the disciples of Crimson Lunar City couldn't stand it anymore. They coldly shouted, "As people of Crimson Lunar City, it's not too much for us to take a look. What if there's something dangerous inside? How are we going to present it to the old lord?" In the end, Murong Qingshu also said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, open it." Seeing so many people trying to persuade him, Lin Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. "I really don't want to open it, but since you've all said so, there's no other way. All right, I'll open it and let you take a look. Quickly open it. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and open it." The surrounding warriors urged. In their opinion, what was inside Lin Xian's box was definitely not something good. As for the Crimson Divine Dragon, it was forcefully suppressing its laughter as it grinned and laughed silently. This brat was too evil. There was clearly a 7th-grade medicinal pill inside, but he pretended to be embarrassed to open it, deceiving everyone around him. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the expressions of the surrounding people who were waiting to see a good show. He wanted to see what kind of wonderful expressions these people would have when the wooden box was opened. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian slowly opened the wooden box. Damn, what's going on? There's nothing inside? Everyone stretched their necks to take a look. However, they discovered that the wooden box was flat and there was no medicinal pill inside. Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Xian said, "Don't be anxious. There's still another layer of boxes." Pretentious. He must be pretentious. A lousy 5th-grade medicinal pill, and he actually used 2 boxes to store it. He was simply too pretentious. "Let's see how the medicinal pill will come out, and we'll laugh you to death." Everyone ground their teeth in anger. As for the 6th-grade alchemist youth, his lips curled in disdain. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. This was his evaluation of Lin Xian. However, soon, he frowned because a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the wooden box. This pill fragrance was very faint. Because Lin Xian had not opened the second wooden box yet, no one had smelled it. However, as a 6th-grade pill inscription master, his strength was not to be underestimated, so he could clearly sense this pill fragrance. This medicinal fragrance is so strange. The gloomy youth frowned. This medicinal fragrance was not something a 5th-grade medicinal pill could emit. Could it be a 6th-grade medicinal pill? Thinking of this, he was shocked. Impossible. Could it be that he's also a 6th-grade alchemist? The gloomy youth was puzzled. One had to know that he was a 6th-grade alchemist, so he naturally knew how terrifying a 6th-grade alchemist was. Generally, 6th-grade alchemists were old monsters who were hundreds of years old. Very few young people could reach the level of a 6th-grade alchemist. For someone like him to reach the level of a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age, he was considered a heaven-defying genius. One had to know that his status in the Shen family was not lower than a core disciple like Shen Yulong. In fact, his status was even higher. However, he discovered that there was a possibility that Lin Xian was also a 6th-grade alchemist. This made him feel disbelief. Because to become a 6th-grade alchemist, one did not only need talent, but also the guidance of a master and a large amount of resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the level of a 6th-grade alchemist with just talent. He had received guidance from alchemy grandmasters since he was young, and his family had provided him with countless medicinal ingredients to refine pills. Under the nurturing of so many resources, he was able to become a 6th-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, Lin Xian was actually a 6th-grade alchemist from the Immortal Martial Academy? This was something he could not accept. Impossible. He definitely can't be a 6th-grade alchemist. It should only be because of the medicinal fragrance. Maybe it's a special 5th-grade medicinal pill. The gloomy youth consoled himself because he really did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength and talent. Whether or not he's trying to mystify me, we'll know very soon. His eyes were ice-cold as he stared ahead, staring fixedly at Lin Xian's actions. The surrounding crowd also held their breaths as they stared at the wooden box in Lin Xian's hands. Because this time, Lin Xian was about to completely open the second wooden box. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian coldly laughed in his heart. This time, he did not delay and quickly opened the second wooden box. Chapter 1023. An extremely unique pill fragrance wafted out and instantly spread in all directions. This smell is so fragrant. Everyone was shocked when they smelled the pill fragrance. What kind of pill is this? It actually has such a fragrance? It can't be. Isn't it a fifth-grade pill? How can it be so fragrant? Yeah, this fragrance is too magical. Just smelling a trace of it caused the spirit energy in my body to surge endlessly. Everyone exclaimed because this fragrance was too special and far exceeded their expectations. Could it be that it's not a fifth-grade pill? Everyone looked at each other. They were puzzled because they all knew that it was a fifth-grade pill. It was impossible for it to emit such a fragrance. It can't be. Could it be a sixth-grade pill? Thinking of this, many people's hearts beat wildly. For a moment, everyone turned to look at the gloomy young man from the Shin family. That young man was a sixth-grade alchemist, so he should know the grade of this pill. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples were also shocked, especially Morong Qingshu. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother Shen, you are a sixth-grade alchemy inscription master. Please appraise the grade of this pill." To be honest, he was also very puzzled. However, he did not believe that Lin Xian could refine a sixth-grade pill. The gloomy young man's eyelids twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened as he pointed ahead and trembled. A seventh-grade pill? How is this possible? Finally, he could not help but scream out loud. What? A seventh-grade pill? Hearing the gloomy young man's voice, everyone was stunned. Is this true? That pill is actually a seventh-grade pill. Could there be a mistake? Impossible. He's a genius alchemist from the Shin family, and a sixth-grade alchemist at that. How could there be a mistake? I'm not dreaming, right? Lin Xian actually refined a seventh-grade pill. Could he be a seventh-grade alchemist? For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. The Lu family and the Shin family were dead silent. The disciples of the two families had ugly expressions as they looked ahead in disbelief. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City were even more stunned. Their minds were blank. They did not expect Lin Xian to give away a seventh-grade pill. After all, 7 bottles of pills were extremely precious. Even 5th or 6th heavenly layer exalted realm experts would be tempted. Moreover, that was just an ordinary 7th-grade pill. If the pill in Lin Xian's hand had any special effects, it would definitely make countless powerhouses jealous. This gift was indeed precious. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon laughed maniacally as tears flowed out of his eyes. This was because the expressions of the people around him were simply too interesting. These people wanted to watch a show and mock and despise Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would directly take out a level 7 medicinal pill and knock them out. Now, these people were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with terror and fear. It was a stark contrast to the disdainful and mocking expression from before. On the other hand, Lin Xian was all smiles as he said, "Hey, what's your name? Shin family's pill genius. Can you give me some pointers and see if there are any flaws in my pill? That way, I'll be able to save myself a few years of detours." Hearing this, everyone's lips twitched and they were speechless. Sarcasm. This was blatant sarcasm. You've already refined a 7th-grade pill and your strength is heaven-defying, while the other party is only a 6th-grade alchemist. Now, you actually want him to give you pointers. Isn't this a pure slap in the face? When everyone saw Lin Xian smile, they all understood. This kid must be doing this on purpose. First, he pretended to be very weak and waited for the Shen family to jump out and clamor. Finally, he took out a powerful pill and ruthlessly slapped the Shen family's face. This was a conspiracy. For a moment, everyone looked at the area where the Shen family disciples were, their faces filled with sympathy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Shen family disciples' faces were all red, and they were so angry that their bodies trembled. This slap in the face was too loud, and it directly knocked them out. Even Shen Yulong's face darkened, and he wanted nothing more than to flick his sleeves and leave. The gloomy young man's expression was even uglier, and it was even somewhat sinister. Thinking back to how he acted high and mighty and wanted to give Lin Xian pointers. Now that Lin Xian took out a 7th-grade pill, he was directly stunned. Thinking back to what he said before, the gloomy young man was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. A person who could refine a 7th-grade pill needed his pointers? What a joke. One had to know that although the difference between the two was only 1 grade, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. This huge contrast was unbearable for him. Seeing that the Shun family was dead silent and no one spoke, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He picked up the wine cup on the table and slowly tasted it. Beside him, Murong Qingcheng was also puzzled. You, this guy, when did you become able to refine 7th-grade pills? I broke through recently. How is it? Surprised, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. It is indeed a surprise. Originally, I had some spirit herbs and didn't know what to do with them. Now, you can refine them all into 7th-grade pills. Murong Qingcheng covered her mouth and chuckled. From now on, you will be my professional alchemist. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. No problem. How can I not agree to a beautiful girl's request? Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, the crowd was envious. Then, they looked at the Shun family again and sighed while shaking their heads. Even the disciples of the Liu family and Crimson Crescent City were gloating. At this moment, the gloomy young man from the Shun family suddenly roared. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. I want to test the pills. With a crazed expression, he quickly walked towards Lin Xian. His large hands were as fast as lightning and quickly grabbed the wooden box on the table. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bottles of pills. Kid, I want to test the pills. Why are you stopping me? Do you have a guilty conscience? The gloomy young man shouted coldly. Now, he had to find out whether these pills were 7th-grade pills or not. Otherwise, it would become his inner demon. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'll test the pills just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? This isn't your Shin family. What if you use the excuse of testing the pills and secretly eat them? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Hearing this, the crowd vomited blood. No matter what, he was still a genius alchemist of the Shin family. How could he secretly take the pills in front of everyone? It was obvious that Lin Xian was looking down on him. The gloomy young man's face darkened. He was so angry that his body trembled. Kid, don't you dare slander me. I won't do such a thing. However, I must test the pills. He was going crazy. If he couldn't find out the truth of these pills, he was afraid that he would be traumatized when refining pills in the future. If that was really the case, his alchemy path would be ruined. Lin Xian didn't care if the other party was traumatized or not. Previously, the other party had mercilessly suppressed him and made him unhappy. Now, why would he care about these people? Both parties were in a deadlock and were about to fight. At this moment, a few elders from Crimson Crescent City rushed over. They had received a report from a disciple and hurried over to stop the fight. After all, this was their Crimson Crescent City's birthday banquet. If a fight broke out, they would be the ones to lose face. Chapter 10:24. The two of you, please calm down. Why don't I appraise it? At this moment, a white-haired old man walked out. Seeing this old man, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City bowed. This old man was an alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City and was also a grade 6 alchemy master. When he heard that someone had taken out a grade 7 pill, he hurried over to take a look. Originally, Master Yin was doubtful and did not believe it. However, when he arrived at the scene and smelled the pill fragrance in the air, he became excited. With his strength and many years of experience, he was sure that this pill fragrance was not something that a grade 6 pill could emit. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian with excitement in his eyes. Although he had his doubts about whether Lin Xian could refine a grade 7 elixir pill, he was certain that it was a grade 7 elixir pill. My friend, I am a grade 6 alchemy master of Crimson Crescent City. Can I take a look at the pill in your hand? Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head and handed over the wooden box in his hand. Master Yin took a deep breath and quickly took the wooden box and opened it. Then, his face was filled with shock as he stood rooted to the ground. There was no need to examine it. Just by looking at the pill markings and pill fragrance, he was sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Old Yin, how is it? Nearby, the other elders of Crimson Crescent City quickly asked. Grade 7 pill. It is definitely a grade 7 pill. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other in shock. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as their faces were filled with shock. Previously, they were still doubtful. However, now that Master Yin of Crimson Crescent City had spoken, they were sure that it was a grade 7 pill. Lin Xian had actually refined a grade 7 pill. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shocked them. Although they were not sure if this pill was personally refined by Lin Xian, they were sure of one thing. If this was true, Lin Xian would be a grade 7 alchemy master, and his status would reach a terrifying height. Thinking of this, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Xian changed. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary person. They didn't expect that the other party was actually an alchemist. Moreover, his level was frighteningly high. I finally understand why he is able to walk together with Fairy Morong. That's right, a 7th-tier alchemist. Just thinking about it is terrifying. No wonder he could obtain the favor of Fairy Morong. Everyone sighed inwardly with deep envy. As for the gloomy youth from the Shun family, his face was filled with madness. Impossible. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. His expression was ferocious as he descended into madness. He did not expect that the pill in Lin Xian's hand was really a 7th-grade pill. This was unacceptable to him. As a genius alchemist, he had never placed anyone in his eyes. But now, there was actually someone who was even more talented than him and had become a 7th-grade inscription master. This caused the self-confidence he had built up all this time to collapse in an instant. Little friend Lin, may I know the name of this 7th-grade medicinal pill and what is its use? They were still unsure whether this 7th-grade medicinal pill was personally refined by Lin Xian, so they could only address him as little friend. Master Yin was also nervous. If Lin Xian was really a 7th-grade alchemist, then he could no longer address him as little friend. Instead, he would have to address him as master. This was the rule of this world. There was no seniority based on age. Everything was based on strength. If your strength was heaven-defying, even if you were only 1 year old, everyone would address you as a senior. If your aptitude was mediocre and did not have any abilities, even if you lived for a few hundred years, no one would place you in their eyes. Lin Xian did not care about these details. He slowly said, "This medicinal pill is called the Purple Spirit Pill. It is not a normal medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation. Instead, it is a somewhat special medicinal pill." "Oh, somewhat special? How so?" Master Yin asked. Everyone pricked up their ears. "This medicinal pill can allow a person to enter a very special state. I call it the ethereal state. In this state, a cultivator's perception of their martial spirit and realm will be extremely sharp. In other words, a cultivator can use this ethereal state to perfect their martial spirit." "What? Perfect their martial spirit?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Exalt realm cultivators mainly cultivated their martial souls, and this martial soul was very mysterious. It could only be improved and perfected when they advanced in the Exalt realm. Yet now, a single medicinal pill could allow a cultivator to have the opportunity to perfect their martial souls. How long can this ethereal state last? Master Yan's voice was trembling at this moment. He really did not expect that the purple medicinal pill in front of him would have such a miraculous effect. "Not much. Only an incense stick's worth of time," Lin Xian said indifferently. "What? An incense stick's worth of time?" Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. An incense stick's worth of time was not considered much? Then how much time was considered much? Everyone's mouth twitched. One had to know that this was the ethereal state. It was something that could perfect one's martial spirit. Not to mention an incense stick's worth of time. Even 1 second was considered quite a lot. Master Yin and the other elders were also shocked. They never expected that this young man in front of them would take out such a precious item. Soon, the news spread everywhere, and even the important figures in the hall were alarmed. One had to know that although these big shots were strong, their martial spirits had flaws. It was just that it was not easy to detect. But now, there was a medicinal pill that could allow them to discover the flaws in their martial spirits and perfect their martial spirits. This was definitely a fatal temptation to them. This was because when one's martial spirit was perfect, one's cultivation strength would increase. The two of them influenced each other. Even Ancestor Chi Yu was not spared. In the end, he and the other big shots walked out of the hall. Greetings, Ancestor. Seeing Ancestor Chi Yu walk out personally, the disciples of Red Moon City hurriedly knelt down. The surrounding cultivators also bowed down. Ancestor Chi Yu and the rest did not care about these details. They quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. Among these people, an old man in a dark green robe walked out. He had a strong and obscure aura around him. He quickly took the purple spirit pill and carefully inspected it. Master Mo, what do you think? Just then, Elder Yin asked softly. Master Mo. Hearing this name, everyone was shocked. One had to know that Elder Yin was already a grade 6 pill inscription master. To be called a master by him, one could imagine how noble his status was. They guessed that this old man in a dark green robe was most likely a grade 7 pill inscription master. Thinking of this, everyone's expression was shocked. They looked at the dark green figure with deep respect. A grade 7 pill inscription master was definitely terrifying. He was an existence that all the big forces respected. Master Mo carefully inspected it for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. It does have such an effect." Chapter 1025. Even though they had lived for countless years, they still couldn't help but feel excited when they heard this. Master Mo, who was dressed in a dark green robe, looked at Lin Xian with shock in his heart. The youth in front of him was really too young. However, the latter's soul strength was abnormally strong, not much weaker than his own. This was the first time he had seen someone with such terrifying soul force at such a young age. Little friend Lin, do you still have this pill with you? Grandmaster Mo asked with hope. Lin Xian shook his head. This pill was concocted by chance. I only have this one. Hearing this, Master Mo sighed and handed the purple spirit pill to Ancestor Chi Yu. Old friend, your luck is really good. Grandmaster Mo sighed. The other major characters also looked at Ancestor Chi Yu with envy. Ancestor Chi Yu took the pill and revealed a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Thank you for the pill. Senior is too polite. Lin Xian replied. Little friend Lin, why don't we come in and have a chat? I have some matters regarding alchemy that I wish to discuss with you. Grandmaster Mo smiled. The other major characters also threw out olive branches. There were even people who invited Lin Xian to be their guest alchemy elder. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were filled with envy. These were all major characters at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Being on good terms with them would definitely bring endless benefits in the future. Lin Xian also smiled and replied, All right, I'm here as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy. I have something to discuss with all of you. Oh, a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy? Ancestor Chi Yu and the other major characters were stunned. Originally, they only thought that Lin Xian was an alchemy grandmaster. They didn't expect him to be here as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy. If this was true, then his identity was completely different. The Immortal Martial Academy was an extremely powerful force, not losing out to the existence of the King clans. Putting aside his cultivation base, just his identity as a representative of the Immortal Martial Academy was enough to be on the same level as these major characters. One had to know that this identity was different from Shen Yulong, who was a core disciple of a King clan. The latter was only participating in the competition as an individual. Therefore, although his identity was extraordinary, it was not enough to cause a commotion among Ancestor Chi Yu and the others, because he could not represent the Shen family. But Lin Xian was different. As the representative of the Immortal Martial Academy, his words might very well represent the will of the Immortal Martial Academy. This caused the Scarlet Moon Ancestor and the others to have no choice but to take him seriously. Thinking of this, Ancestor Chi Yu's expression turned serious. He said in a clear voice, Sir Lin, please. Lin Xian entered the main hall at the invitation of all the important figures. Of course, Murong Qingcheng was also traveling with him. Her status was even nobler than Ancestor Chi Yu's, so no one cared where she wanted to go. As for the remaining group of ancient martial art practitioners, they were completely stunned. Their minds went blank. They didn't dare to believe it. Am I dreaming? Wasn't he brought here by Morong Qingqing? How did he become the representative of the Immortal Martial Academy? Who is this kid? Why do I feel that he is so mysterious? The crowd discussed fervently, feeling extremely shocked. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City looked solemn and worried. One must know that their attitude towards Lin Xian wasn't exactly good. If Lin Xian were to say something to Old Master Red Crescent City, they would be in deep trouble. Xin Yulong, Lu Lai, and the rest also had gloomy expressions on their faces. Every status of Lin Xian caused them to be incomparably jealous. They had noble statuses and extraordinary talents. Usually, wherever they went, they would be surrounded by stars. But now, they were actually inferior to someone else. Moreover, the other party was their enemy. This caused them to feel extremely unhappy in their hearts. There was even a trace of killing intent in their hearts. Outside, the ancient martial art practitioners were discussing fervently. Inside the main hall, the important figures were also shocked. Because just a moment ago, Lin Xian had told them about the Immortal Martial Auction. He even formally invited them to participate in the first Immortal Martial Auction. The hearts of the ancestor Qiyu and the rest were filled with shock. They didn't expect this young man to have such courage, daring to establish a new Immortal Martial Auction in the territory of the Vientiane Auction. One must know that the Vientiane Auction was a subordinate force of young noble Ling Feng. By doing this, he was completely opposing young noble Ling Feng. But what made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian actually obtained the support of the Immortal Martial Academy. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked, because the Immortal Martial Academy had always been neutral. Although they had their own businesses, they didn't have any conflicts with other sovereigns. This time, they seemed to have violated this principle and directly stood on the opposite side of young noble Ling Feng. Young noble Ling Feng didn't only have his own power. Behind him stood the War God Palace. That was one of the top powers in the Continental Mountain. It wasn't any weaker than the Immortal Martial Academy. Were these two great powers going to fight for supremacy? Everyone's heart sank. It seemed like the Blood Realm was going to be chaotic. However, these people didn't reject the invitation to the auction. After all, they had to give face to the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, even if young noble Ling Feng was angry, he couldn't find fault with them. Hence, very quickly, the Scarlet Moon ancestor and the others all agreed with a smile. Next, they chatted about something else. Grandmaster Imo and Lin Xian were discussing the Violet Spirit Pill. Naturally, other than the pill formula, Lin Xian also discussed the other matters with Grandmaster Imo. After all, Grandmaster Imo was a genuine 7th-grade pill refiner. His experience and strength were also incomparably strong. It was a good opportunity for him to exchange some insights with Grandmaster Imo and verify what he had learned. As for Grandmaster Imo, the more they conversed, the more shocked he felt. Although this young man in front of him was young, his knowledge and attainments in the field of alchemy had far exceeded his imagination. There were even some theories that he had never heard of before. This caused him to be extremely shocked. He couldn't help but feel even more curious about Lin Xian. Lin Xian conversed with the various major characters for a long time before exiting with Morong Qingqing. Not long after he exited, the news of the Immortal Martial Academy's invitation spread out. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard that Lin Xian had already invited all the major characters in the Great Hall to participate. This was definitely a huge matter. Immortal Martial Auction, just from the name, one could tell that the Immortal Martial Academy was behind it. For a period of time, the surrounding cultivators were all agitated. They were incomparably curious about the Immortal Martial Auction. There were even some who went up to ask Lin Xian about it. The Shun clan's disciples had gloomy expressions as they coldly snorted. As for the Lu clan's disciples, their expressions were somewhat malevolent. Especially Lu Lai. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The auction that Lin Xian established now was the original location of the Wanxiang Auction House. However, the Wanxiang Auction House was chased away by Lin Xian. The Wanxiang Auction House was a subordinate power of young noble Ling Feng. Their Lu clan was also one of the 8 great clans under young noble Ling Feng. Their interests were the same as young noble Ling Feng's. Hence, Lin Xian establishing the immortal martial auction house was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Chapter 1026. When he saw all the forces surrounding Lin Xian, his lungs were about to explode from anger. One had to know that he was not only here for the birthday celebration, but also to make friends with the various forces and bring them under Sir Ling Feng's command. But now, it seemed impossible. Seeing Lin Xian surrounded by the crowd, Lu Lai snorted. I advise some people to know their place. An auction is not something that can be built just because you want to. Let's not talk about other things. Can you guarantee the safety of the entire auction? If something goes wrong, I'm afraid you'll become a laughing stock. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and fell silent. From Lu Lai's tone, the smell of gunpowder was too strong. Moreover, they knew about the grudge between the two parties. Not long ago, the two had even fought. Now, because of the auction, Lu Lai had developed a strong enmity towards Lin Xian. You don't have to worry about whether I can protect it or not. At least, someone like you won't be able to cause any waves in the immortal martial auction. Lin Xian said coldly. Whether I can cause any waves or not, you can try. Lu Lai snorted and stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Like a peerless beast, he quickly awakened. Seeing Lu Lai's ferocious look, Lin Xian's face darkened. If you want to die, I can't fulfill your wish. Lu Lai's continuous provocation had already entered Lin Xian's blacklist. If he did not teach him a lesson today, the Lu family would continue to jump around in front of him. You don't deserve to own the auction. That was originally the Wanxiang auction's territory. It belongs to our Sir Ling Feng. I'll let you know that there are some things that you can't touch. Lu Lai's expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You dare to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. Those who have tried to kill me are no longer around. I advise you to keep your tail between your legs. Don't forget that you were no match for me before. I was careless before and didn't use my full strength. If I had used my full strength, you would have died without a doubt. Lu Lai's voice was sonorous as he released spiritual energy from his body. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast, carrying a terrifying aura as he pressed down on Lin Xian. Sensing this aura, everyone's expression changed. They no longer surrounded Lin Xian and quickly retreated. There was nothing they could do. Lu Lai's aura was too terrifying. Just his aura alone was unbearable. You want to fight? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said coldly, leave Crimson Crescent City. Don't disturb other people's birthday banquet. It doesn't matter where you go. You won't be able to change the fact that you're going to die. Since you want to choose a suitable grave for yourself, you can go wherever you want. Lu Lai's words shocked everyone. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Then, they were extremely excited. The two of them had fought before, and they were evenly matched. Lin Xian had the upper hand. Now, if the two of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they did not know what the result would be. At this moment, countless cultivators were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. At the same time, they were discussing softly and guessing the result. Lu Lai was extremely powerful. He had reached the 4th level of the venerable realm at such a young age. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the Lu family. His strength was enough to compete with the core disciples of a sovereign family. Lin Xian was even more extraordinary. The short exchange between the two of them showed that Lin Xian's strength was at least at the 4th level of the venerable realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to compete with Lu Lai. Moreover, he had an even more dazzling identity. He was a grade 7 pill inscription master. This was an identity that everyone looked up to. Both of them were top young geniuses, so this battle would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. How can we miss such an exciting battle? At this moment, Shun Yulong also walked out with a cold smile. He and Lin Xian did not get along, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Beside him, a cruel smile also appeared on Long Qingyan's face. Although Lin Xian could refine grade 7 pills, and although Lin Xian's talent was stronger than his, he would be nothing if he died. Thinking of this, His body could not help but tremble. He must kill Lin Xian in this battle. Be careful. Murong Qingsheng reminded. He must be extraordinary to be able to compete with the core disciples of a sovereign family. Don't underestimate him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, his body flashed and he rushed into the sky, flying out of Crimson Crescent City. Murong Qingsheng carried the snow-white little monkey and also flew into the sky. The dark red divine dragon also turned into a ray of light and followed behind. After Lin Xian made his move, Lu Lai let out a cold snort and quickly flew up. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also followed suit. They would not miss such an exciting battle. Everyone flew quickly and quickly followed Lin Xian. Soon, they left Crimson Crescent City and arrived at a mountain. Swoosh! Lin Xian landed on a mountain peak. It was a mountain range with steep cliffs and lush trees. It was a primitive scene. On the mountain peak, terrifying winds whistled like blades. Lin Xian stood on the mountain peak with his black hair fluttering. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely fierce. The cultivators who came to watch the battle landed one after another and chose a suitable place to observe. Lu Lai stood in the void and looked down. In the sky, the wind whistled, but Lu Lai's clothes did not flutter. His entire body emitted light that covered the entire sky. Crimson-red spiritual energy burned like a sun that shone in all directions. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear was extremely red, like a burning flame. With a light shake, a terrifying force destroyed a mountain peak below. Lu Lai held the fiery red long spear in his hand. His gaze was cold as it pierced through the void. His aura was too strong. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast that was unstoppable. On the mountain peak, Lin Xian stood proudly like an immortal. He was as sharp as a blade. Invisible auras gushed out crazily as the two's auras collided in the air. Bang! Bang! A deep sound rang out as terrifying cracks spread out in the air. They were as long as 1,000 meters. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They realized that they were too close to the two and that terrifying killing intent was flying towards them. A mountain peak was directly split into two by the aura of the two people. On the other side, the endless forest collapsed and the trees turned into powder. This scene was too terrifying. The two of them had not even made a move, but they had already caused such a commotion. Fortunately, the two of them did not make a move in Crimson Crescent City. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Crescent City would be in trouble. Even Shen Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the rest had grave expressions as they stared at the battlefield. In the next moment, Lu Lai made his move. Chapter 10:27. Raging Dragon Spear Technique. Lu Chong used the Lu family's ultimate technique, the Raging Dragon Spear Technique. The fiery red spear emitted a blazing light that turned into countless spear lights that flew out quickly. Each spear light turned into a dragon that roared at the sky. The sound shook the surroundings. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of the dragons. The void trembled as if it couldn't bear it. Looking at this terrifying scene, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had seen the Raging Dragon Spear technique before. Lu Chong had used it in the demon-slaying world. But now, the power that Lu Lai used was several times stronger than Lu Chong's. This was no longer a spear light, but a real flood dragon. Its huge body carried a terrifying power as it surged forward. Countless mountains below were crushed into rubble. Lu Chong was indeed very powerful. He had the ability to look down on everyone. Lin Xian also roared and pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back. A sonorous sword sound was heard, like lightning streaking across the void. In the next moment, terrifying cracks spread rapidly in all directions. With a sweep of the sword light filled the sky. The sword aura surged and turned into a boundless sea of blood, emitting a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Seeing Lin Xian attack, everyone was shocked and their mouths were wide open. Because each sword aura was blood-red and terrifying. The monstrous, murderous aura emitted from it made everyone's heart tremble. Even their bodies were trembling. The blood-red sword aura was too terrifying. It could even affect the blood in their bodies. It was as if all the blood in their bodies was taken away and merged into the blood-red sword aura. The blood-red sword aura surged and could affect the blood in a person's body. This caused everyone to be extremely terrified. How could they fight? Before they could even make a move, all the blood in their bodies would be taken away. Countless blood-red sword aura surged. The terrifying sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut open the world. In the next moment, the blood-red sword light collided with the dragons in the sky, creating an earth-shattering roar. Endless flames surged and terrifying lightning struck in all directions. The entire world was destroyed. Lu Lai roared to the sky. Spiritual energy burned all over his body, making him look like a god. He mustered all of his strength and charged downwards at high speed. In addition, Lu Chang's entire being was incomparably ferocious, as if he was a demon god. Like a bloodthirsty demon king, he rushed down with thousands of flood dragon spear lights. Die, brat! Lu Lai's voice was like thunder as he stabbed down with his fiery red spear. The mountains shook, and spiritual energy surged. The berserk spear light enveloped the entire mountain range. In the distance, everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this. This Lu Lai was too strong. It was as if he wanted to blow up the entire world. He had made up his mind to kill in this battle. Apart from Shenyu, Long Morong, and Rong Qingshu, no one else could withstand such a terrifying attack. It was so much so that a single strand of aura would be able to completely exterminate them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He looked up at the sky with an extremely cold expression. The next moment, he swung his Lone Star sword again. Streaks of sword chi rushed into the clouds and slashed upwards. Every slash of the sword slashed a flood dragon into two halves. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword chi. The flood dragons split apart and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the sky. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. Was Lu Lai going to be suppressed again? Lu Lai roared again, "Martial soul out!" Following his roar, the spiritual energy behind him surged wildly. A fiery red light soared into the sky and tore it apart. It was as if a demon king had been reborn. It was a gigantic flood dragon. Its scales shone brightly, as if it was a real flood dragon. It was dazzling. This flood dragon was 100 feet long. Its huge body filled the sky. It waved its huge claws and easily tore the void apart. The flood dragon martial soul was Lu Lai's martial soul. After summoning his martial soul, Lu Erli's strength reached its peak. His strength rose again and reached a new peak. In the next moment, he waved the fiery red spear in his hand and launched a fierce attack. Behind him, the huge flood dragon martial soul surged. It moved quickly along with Lu Lai's movements and roared into the sky. The light on its body condensed and turned into rays of light that fell down. It was a terrifying scene. It could kill an ordinary fourth-rank honorable realm cultivator. However, Lin Xian stood in the sky like a peerless god of death. Blood-red sword chi surrounded his body. With a wave of the Lone Star sword, surges of sword chi shot out in all directions, as if they were going to split the world apart. At this moment, Lin Xian unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul to its maximum. At the same time, he waved his hand and an ice lotus quickly formed in front of him. Ice Lotus Martial Soul. Facing the powerful Lu Lai, Lin Xian summoned his second martial soul. Icy cold energy surged and spread in all directions. Immediately, the trees in the 3 rivers below were frozen. A world of ice and snow was quickly formed. Not only that, even the rays of light in the sky were frozen and slowed down. Some of them even turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his arm and made all the attacks unable to get close. How terrifying! The cold energy was too shocking. It could even freeze the spear. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Shen Yulong frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful martial soul. It could even suppress Lu Lai. On the other side, although Morong Qingshu didn't say anything, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that the scene in front of him had shocked him. Morong Qingsheng, on the other hand, was like a fairy as a beautiful smile hung on the corner of her mouth. As for the other martial artists, They were all stunned. In the distance, Lu Lai stood in the sky. His black hair fluttered and his eyes were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. The spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely. I didn't expect you to have an ice spirit martial soul. You can actually resist my furious dragon spear art. However, do you think you can win like this? You're too naive. Lu Lai's voice was as cold as a sharp blade. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll let you know that all your tricks are useless in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Lu Lai snorted coldly. He stood on the giant flood dragon with a long spear in his hand. He was like a war god with an abnormally cold expression. In the next moment, he flipped his palm. A large black bow appeared in his hand. It was a black bow that was like a full moon. It was incomparably black, and there were mysterious patterns on it. The large black bow was as heavy as Mount Tai. It released a black aura that caused the entire void to buzz and tremble. Not only that, but with its appearance, there was an additional murderous intent that caused people's hearts to tremble. This murderous intent was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword that could destroy the heavens, causing people's hair to stand on end. For a moment, the entire world was filled with an austere aura. Feeling this aura, everyone trembled. Xin Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the others frowned and their expressions became extremely grave. Could it be the Black Flood Dragon Bow? Chapter 1028. The Black Dragon Bow was a famous murderous weapon. Rumor had it that it was made from the tendons of a real dragon. Ever since the Black Dragon Bow was born, it had killed many powerful warriors. It was extremely ferocious. Isn't that young Master Ling Feng's weapon? I didn't expect him to give it to Lu Lai. Rumor has it that young Master Ling Feng used the Black Dragon Bow to kill a sixth heaven venerable. One can imagine how terrifying the Black Dragon Bow is. Now that Lu Lai is using it, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Many people were discussing. Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She had naturally heard of the Black Dragon Bow's ferocious reputation. However, she still chose to believe in Lin Xian because even she couldn't fully understand Lin Xian's trump card. He should have a way to resist the Black Dragon Bow. It spun like a black bow, like a real dragon in the void. A terrifying bloody aura spread in all directions. The murderous aura formed a materialized light that swept across heaven and earth. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had opened and countless demons had come to the human world. Lu Lai held the Black Dragon Bow in his hand and became demonic. Then, he flicked it gently. Buzz. Immediately, there was a buzzing sound in heaven and earth. The sound was very terrifying. It shook the void as if countless demons were roaring crazily. Kid, it's your fortune to be able to die under the Black Dragon Bow. Lu Lai's expression was cold like a god fiend. The Black Dragon Bow had once killed a sixth, heavenly layer venerable realm expert. Killing Lin Xian would be a piece of cake for it. Lu Lai's black hair fluttered in the wind. He held the Black Dragon Bow tightly and placed his other hand on the bowstring. Terrifying spiritual energy surged and formed a fiery red arrow. In the next moment, the crimson arrow flew out quickly. A red arrow flew towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by the furious roar of a dragon. The arrow carried a terrifying murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. It was as if a dragon had appeared and roared in all directions. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. It carried a monstrous murderous aura as it rampaged through the void. Wherever it passed, pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. Some of the weaker ones were so frightened by the murderous aura that they fell to the ground. Even Shen Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the others had ugly expressions. That aura was still able to threaten them. As expected of the Black Flood Dragon Bow, it's really fierce. Murong Qingsheng held the snow-white little fox in her arms and looked ahead seriously. The dark red dragon god beside her was unusually excited. Kid, kill him and take that black bow. The moment the Black Dragon Bow appeared, the dark red divine dragon had taken a liking to it. According to his many years of experience, this black flood dragon bow was definitely not simple. It was very likely that it was a half-Earth step artifact. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Lai to possess such a powerful weapon. Its aura was no weaker than his Lone Star sword. Facing that terrifying arrow, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He held the Lone Star sword tightly and pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might. Then, he swept it upwards. Sword chi crisscrossed as the divine sword appeared in the sky. This sword heavily slashed on the blood-colored arrow, creating a sky-shaking sound. The terrifying sound wave directly shattered over 10 mountains nearby. In the end, that blood-colored arrow that was filled with killing intent was deflected by Lin Xian's sword. What? He actually deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was the black flood dragon bow, the weapon that young Master Ling Feng once used. It was a powerful weapon that killed a 6th-level venerable. Now, this weapon was given to Lu Lai. Although Lu Lai's strength was not as strong as young Master Ling Feng, using this weapon to kill a martial artist of the same level should not be a problem. But now, Lin Xian deflected the arrow from the black flood dragon bow with a single sword. It was too shocking. Seeing this scene, Lu Lai snorted in disdain. He held the black flood dragon bow in his hand and stood in the void. He looked down like a demon god. Don't be complacent. That arrow was just casually shot out. I did not use much strength. Now, I will let you see the true power of the black flood dragon bow. Lu Lai's voice was cold as if he was the god of death. What? A casual attack. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. This is too terrifying. A casual attack is already so terrifying. If he were to use his full strength, how terrifying would it be? No one dared to imagine. In the next moment, Lu Lai drew the black flood dragon bow again in front of countless horrified eyes. Suddenly, an arrow that was filled with killing intent flew out. It was as if a flood dragon had been born. A terrifying aura swept across the void and instantly tore the entire void apart. A black crack appeared in the void. The entire void seemed to have been torn into two. The ground and mountains below were also split open. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was destroyed by the terrifying killing intent. This arrow was as if a peerless demon had been born. Lin Xian let out a long roar and activated the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. He waved the Lone Star sword and slashed continuously. Sword chi flew out and slashed the terrifying demonic dragon's body. Clanging sounds rang out and countless sparks flew out. It was as if a comet had hit the ground. This weapon was too terrifying. It was stained with the blood of an expert and had a demonic nature. Now that it was activated by Lu Lai, it was even more powerful to the extreme. Murong Qingshu's expression was grave. The terrifying killing intent shocked him. The terrifying arrow whistled through the air with a monstrous killing intent. It was like a long rainbow that instantly attacked below. If it were other honorable realm experts, they would not even need to fight back. The killing intent that was emitted would be enough to crush them. Moreover, what made people's scalps go numb was that after shooting this arrow, Lu Lai did not stop. Instead, he waved his arm again and shot out another 5 arrows. 5 arrows that were filled with killing intent flew across the void and quickly flew towards Lin Xian. This time, Lu Lai had the intention to kill. He must kill Lin Xian and nail him to the ground. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He quickly activated the Ice Martial Soul and merged it with the Lone Star Sword. In the next moment, a monstrous chill was emitted. Countless snowstorms surrounded him, and he was like the divine king of ice and snow. Holding the Lone Star Sword, he quickly rushed forward. Taking the initiative to attack, he is too bold. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled violently. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would definitely use their extreme speed to dodge. However, Lin Xian took the initiative to meet the attack. Could it be that he is not afraid of the terrifying killing intent? In fact, the crowd did not know that Lin Xian was not afraid of the peerless killing intent. One had to know that he had the Blood Sword King's inheritance and cultivated the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, although the Black Dragon Bow's killing intent was strong, it did not affect him. Moreover, Lin Xian did not plan to hold back this time. He had to take the initiative to attack and kill his opponent. The moment he rushed into the sky, the Red Lotus battle armor quickly formed and wrapped around his body. The monstrous killing intent and monstrous chi waves were all blocked outside his body. Chapter 1029. Lin Xian swung the lone star sword continuously. Every sword chi was thicker than a mountain. It was as if they were the swords of a god. They heavily slashed at the 5 dragon arrows. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred in the void. Endless light flickered and waves of air rolled, annihilating the sky. It was not over yet. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps to increase his speed to the extreme. He quickly shuttled through the void and rushed towards Lu Lai. Although the black dragon bow was fierce and powerful, it was also a long-range weapon. It would not be of much use in close combat, so Lin Xian chose to fight in close combat. Moreover, he had the Red Lotus armor to protect his body. He was not afraid of close combat at all. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lu Lai like a ghost. He quickly swung the lone star sword in his hand, forming a mysterious sword chi that slashed forward. "You're courting death." Lu Lai was furious. He did not expect his opponent to dare to fight in close combat. Moreover, he was able to arrive in front of him so quickly. This shocked him. In the next moment, he held the black dragon bow and used it as a long saber, sweeping it out. The black dragon bow was made from a real dragon. It was extremely hard and had already entered the ranks of Earth-rank treasures. Therefore, even if it was used as a long saber, the power would be unimaginable. A sonorous sound rang out. The entire void trembled. The ground below was even cracked into countless pieces because of the sound waves. The two of them fought in close combat. It was very intense. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The two of them fought all the way. Wherever they went, mountains and rivers would collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The spectators in the distance were shocked. This level of battle was too exciting. Every move was extremely terrifying. If they went up, they would probably be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves. It was earth-shattering. On the other hand, Lu Lai was extremely furious. His expression was ferocious because every time they collided, he had to expend a lot of mental energy to block the energy waves. However, his opponent was different. The red armor on Lin Xian's body blocked all the energy waves, making him very fierce. He would not be injured at all. In this tense situation, Lin Xian fought more and more fiercely. Gradually, he showed signs of suppressing Lu Lai. This was unbearable. "Get lost!" Lu Lai roared. His black hair danced in the wind as if he had gone mad. He quickly put away the black dragon bow. With a roar, the spirit energy in his body surged. The huge shadow of the black dragon quickly swam behind him and attached itself to his arm, completely merging with his right hand. The current situation was no longer suitable for him to use the black dragon bow, so Lu Lai did not hesitate. After fusing with the Jiao dragon martial soul, his right hand became extremely strange. The scales on it shone as if a Jiao dragon was circling around it. When the fist struck out, a dragon's head condensed into a gauntlet that wrapped around the entire fist. Then, Lu Lai punched out. The fist wind surged like a flood dragon attacking, instantly shattering the void. The terrifying fist force spread out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble. Flood Dragon Arm. This was one of Lu Lai's killing moves. It allowed his martial soul to fuse with his arm, producing a powerful attack that could even kill a fifth-layer Venerable Realm Cultivator. Lu Lai's arm was like a demon. It was like a coiled dragon. His entire arm had a cold metallic glow. Above the fist, there was a dragon head roaring ferociously. Its cold eyes opened, carrying a ruthless and powerful aura, causing people's hearts to tremble. Boom! The fist completely enveloped Lin Xian and sent him flying. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Red Lotus armor to protect his body, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the terrifying force still caused his blood to boil. It was undeniable that Lu Lai was indeed a powerful opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He snorted coldly and quickly attacked. He activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and released streaks of true Dragon Sword Chi. They slashed upwards and collided with the Jiao Dragon Fist. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. What? He can actually resist the Jiao Dragon Wall. The surrounding people were shocked. Lu Lai was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful killing move, but it still could not do anything to his opponent. He could not accept this. At the thought of this, he gritted his teeth. Spiritual energy gathered in his head, forming a huge vortex that quickly surged into his entire arm. Then, the spiritual energy quickly burned and turned into a powerful energy. Dragon dances in the 9 heavens. Lu Lai roared into the sky and swung his fist with all his might. 9 Jiao Dragon shadows quickly surged out from his fist and circled around ferociously. Kid, go to hell. Lu Lai's ferocious laughter resounded in the sky, along with the 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows. The 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows were too terrifying. They sealed the entire void, and the boundless spiritual energy seemed to want to refine Lin Xian alive. Feeling the aura, the crowd was terrified and quickly retreated. Even Murong Qingqing frowned and was extremely nervous. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and said fiercely, "Kid, use your trump card and kill him." Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. The 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows above him were too terrifying. It made him shudder with fear. If he was hit by the 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured even with the Red Lotus armor. This was not the result he wanted. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and a bright red boxing glove covered his fist. On top of it, a red lotus bloomed enchantingly. As soon as the glove appeared, it emitted a dazzling light and rushed into the sky like a rainbow. Even the pressure formed by the 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows was scattered by the light. Red Lotus sky splitting. Lin Xian swung his fist and directly punched out. The light flickered and a huge red fist shadow quickly flew toward the 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows. In the fist shadow, there seemed to be a red lotus swaying slightly and emitting a terrifying aura. What kind of boxing technique is this? It's too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts almost jumped out. Their mouths were dry, and they couldn't believe it. Xin Yulong and Murong Qingshu were also shocked at this moment because they could clearly feel the aura of the Red Lotus boxing glove. It wasn't any weaker than the Lone Star sword. What kind of treasure was that? Was it also a half-Earth rank treasure? The two of them were shocked. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Red Lotus boxing glove was vast and mighty. It fiercely collided with the Jiao Dragon Fist shadows and emitted an earth-shattering sound. Immediately, the entire void exploded. The 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows were torn apart like cloth. What? This is impossible. Lu Lai screamed. He was stunned and his mind was blank. That was his ultimate technique, but it was easily torn apart by someone in an instant. How was this possible? One had to know that this move was extremely terrifying. It had fused with the power of a martial soul. Even an ordinary 5th-level martial saint would have to use his full strength to block it. However, Lin Xian was in the same realm as him. How could he break his attack so easily? He couldn't believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the huge Red Lotus boxing glove had already broken through the defense of the 9 Jiao Dragon Fist shadows and rushed toward him. Chapter 1030. The terrifying Red Lotus fist rushed forward and drowned Lu Lai in an instant. It was a terrifying scene. The entire sky was shrouded in red light, like a fiery sunset. Lu Lai's entire body was drowned in the endless red light. Below, everyone was watching anxiously. At this moment, a scream sounded in the sky. Then, a figure flew out like a shadow. Accompanying the figure was countless flowers of blood splattered in the sky. What? He's injured. When the crowd saw this scene, they all exclaimed. They naturally knew who the figure that flew backwards was, because only Lu Lai was drowned in the red light, and Lin Xian was standing on the other side like a god of death. The one who flew out was naturally Lu Lai. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and most of the bones in his body were shattered. That punch was too terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all. Fortunately, he used his mutated flood dragon arm to block in front of him at the critical moment and resisted most of the force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a serious injury. That punch would have turned him into a bloody mist. Rumble. After smashing through more than 10 mountains, Lu Lai's body crashed heavily into the ground. Immediately, the entire ground trembled and a terrifying deep pit quickly formed. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open and their minds went blank. Shun Yulong frowned and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Obviously, this scene was beyond his expectations. Beside him, the cold 6th grade alchemist's face was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength apart from his extraordinary talent in alchemy. This made him extremely jealous. In the distance, Murong Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief. She had a beautiful smile on her face, and her jade-like hands kept rubbing the snow-white little monkey in her arms. The ground below cracked, and countless cracks spread out for thousands of miles, splitting the entire ground into several pieces. Not far away, the mountain peak collapsed, forming countless huge rocks that littered the ground, forming a ruin. Ah! At this moment, an abnormally angry roar sounded from the ruins. It was like the howl of a demon and was extremely terrifying. Then, a terrifying force surged out and blasted all the huge rocks away. Lu Lai's figure appeared. He struggled to get up from the ground. His body was swaying, and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. However, his eyes were abnormally cold. It was terrifyingly cold, like a cold blade that made people's hearts tremble. More than half of his chest had caved in, and the ribs in his chest were all shattered. However, it was as if he didn't feel anything. He ignored the injuries all over his body and raised his head, staring coldly into the void. "Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you." This voice was incomparably malevolent, as if a demon had crawled out of the void, causing people who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You're already injured like this. How are you going to kill me? How laughable. You will soon know how to kill you." Lu Lai's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with madness. Then, he rubbed his storage ring and quickly took out a pill. This pill was personally given to me by young noble Ling Feng. It was supposed to be used to save my life, but I didn't expect to use it here. Brat, you made me waste a peerless pill for no reason. Later, I'll torture you to death and let you taste all the torture in the world. Lu Lai's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and quickly swallowed the pill. Then, his body emitted cracking sounds. The broken bones quickly healed, and the injuries all over his body were quickly healed. Soon, Lu Lai was as good as new. What pill is this? It's so heaven-defying. He recovered from such serious injuries in an instant. Gosh, Lu Lai is too terrifying. He actually has such a powerful technique. The crowd was shocked and couldn't believe it. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as his expression darkened. He was well aware of the injuries caused by the previous punch. It was definitely a serious injury. Even a level 5 honorable realm cultivator wouldn't be able to recover in such a short time. However, a single pill had changed the entire situation. It allowed the heavily injured Lu Lai to recover to his original state. Even the spiritual energy he had consumed was replenished. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. He was an alchemist and had received the inheritance of the Pill Feather King. It could be said that his knowledge of alchemy was extraordinary. Therefore, he knew how terrifying this pill was. To be able to achieve such an effect, it was at least a 7th grade pill. It might even be an 8th grade pill. He really didn't expect Lu Lai to have such a top grade pill. Xin Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the others were also extremely shocked. Undying Gold Pill. He actually has the Undying Gold Pill. Murong Qingshu was extremely shocked. How did this guy do it? First, he had the 10,000 Flood Dragon Bow used by young noble Ling Feng. Now, he even took out the Undying Gold Pill. He's only a genius of the Lu family. How could he have so many treasures? Murong Qingshu was too shocked because the undying gold pill was a treasure that only young noble Ling Feng had. Just from the name, one could know that as long as a martial artist didn't die, they could immediately recover after taking one. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. This kind of thing was usually bestowed by young noble Ling Feng to his ministers. Lu Lai was so young. How could he have gotten such a thing? On the side, Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "According to the information I got from the family, it seems that young noble Ling Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Lai's sister. That's why the Lu family's status rose and Lu Lai could have such a treasure." Lu Lai's sister, no wonder. To be able to become young noble Ling Feng's woman, her family would definitely receive great benefits. This could also explain why Lu Lai had so many treasures in his hands. After the surrounding people heard this, they were envious. They wished that everyone could have a beautiful sister and be fancied by young noble Ling Feng. Then, they could also soar into the sky. In the distance, Murong Qingcheng frowned again. This scene made her worried again. As for the dark red divine dragon, his mouth was wide open from ear to ear, drooling non-stop. Damn! Undying gold pill. It's actually the undying gold pill. Wasn't that pill recipe lost? I didn't expect it to appear here. This is a good thing. He kept shaking his head, seeming abnormally excited. Below, Lu Lai's body returned to normal. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile. "Kid, I will let you know what regret is." "Not good. I'm afraid he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet." Hearing Lu Lai's words, Murong Qingcheng was also shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned because he realized that the other party was not boasting. He could clearly sense that Lu Lai's aura suddenly became stronger, far stronger than before. 9 Revolution Netherworld Mantra, Lu Lai shouted angrily. His expression was abnormally cold. His black hair fluttered as if he was a demon that walked out from hell. His entire person was incomparably demonic. Chapter 1031. 9 Turns Nether Mantra. Lu Lai roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon from hell, becoming abnormally demonic. A strange and terrifying energy burst out from his body and swept through heaven and earth. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's faces changed, especially Shen Yulong, who immediately screamed. 9 Turns Nether Mantra. How is this possible? He actually knows the 9 Turns Nether Mantra. Brother Yulong, what exactly is this 9 Turns Nether Mantra? Shin Yaotian and the rest asked in a trembling voice. This is also young Master Ling Feng's cultivation technique. It's a powerful earth-grade martial art. I didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to pass this down to Lu Lai. He was too shocked. One had to know that the 9 Turns Nether Mantra was a true earth-grade martial art. Its power and value were immeasurable. Earth-grade martial art. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned as they looked at the sky in shock. Earth-grade martial arts were the top martial arts in the continent, something that every martial artist dreamed of obtaining. They didn't expect Lu Lai's final trump card to be an earth-grade martial art. Lin Xian was probably in danger. The power of an earth-grade martial art was mysterious and unfathomable. It was absolutely terrifying. Indeed, with Lu Lai's strength, even an ordinary fifth heaven supremacy would find it difficult to contend with an earth-grade martial art. Lin Xian might have the Lone Star Sword, but his opponent's Black Dragon Bow wasn't to be trifled with either. With this comparison, Lin Xian was definitely at a disadvantage. Unless Lin Xian also had an earth-grade martial art. But did Lin Xian really have an earth-grade martial art? No one knew what was going on. Everyone was looking ahead nervously. This battle was really too exciting. Every time both sides used their trump cards, it was beyond their expectations, causing them to be extremely shocked. Among those of the same level, even those of the older generation wouldn't be able to do so. Lin Xian felt this aura and his expression turned solemn. What a terrifying aura. This was an earth-grade martial art. His voice was extremely solemn. Obviously, this aura made him feel a great pressure. 9 Turns Nether Mantra. First move. Lu Lai's voice was terrifying and extremely powerful. Countless rays of light shot out from his body, dazzling beyond compare. At this moment, his flood dragon martial art also separated from his right arm and circled around his body, completely fusing with him, making him look like a war god. Boom! Along with his voice, a terrifying aura quickly gushed out from his palm. In an instant, a large mountain near him was razed to the ground. The terrifying aura didn't stop and continued to surge forward. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt the threat of death looming over him. His body swayed as he executed the illusory demon steps and quickly retreated. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the Lone Star sword. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly within his body, and a sharp sword soul aura erupted from his body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying crater appeared where Lin Xian had been standing. It was incomparably huge, as if it was connected to hell. This was simply too terrifying. If Lin Xian had been a step later, even with the Red Lotus battle armor, he would not have been able to withstand that terrifying power. The power of the 9 turns nether mantra did not dissipate. Instead, it surged once again and flew towards Lin Xian, determined to blast him into dust. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not hesitate any longer. He quickly took a deep breath and waved the Lone Star sword. Streaks of mysterious trajectories were drawn in the air. Lin Xian quickly swung his sword and scattered them in front of him. Rumble. The sky seemed to have been cut open as a huge sword shadow formed above. In the end, with an incomparably violent and supreme stance, it ruthlessly slashed down on the huge light beam. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless huge mountains were razed to the ground, and the rivers flowed backward, forming endless waves of air. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled violently. They all exclaimed, "He blocked it! How is this possible?" The 9 turns nether mantra was blocked. They were all stunned. They did not expect such a violent attack to be blocked by Lin Xian. No one dared to imagine. That was an Earth rank martial art, the top cultivation technique on the continent. There was no choice. Earth rank martial arts were too famous. Every martial artist knew the terror of an Earth rank martial art. It could be said that whoever had an Earth rank martial art could soar to the sky. Killing people above one's level was nothing difficult. But now, Lin Xian actually blocked the terrifying Earth rank martial art. This made everyone's heads explode. What? How is this possible? This is impossible. Lu Lai's pupils constricted as he stared at Lin Xian with a pair of cold eyes. He did not expect that even an Earth rank martial art like the 9 turns nether mantra could not kill Lin Xian. This made him unable to believe it. "Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But today, you will definitely die because that was only the first move of the 9 turns nether mantra. Next, let's see how many moves you can resist." At the end of his speech, Lu Lai's entire body was incomparably malevolent. The nether chi on his body overflowed into the sky. His entire person was like a peerless demon, terrifying and terrifying. In the distance, when everyone heard this, they were incomparably shocked. Just the first move was terrifying to such an extent. Then wouldn't the following moves be heaven-defying? At the same time, they were also extremely shocked by Lin Xian. To be able to block such a terrifying move, it was truly beyond their expectations. That sword technique just now was very terrifying. I guess it is very likely to be an Earth rank martial art. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block the 9 turns nether mantra, Murong Qingshu said in a deep voice. Everyone was incomparably excited. This battle was too exciting. At this moment, Lu Lai, who was at the front, shouted again. 9 turns nether mantra, second move. As he waved his hand, a pitch-black light gushed out from his palm. It carried a monstrous cold aura as if the gates of hell had opened. Boom! Demonic clouds billowed into the sky as black gas enveloped the area. The scene in front suddenly changed as if it had become a hellish scene, causing one's scalp to go numb. Then, the pitch-black demonic fog quickly surged and gradually formed a black figure. It was a human figure. It was incomparably black like black jade. On his head, There was a pair of devil horns and a pair of huge black wings on his back. He held a crescent-shaped sickle in his hand and emitted a cold and deathly aura from his body. This human figure stood quietly in the void, emitting a monstrous killing intent as if he had walked out from hell. This was the power of the second move of the 9 turns nether mantra, forming a nether emissary. Although it was just a mass of energy, it was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a true supremacy. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the nether emissary moved. He took a step forward, and pitch-black demonic patterns rose from his feet. Like a wave, it quickly spread out in all directions. The void shattered, the mountain below collapsed, and the ground sank. A violent force quickly swept through the world. Chapter 1032. The Netherworld Messenger's cold eyes were like 2 sharp swords that pierced through the void as he stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, he quickly waved the crescent scythe in his hand and slashed down. A monstrous killing intent erupted like a flood and swept out in all directions. A pitch-black light surged like the Nether River and quickly slashed down in the void. It was as if it could split the mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens. The pitch-black energy whistled like a raging wave and formed an irresistible aura. It surged forward as if it wanted to swallow Lin Xian whole. This scene was too terrifying, causing everyone in the surroundings to cry out in alarm. Murong Qingqing's beautiful face was also extremely solemn. She had even mobilized the spiritual energy in her body and was prepared to make a move at the critical moment. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps and continuously retreated. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body released a demonic light. A red lotus appeared and swayed continuously, forming a force that blocked the incoming energy. At the same time, he coldly snorted. "Want to kill me? Not so easy." At the very least, this bit of strength was not enough. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he quickly waved the Lone Star Sword in his hand. Gale Lightning Sword, Dual Sword Star Annihilation. In the sky, 2 huge sword shadows formed and quickly fell down like heavenly swords. This sword directly cut the entire sky into pieces. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. The huge firmament sword shadow seemed to be able to destroy the stars in the sky. The thick sword aura directly cut the ground in half. Lin Xian waved his sword and controlled the firmament sword shadow to collide with the black crescent scythe. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Endless light burst forth like a rain of light and scattered in all directions. The entire void was in a state of chaos, and countless shocking cracks were spreading out. Even Shun Yulong and the others' pupils shrank as they were shocked. In this situation, even if they went up, they would be helpless. This was because this was already the most powerful battle strength in the same realm. The 2 energies were too terrifying. Any 4th Heaven Venerables would instantly turn into ashes if they went up against them. Even 5th Heaven Venerables would not be able to hold on for long. These 2 people can be called monsters. Murong Qingshu also said in a deep voice. In front of him, Lin Xian had a cold expression and a sharp aura. He had used the second move of the Gale Lightning Sword technique to block his opponent's attack. At the same time, he did not stop moving. The long sword in his hand swung rapidly, forming the third move of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. The azure blue sword moved quickly in the air, forming a very mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky changed, and another giant sword shadow quickly formed. The moment the third firmament sword shadow was formed, it brought with it an earth-shattering aura as it danced swiftly in the void. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if even gods and devils had to retreat. Gale Lightning Sword. 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. At this moment, Lin Xian also let out a ferocious roar as his arm abruptly descended. "You're courting death." Lu Lai was enraged. Originally, he thought that by taking out the 9 Revolutions Nether Mantra, he would be able to easily kill his opponent. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would be the same as him, possessing an Earth-rank martial art. Therefore, the 2 of them were once again in a stalemate. And now, his opponent actually dared to take the initiative to attack. This made him furious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lai's expression was ice-cold, and his eyes emitted a fierce light. 9 revolutions nether mantra, third move. Following his furious roar, the pitch-black nether radiant emissary in front of him became even more terrifying. On the giant evil demon wings, mysterious patterns began to form, filled with a terrifying aura of death. He was like the Grim Reaper, walking on the ground. Every step he took cracked the void. The death scythe in his hand danced rapidly. Countless black rays surged, turning into boundless demonic aura that devoured everything in front of him. This was the aura of the netherworld. It could take away all life and was extremely terrifying. Everyone in the distance felt their hearts tremble. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed their throats, making them unable to breathe. Even Shen Yulong's face was covered in sweat. Lin Xian was also under great pressure. The surging black fog formed a giant nether beast in the void. It roared at the sky as if it was going to devour him. Fortunately, he had the red lotus armor, which could withstand most of the pressure. Even so, he still felt the blood in his body churning and his bones cracking. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent was. However, his strength was also extremely powerful. With a serious expression, he quickly swung the Lone Star sword in his hand. The third firmament giant sword carried an aura that could destroy gods and demons as it quickly descended. The giant sword and the giant beast clashed in the air. The momentum was terrifying, and the entire sky was drowned out. At this moment, Lu Lai's lips curled into a cruel smile. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Die, brat. Following his words, the pitch-black nether radiant emissary suddenly moved. The giant evil demon wings flapped, and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. What? So fast? Shen Yulong was shocked, and his pupils shrank. He did not even see his opponent's movements. Lin Xian, be careful. In the distance, Murong Qingqing also shouted a warning. Lin Xian's pupil shrank, and he activated the red lotus armor to the maximum. However, in the next moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. The nether radiant emissary was like the Grim Reaper. He came to Lin Xian's side and took away the boundless nether aura. He raised the death scythe in his hand and slashed it down at Lin Xian. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Murong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She did not expect the black shadow to be so fast. It was too late for her to make a move now. She could only place her hopes on Lin Xian. The nether radiant emissary in front of them waved the giant death scythe and shot out a pitch-black ray of light. A ball of black light, like a demonic light, devoured everything. It brought with it the terrifying power of death and slashed down violently. Boom! A shocking sound rang out. The void trembled, and a huge black hole was formed. It expanded rapidly and occupied half the sky. Countless rays of light were devoured by the black hole. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was covered by the black hole. What? He was hit directly. It's over. It's over. Lin Xian will definitely not be able to block this move. That is a true Earth-rank martial art. This Lu Lai is too powerful. He actually has so many treasures in his hands. Countless people exclaimed. Shen Yulong and the cold alchemist Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were filled with excitement. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he had no chance of survival after being hit directly by the nether radiant emissary. The gloomy alchemist revealed a sinister smile. No matter how talented Lin Xian was, he was still going to die in the end. His heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. In the sky, Lu Lai laughed wildly. His terrifying voice shook the mountains and rivers. Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing looked at this scene, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. That beautiful face of hers was filled with endless pain. Then, her whole body started to shake slightly, and a trace of intense killing intent appeared in her eyes. A terrifying purple aura gushed out from her body. It was as if the purple aura came from the east and enveloped her entire body. Chapter 1033. Murong Qingcheng had a murderous look on her face as she was surrounded by a boundless purple aura. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared coldly at the sky above the building. In the next moment, her body swayed and she shot up into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. "Little girl Murong, don't be rash," the dark red divine dragon shouted, but it was too late. In an instant, Murong Qingcheng was in the sky. She waved her jade-like hand and slammed it towards Lu Lai. The void trembled as a large purple palm condensed. It was like the palm of a demon god as it slammed down from the sky. This change was very sudden, and everyone was stunned. Lu Lai's laughter suddenly stopped. He looked up and his pupils shrank. At the same time, he snorted and continued to use the 9 turns Netherworld mantra to control the Netherworld messenger to attack the large purple palm. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the two collided. The entire void collapsed quickly. Lu Lai took 3 steps back. He was shocked and his heart was beating wildly. This palm was too terrifying, and it was beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he had the 9 turns Nether mantra, so he was able to block the attack. However, he was extremely vigilant. His eyes were like lightning as he stared coldly ahead. This collision also caused Murong Qingcheng to stop. She was like a peerless fairy as she floated in the void. Her body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Seeing that it was Murong Qingcheng who attacked, Lu Lai's face darkened. He asked in a deep voice, "Fairy Murong, what do you mean? If he dies, you will be buried with him." Murong Qingcheng's voice was cold, but her meaning was obvious. She wanted to avenge Lin Xian. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. However, Murong Qingshu's face changed drastically. His body swayed, and he also appeared in the sky. He quickly said to Murong Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, Brother Lu is our Murong family's distinguished guest." Moreover, this battle was originally proposed by Lin Xian. Now that his strength is inferior, humph. Before Murong Qingshu could finish speaking, Murong Qingcheng snorted coldly. Her entire body was extremely cold. "You dare to stop my decision?" His voice was filled with dominance. "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant." Hearing those words, Murong Qingshu quickly shook his head. His complexion became extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Even though he was the young master of Crimson Crescent City was only a branch of the Murong family. The young woman before him was the true princess of the Murong family. That status was something that even their old ancestor could not compare to, let alone him. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, he did not dare to refute Murong Qingcheng's words. "Murong Qingcheng, I respect you as the little princess of the Murong family, and I don't want to fight with you. But don't go too far. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" Lu Lai's voice was cold. He could not afford to be weak in this situation. If Murong Qingcheng made a move, he would not be the only one to suffer. All the disciples of the Lu family would suffer. On the other hand, Murong Qingcheng did not care about anything. She shouted, "I've said it before. If I kill him, you'll be buried with him." Following her words, the mass of purple gas became more and more dense. It was like a mass of purple fog that enveloped Murong Qingcheng's delicate body. Then, a terrifying power was emitted from within her body. On the other hand, Lu Lai's expression was ferocious. He summoned the Netherworld messenger back to his side. His entire being was like a peerless demon, incomparably arrogant. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a light cough was suddenly heard from within the violent energy. Hearing this voice, Murong Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face revealed a joyful expression. "Lin Xian, he's fine." Indeed, in the next moment, a figure flashed and appeared beside Murong Qingcheng in an instant. Lin Xian. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian was still alive. "What? That's impossible." Lu Lai screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but be shocked. That attack just now was a killing move of the 9 turns Netherworld technique. Even a 5th heaven supremacy would fall if he came. But now, Lin Xian was actually still alive. This was just too shocking. On the side, Murong Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to see Murong Qingcheng and Lu Lai fight. "You're injured." Seeing Lin Xian covered in blood, Murong Qingqing said with heartache, "I've made you worry. Leave the rest to me." Lin Xian had blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were abnormally bright. "All right." Murong Qingqing nodded. She turned around and floated down. Since Lin Xian was still alive, she would not attack again. After all, this was a battle between men. After Murong Qingqing left, Murong Qingshu also quickly left. Only Lin Xian and Lu Lai were left in the sky. "Imph, you're really lucky. You're still alive?" Lu Lai's voice was ferocious. "It's not that easy to take my life," Lin Xian said coldly. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor to protect him. Otherwise, that attack would have taken his life. "You're the first person to injure me so badly. So, you have to pay the price." Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword tightly and looked straight ahead. "Imph, you're fine because you're lucky. Let's see if you can survive this time." Lu Lai's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body surged. The demonic clouds behind him tumbled, and he became terrifying and violent again. The netherworld messenger beside him flapped his demon wings. Like a black lightning bolt, he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Last time, this was the move that seriously injured Lin Xian. So, when everyone saw this move again, they were nervous and paid close attention. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again. Gale Lightning Sword, Fourth Sword, Earthquake Sky. This time, Lin Xian directly used the fourth sword of the Gale Lightning Sword. Moreover, he held the huge Firmament Sword Shadow in his hand and swept it out. With a swing of the sword, the sky and earth lost their color. The sword shadow released a blinding light that was even more dazzling than the sun. It quickly slashed through the void. Rumble. The entire sky shattered as if someone had flipped it over. The terrifying sword radiance destroyed everything. The netherworld messenger had nowhere to hide and was instantly enveloped by the sword. The entire sky was bright as if countless suns were shining at the same time. The crowd couldn't help but scream. They covered their eyes and frantically retreated. The radiance was too sharp. It was like thousands of sword radiances were scattered in all directions. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. When the radiance in the sky disappeared, the crowd only dared to open their eyes. They then quickly looked toward the sky. They happened to see the last scene. The netherworld messenger with the demon horns on his head and the black demon wings on his back quickly disintegrated. He turned into black gas and scattered in the sky. Lu Lai was also hit by the terrifying sword radiance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Chapter 1034. Ah! Lu Lai screamed crazily. He couldn't believe that his opponent could still injure him when he used the third move of the 9 turns nether mantra. This was completely out of his expectations. The disciples of the Lu family below saw this scene and screamed in agony. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Lin Xian was too powerful, so powerful that they were terrified. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Lin Xian moved quickly and rushed forward. After severely injuring Lu Lai with one strike, Lin Xian moved his body and transformed into a beam of sword aura, quickly dashing forward. Lin Xian wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to take his life while he was down. Lu Lai kept retreating, his tall body covered in blood. He roared at the sky and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. Shocking. It was too shocking. He didn't expect that he would still be seriously injured after using his last trump card. When he saw Lin Xian rushing over, his pupils shrank. He twisted his body and used the 9 turns nether mantra to stop himself. At the same time, the nether chi behind him surged and formed a pair of black demonic wings that carried him quickly. Lin Xian let out a long roar and formed a pair of thunderstorm wings behind him. Strange runes flowed on them and the wings flapped, increasing his speed to the extreme. The combination of the thunderstorm wings and the illusory demonic steps allowed him to catch up with Lu Lai in an instant. Seeing the figure close by, Lu Lai's face changed and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. 9 turns nether mantra, the fourth move. With his current strength, He could only use the first 3 moves of the 9 turns nether mantra. His body couldn't withstand the nether chi if he used the 4th move. However, the situation didn't allow him to think too much. He had to dodge Lin Xian's attack first. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and prepared to use the 4th move of the 9 turns nether mantra. However, just as he was about to use it, Lin Xian's long sword slashed down quickly. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, forcibly interrupting his cultivation method. Boom! Lu Lai didn't have a defense as strong as Lin Xian's, so he was heavily injured by the sword and fell to the ground. Ah, brat! You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you! Lu Lai roared madly. In the battle between the two, Lin Xian once again gained the upper hand and suppressed her. She simply couldn't tolerate it. However, so what if he couldn't endure it? The current him couldn't withstand Lin Xian's swordsmanship at all. Just as he was roaring madly, a huge sword shadow formed above him and quickly slashed towards him. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the terrifying power of an earth-tier martial art. In an instant, it tore open the sky and ruthlessly enveloped Lu Lai. No! Seeing this, the countless sons of the Lu clan howled madly. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Lu Lai's pupils shrank as the fear of death rose in his heart. At this critical moment, he desperately burned his spirit energy and activated the 9 turns nether mantra. The black devil wings on his back flapped and the runes on them shone brightly. He forcefully moved horizontally. However, Lin Xian obviously didn't intend to let him go. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a sword god. He stretched out a huge palm of light that quickly formed and grabbed the firmament sword shadow. Then, he slashed in Lu Lai's direction again. Boom! The entire void exploded once again. This sword strike shattered all the surrounding mountains, and a 1,000-mile-long crack appeared on the ground. Although Lu Lai had the devil wings, he still couldn't escape from the sword chi. His left arm was slashed by the violent firmament sword shadow and was directly cut off. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene was too shocking. It directly stunned everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They were all like stone statues and their minds were blank. They didn't expect that the extremely powerful Lu Lai would have his arm cut off. This was simply too shocking. Lu Lai's body moved horizontally and roared at the sky. He was in a frenzy. His left arm was directly turned into powder by the firmament sword shadow and didn't exist anymore. Countless flowers of blood floated in the air. Losing an arm was unbearable for him. Ah! Lu Lai went crazy. The netherworld chi behind him surged and then quickly burned, forming the netherworld fire. The pitch-black flames surged with a strange and terrifying aura. It was like the flames of hell, causing people's hearts to tremble. The flames enveloped Lu Lai's body. Countless flames jumped and came to his left arm, forming a force that healed the wound. Lin Xian's sword chi was too fierce. With Lu Lai's own spiritual power, he couldn't eliminate it at all. He had to use the netherworld chi to resist the sword chi. Soon, the wound stopped bleeding. However, his left arm disappeared forever. You dare to cut off my arm. I want you dead. Lu Lai's expression was crazy. He couldn't accept it at all. Losing one of his arms had damaged his image, and his strength had also been greatly reduced. Moreover, this would become the shame of his life. It was even worse than killing him. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were even more terrified. That was Lu Lai. He had already used the 9 turns netherworld mantra, an earth-rank martial art. However, he still had his arm cut off. No one had expected this outcome. Even Shan Yulong and Murong Qingshu's faces were gloomy and their eyelids were twitching. To be honest, they thought they were peerless talents. However, at this moment, compared to Lin Xian, there was a huge gap. The two of them couldn't accept this gap. In front, Lu Lai had completely gone crazy. He burned his spiritual power and completely transformed it into the netherworld chi. He wanted to use the 4th move of the 9 turns netherworld mantra with all his might. He roared crazily. His hair fluttered and his body was covered in blood. His expression was ferocious. Around him, the netherworld chi gradually swelled up, rolling like the waves of the sea. In the distance, Lin Xian snorted. Stop struggling. You don't have any chance. He wouldn't give Lu Lai another chance to use an earth-rank martial art. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned into a sword light and quickly rushed forward. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand and quickly circulated the longevity art in his body, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. Lin Xian used the Gale Lightning Sword in a domineering manner once again. The huge sword shadow filled the sky and emitted an aura that made people despair. Lu Lai was also unwilling to accept this. With his strength, he couldn't use the fourth move of the 9 turns Netherworld mantra. He had to burn his spiritual power and disregard the consequences. However, even so, he could only barely use it. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword, he couldn't block it at all. He couldn't even use the fourth move. Boom! Lu Lai was slashed by the sword and flew out like a kite. Another terrifying sword soul appeared on his body. Fortunately, he had the Netherworld Chi around him, which helped him block some of it. Otherwise, this sword would have cut him in half. Chapter 1035. Not only that, the 9 turns Nether mantra was forcefully interrupted, causing him to suffer from the backlash of his cultivation technique. He suffered severe internal injuries. Even the spiritual energy in his body was unable to circulate smoothly. It could be said that Lu Lai was extremely weak due to internal and external troubles. On the other hand, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The art of longevity in his body had a powerful recovery and circulation ability, giving him an endless supply of spiritual energy. The Great Dragon Sword Soul also allowed Lin Xian's combat strength to reach its peak. Therefore, Lin Xian was like a sword god at this moment, unstoppable. Pong! Another sword strike landed heavily on Lu Lai's body. Immediately, a sword mark appeared on his body. One could clearly see the deep white bones and churned flesh. Lu Lai went completely crazy. He ignored the consequences and swung his right fist to fight against Lin Xian. The nether spirit pulsed and wrapped around his fist, forming a strange force that resisted Lin Xian's sword energy. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lin Xian's sword energy became sharper and sharper. He swung his sword 5 times in a row, all of which landed on Lu Lai's fist. Immediately, the powerful nether spirit's fire was extinguished by the sharp sword light. Seeing this, Lu Lai was shocked and despair appeared in his eyes. That was the nether spirit's fire. It was the most powerful flame he could create by burning his spiritual energy. However, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's sword energy. He couldn't believe it and turned to flee. Lin Xian's aura was too strong now. He couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. Just as Lu Lai made his move, Lin Xian quickly unleashed his Ice Lotus martial soul. A strong icy power enveloped the area, instantly slowing down Lu Lai's speed. Streaks of blue icy aura surged, forming countless frost, as if they were about to freeze him. Damn it, get out of my way. Lu Lai was extremely angry. He quickly burned his spiritual energy and formed the nether spirit's fire to resist the ice. However, what awaited him was another sharp sword light. This sword light drew a strange arc in the air and quickly chopped at his right arm. Suddenly, a powerful light burst out. With a blood-curdling scream, Lu Lai's right arm was chopped off again. Blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. Ah! Lu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his arms had been chopped off. It could be said that he had completely lost his ability to fight. If he didn't have a heaven-defying elixir, it would be impossible for him to recover his arms with his current cultivation. In other words, he would become a cripple in the future. This was worse than killing him. Everyone was shocked once again. Their eyes were filled with fear. The powerful Lu Lai had lost an arm again. This was too terrifying. They knew that Lu Lai had lost. Not only had he lost this battle, but he had also lost his future. A cultivator without arms was like a tiger without claws and teeth. It was likely that Lu Lai would fall from the ranks of geniuses in the future. He might even be worse than an ordinary person. Murong Qingqing's lips curled upwards. She knew that Lin Xian had won this battle. No! In the sky, Lu Lai let out an unwilling roar. As if he had gone mad, He quickly burned all of the spirit energy in his body, and even his blood began to burn. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Lu Lai's voice was so loud that it shook the 9 heavens. It was like a demon, causing one's scalp to go numb. Under his desperate urging, the chi of the netherworld around him grew more and more, and then quickly enveloped him. A pitch-black netherworld armor quickly formed and covered Lu Lai's entire body. 2 ghostly claws formed where his arms had been chopped off. It was pitch-black and extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lu Lai's aura was too terrifying. Wearing the netherworld armor, the netherworld flames danced on it, making him look like a demon king from hell. In the next moment, his body swayed and he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of black lightning. "Haha, let's die together." Lu Lai's face was ferocious, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. "Oh no, he wants to die together." Murong Qingcheng became nervous again. Everyone around them was nervous. They stared at the sky and held their breaths. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could naturally sense how powerful his opponent was. It was a power that was obtained by sacrificing his life. Lu Lai's netherworld armor was probably no weaker than his Red Lotus armor. Moreover, the other party still had the heart to die and wanted to perish together with him. Thus, he could no longer hold back. An ice lotus formed under his feet. Lin Xian summoned his ice lotus martial soul and quickly released the merciless power of the wind and snow. A violent snowstorm formed around him, and a dark blue world of ice and snow quickly formed. Lin Xian did not want to use his ice lotus martial soul to resist Lu Lai. Instead, he wanted to use the endless snowstorm to block everyone's view. In the next moment, he was going to summon his great dragon sword soul. The surrounding snowstorm became thicker and thicker, forming a light screen that covered a radius of 100 miles. No one could see what was happening inside. At this moment, Lin Xian summoned her great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon, and it crushed the void. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword hilt. Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, a sword light lit up as if a real dragon had been born. It roared and surged forward. This sword was too sharp. Nothing could stop it. It was like a divine sword light that swept through and destroyed everything. Bang! In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword light collided with Lu Lai. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. Under Lu Lai's horrified gaze, the underworld armor on his body was cut in half. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half along with his netherworld armor. Lu Lai knew that he would die. He did not believe that Lin Xian could cut through his netherworld armor. One had to know that even a fifth heaven supremacy could not cut through his armor. However, Lin Xian had done it. He did not have the chance to think about why. His body had been cut in half, and he could not be more dead. Lin Xian also recalled his great dragon sword soul. His face was extremely pale. This battle was too intense. His opponent was very powerful and had used many trump cards. Hence, he had used too many trump cards, causing him to expend too much energy. Fortunately, he had a powerful cultivation technique like the longevity art. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use so many powerful martial arts. In the next moment, Lin Xian recalled his Ice Lotus martial soul and the surrounding world of ice and snow. The crowd below could not wait any longer. When the world of ice and snow appeared, they were abnormally anxious. They realized that they could not see the situation inside at all. Even Shan Yulong and Murong Qingshu were the same. Fortunately, they did not have to wait for long before the world of ice and snow disappeared. It disappeared. Is the battle over? Someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They raised their heads and looked carefully. Then, they were all stunned. Their minds went blank, and they were dumbfounded. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void with a pale face. In front of him was Lu Lai, who had been cut in half. What? Lu Lai is dead. Chapter 1036. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe it because they had seen with their own eyes how Lu Lai wanted to die together with his opponent. It was too terrifying. Even a 5th-level venerable wouldn't be able to resist it. However, Lu Lai was dead, and Lin Xian was fine. What exactly happened? Lu Lai used such a powerful move and was still killed. What kind of martial arts did Lin Xian use? Everyone was puzzled and disgusted. They knew that all of this had happened when the world of ice was formed. However, none of them could see the situation inside clearly. They only knew that Lu Lai had been split in half. Lu Lai's death caused a great shock to everyone. They didn't expect that such a battle between the top young geniuses would end like this. That was Lu Lai. He was a top genius and had many trump cards in his hand. In the end, he even used an earth-rank martial art. However, he was still killed here. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in the sky with reverence. Xin Yulong and the 6th-level alchemist beside him had gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. They felt like they were dreaming. They didn't dare to believe what had happened, especially Xin Yulong. His entire body was trembling slightly. One had to know that Lu Lai was an expert who was on par with him. However, he had been killed. Didn't this mean that even he wasn't a match for Lin Xian? The cold 6th-level alchemist's expression was even more ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart. Not only was Lin Xian's talent in alchemy better than his, but his battle prowess was also heaven-defying. He could even kill top geniuses. This made him extremely jealous and terrified. Murong Qingshu was silent. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he had never placed Lin Xian in his eyes. He thought that Lin Xian was just borrowing Murong Qingqing's strength. Now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. Regardless of talent or battle prowess, Lin Xian was a top existence in the younger generation. This caused a trace of fear to appear in his heart. Even Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. Lin Xian's methods had indeed exceeded her expectations. The disciples of the Lu family below were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They couldn't accept the fact that their family's top experts had been killed here. Lu Chang's legs trembled as he looked at Lin Xian. He really didn't expect that this young man, who was inferior to him a month ago, would now be able to kill the top genius of his family. Looking at that figure, a deep sense of despair rose in his heart. Lu Lai's death not only alarmed the surrounding younger generation, but also the big shots. After all, Lu Lai's identity was special. He was a genius of the Lu clan, and the Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. Furthermore, Lu Lai's younger sister had become young Master Ling Feng's woman. He was afraid that if the other party knew about Lu Lai's matter, they would not let the matter rest. Given Sir Ling Feng's methods, killing Lin Xian was as easy as flipping his palm. Even if Lin Xian had the backing of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, those big shots didn't say anything. Lin Xian's current status and talent didn't allow them to say anything. Ancestor Qiyu sighed. Looking at the figure in the sky, his eyes flickered. In the end, he said in a low voice, "Send the remaining disciples of the Lu clan out." He couldn't control Lu Lai's death. After all, both parties were willing to duel. He had no right to interfere. However, he still had to protect the remaining disciples. Otherwise, Lu Jiao wouldn't let them off if all the Lu clan members in Crimson Crescent City died. Looking at the retreating disciples, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't make a move, because these people didn't have the qualifications to make him do anything. However, the surrounding crowd was silent. They knew that the Lu clan wouldn't let the matter rest. Lin Xian looked at the corpse in front of him coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the corpse's storage ring flew into his hand. Since he had already become enemies with the Lu clan, he wouldn't return their storage ring. With Lu Lai's status, there should be a lot of treasures inside. Just the value of the Black Dragon Bow alone was enough to shock the world. Moreover, Lin Xian guessed that the storage ring might contain the 9 turns nether mantra. One had to know that it was a true Earth-tier unbounded mantra. Its value was immeasurable. Seeing Lin Xian's action, the surrounding crowd was filled with greed and envy. However, no one dared to say anything. Even the big shots didn't say anything. The dark red divine dragon was unusually excited. He waved his dragon claws and jumped up excitedly. However, in the next moment, His expression changed drastically. He shouted with all his might, "Kid, be careful." Actually, Lin Xian already felt the danger. The thousand-beast cauldron's weapon spirit in his body suddenly issued a warning. In the next moment, he felt a shocking killing intent enveloping him. The moment Zero warned him, Lin Xian had already used the illusory demon steps and retreated to the side. However, he still underestimated his opponent's speed. Fast, it was too fast. It wasn't even any weaker than his illusory demon steps. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that his illusory demon steps was also an Earth-tier martial art. Its speed was extremely fast. Even a 5th-level Venerable Realm expert might not be able to catch up. However, his opponent was able to keep up with his speed. This made him extremely shocked. It was obvious that his opponent had an Earth-tier martial art movement technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to him. A cold light flashed in the air. It was like the cold moonlight, carrying a biting cold killing intent. Then, a figure quickly approached Lin Xian like a ghost. At the same time, the cold moonlight in the sky quickly slashed down at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. Even Shun Yulong and Murong Qingshu's expressions changed drastically. This attack was too fast. Even they couldn't dodge it. Boom! The red lotus armor on Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, forming the most solid defense. In the next moment, the cold light ruthlessly slashed on the armor, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Blood splattered everywhere. It was abnormally glaring. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be injured. One had to know that even Lu Lai couldn't break through the armor. However, someone was actually able to break through the armor's defense. Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank as he rapidly retreated. His heart was filled with intense shock. His opponent was actually able to cut through his red lotus armor. This was too shocking. His armor was extremely strong. Even in the battle with Lu Lai, it didn't shatter. However, his opponent had cut through his defense and injured him. Shocking. He was truly shocked. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, and the wound on his chest stopped bleeding. However, the cold air forever shrouded everyone's hearts. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xian quickly retreated, another cold light flashed and quickly slashed at his throat. It was as if it wanted to cut off his head. Chapter 1037. A figure appeared in the sky with a machete in his hand. Like the god of death, he quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Fast, too fast. The attack was so fast that no one could react in time. In an instant, the person was already in front of Lin Xian. The machete in his hand rose and fell rapidly. The blade was as cold as autumn water. The terrifying cold light carried boundless killing intent, as if it was going to cut off Lin Xian's head. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Just as Lin Xian had won the battle with Lu Lai, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that this person was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying murderous aura, that decisive move, and that one-hit kill posture showed that this person was definitely a terrifying assassin. With Lin Xian's current state and the sudden attack, there was no way he could dodge it. Murong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She waved her jade-like hand and struck out a large purple palm. She grabbed at the sky in an attempt to stop the assassin. However, the opponent was too fast. Even if she attacked now, she would not be able to resolve the crisis. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as well. This streak of light was far too sharp, and it had sealed off all of his paths of retreat, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Obviously, the opponent was a top-notch assassin. Moreover, everything was planned. At the critical moment, he roared and held the Lone Star sword tightly. He bent his body slightly and quickly stabbed out. Since he could not dodge, he would attack quickly. He would use offense as defense to resolve the crisis. Seeing this, the crowd gasped. At the same time, they were shocked by Lin Xian's decisiveness. In such a situation where death was certain, even a fifth-rank supremacy would be scared out of his wits. However, Lin Xian thought of using offense as defense to resolve the crisis. He was too bold. However, this was the only way to survive. A ray of sword light flashed. Like a shooting star, it quickly streaked across the sky. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the heavenly meteor. Its speed was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Clang! The saber and the sword clashed and streaked across the void, creating countless sparks that illuminated the surroundings. This sword strike happened to hit the opponent's blade, causing it to deviate from its trajectory. However, the long blade still slid past Lin Xian's face, and the cold aura caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. But fortunately, he dodged this killing move. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They continuously cried out in alarm because this saber strike was too dangerous and too exciting. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to safely dodge the fatal blow. In the air, Lin Xian let out a long howl and quickly turned around. Sword chi surged from his hand. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and a sword chi as thick as a mountain instantly slashed forward. Assassin! He met another assassin. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move at this time. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all and quickly attacked, wanting to kill his opponent. Fortunately, Zero had warned him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger today. The huge blood-red sword chi slashed forward like a long river of blood. The other party displayed a terrifying movement technique and quickly dodged the sword. However, the two assassins were forced to reveal their figures by Lin Xian. They were two people in black. They wore bronze masks on their faces, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could tell from their figures that they were a man and a woman. Both of them held crescent-shaped sabers in their hands. Their bodies exuded a cold, murderous aura, as if they were gods of death from hell. They didn't tangle with Lin Xian. After missing their attack, they quickly flew into the distance. As assassins, they wouldn't fight their enemies openly. However, Lin Xian sneered. This time, he didn't plan to let them go. In front of him, an ice lotus quickly bloomed. Then, he stepped on the ice lotus and quickly chased after them like a sword god. In the distance, the two assassins' figures quickly faded and then disappeared into the sky. What? They disappeared. Seeing the disappearing figure, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked around and quickly searched. However, what shocked them was that they couldn't find the other party's figure at all. This made them extremely shocked. They couldn't even see the enemy's figure. How could they fight? However, when they looked at the sky, they cried out in surprise. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He flew up quickly and firmly locked in a direction. He constantly waved the lone star sword in his hand. Sword chi crisscrossed and slashed forward. What? Could it be that he can see? Everyone was shocked. The other party's speed was so fast that they couldn't even find a trace. However, it seemed that Lin Xian could see everything clearly. On the side, Shen Yulong, Murong Qingshu, and the others were also frowning. Their eyes were as cold as knives, shooting out terrifying rays of light as they stared at the void. As top experts, they could naturally see clearly. However, the other party's speed shocked them. Seeing it clearly was one thing, but being able to keep up with that kind of speed was another matter entirely. However, it was clear that not only could Lin Xian see, but he could also catch up. He used the illusory demonic steps to increase his speed to the extreme. At the same time, the wind and thunder wings on his back flapped. On the wings, strange runes kept flashing, providing a powerful force. He was like a lightning sword light, quickly chasing after the other party. With a wave of his hand, the ice lotus under his feet flew out quickly. Then, it quickly grew bigger and smashed forward like a huge ice mountain. This move was so powerful that it caused the entire void to collapse, causing countless cracks to appear. At the same time, countless blue auras hung down from the ice lotus. Like a cage, they quickly rolled out in all directions. The terrifying cold air spread out, causing the speed of the two to slow down. The blue ice lotus continued to grow and smashed toward the man in black. Countless ice auras rushed toward the other party like ice dragons. The man in black couldn't dodge and could only turn around to face it head-on. He waved the machete in his hand and slashed out a shocking ray of light. It was like moonlight, quickly slashing toward the other party. The machete ruthlessly slashed on the blue ice lotus. A sonorous sound rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. However, this ice lotus was Lin Xian's martial soul. It was incomparably powerful. It directly sent the assassin in black flying. At the same time, endless ice energy quickly entered the assassin's body, constantly bombarding him. The assassin in black's expression changed. In an instant, the machete in his hand and his entire arm were eroded by the cold air. A thick layer of frost formed, as if it was going to freeze his entire body. With a low shout, endless rays of light burst out from his body, quickly resisting the cold air. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too powerful. That kind of attack was terrifying. He had no chance of winning if he faced it head-on. Moreover, as an assassin, he was better at moving in the dark and killing with one strike. Chapter 1038. However, he clearly underestimated Lin Xian's anger. Lin Xian was almost killed by the other party, so how could he let these people go? The wind and thunder wings on his back flapped quickly, and the power of wind and thunder poured into Lin Xian's body, allowing him to move like a gust of wind and lightning, arriving in front of the black-clothed man in an instant. The Lone Star sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and the sword blade quickly grew to a length of 100 feet, like a giant dragon, and slashed down. This sword was too terrifying, and the entire sky exploded. The huge sword blade carried an incomparably terrifying battle strength, and quickly enveloped the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's body trembled. He was simply unable to fight against Lin Xian head-on. In the next moment, he was hit by the Ice Lotus martial soul, and the Earth Blood martial soul flew out. This was not the end. Lin Xian activated the Ice Lotus martial soul, and an endless amount of ice chi bloomed, forming a large ice hand that grabbed at the black-clothed man. "Speak, what organization are you from? Who the hell sent you here?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the killing intent on his body was not any weaker than these assassins. He was simply too angry. Looking at the movement skills of these assassins, they were the same as those who tried to assassinate him before. They should be from the same organization. It seemed like someone really wanted to kill him and had not given up until now. The surrounding people were also shocked. They did not expect that someone would dare to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, it was during the Crimson Crescent City's banquet. The black-clothed assassin coldly harumphed and did not say anything. Boundless saber light burst out from his body and fused with the scimitar in his hand. He quickly slashed out, breaking the ice wall in front of him and quickly escaping. Not answering? Don't think about leaving today. Behind him, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He quickly waved the 100-feet-long Lone Star sword and slashed forward again. The ground cracked, and countless mountains were cut in half. The terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, these sword chi did not directly slash at the black-clothed man, but at his side, surrounding him. Countless huge sword chi crisscrossed like a wall of sword chi, completely surrounding the black-clothed assassin. In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived in front of the black-clothed assassin. He activated his Ice Lotus martial soul and quickly formed ice chains, trapping the assassin. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who sent you here? Also, what organization are you from?" The black-clothed assassin was bound by the ice chains and hung in the air. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to resist at all. However, even so, he still did not answer Lin Xian's interrogation. Instead, he laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, so what if you are powerful? You will be killed by us sooner or later." The black-clothed assassin grinned. Then, the spiritual energy in his body burned rapidly. His body expanded and exploded with a bang. That terrifying energy instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swung the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed out countless sharp sword chi, completely annihilating the violent energy. Then, his face turned completely gloomy. The assassin would rather self-destruct than reveal any information. This made his heart extremely gloomy. It seemed that the assassin's organization must be extremely strict and mysterious. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. Self-destruct, right? Very well. I don't believe that you can keep self-destructing. Lin Xian's cold eyes swept across the area like lightning. When the surrounding people saw this, they were dumbfounded. This assassin was too terrifying. He took the initiative to self-destruct and did not answer any questions. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be helpless. Murong Qingqing's face was also gloomy. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the aftermath of the self-destruction and fell into deep thought. There were not many organizations that could send out such a powerful assassin, and even fewer that could act so decisively and ruthlessly. As far as I know, only the Chasing Assassin organization would use such methods. Lin Xian, they are very likely to be from the Chasing Assassin organization. Murong Qingqing quickly reminded him. Chasing Assassin. Hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. All of them had terrified expressions. Of course, they had heard of this assassin organization because it was a very terrifying organization. They were simply a group of demons because anyone who was targeted by them would eventually die. Just by hearing the name of the assassin organization, one could tell that the Chasing Assassin organization would not give up until they killed their target. Once, a peerless expert at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm was targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization and issued a kill order. At that time, everyone thought that it was impossible to accomplish because the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm was too terrifying. The 8th heaven powerhouse was even more disdainful. He was powerful and did not fear any assassin organization at all. However, in the end, he still died. His blood dyed the sky as he was hacked into dozens of pieces. Because of that battle, the Chasing Assassin organization sent out 49 top-notch assassins to chase after the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm and finally killed him. After that battle, the Chasing Assassin organization was completely remembered by everyone, because no one who was targeted by them could survive, including peerless experts. And now, such a terrifying assassin organization was actually chasing after Lin Xian. This was too shocking. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with different expressions because they knew that Lin Xian would not have any way to survive after being targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization. Even if he could escape this time, he would not be able to stop the next assassination, endlessly and without rest, until death. Hearing this news, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He did not expect such a terrifying organization to come after him. At the same time, his heart turned cold. Who was so vicious to issue such a wanted order? His eyes were cold and his gaze was like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find the other assassin. However, the other party had completely merged into the void and hid his body. He did not even release a trace of his aura. The sky was terrifyingly quiet for a moment. Only the terrifying smell of blood quietly spread. Did he escape? Everyone was puzzled. They looked around, but they could not see anyone at all. He should have left. If these assassins don't kill him, they will escape thousands of miles away. They will not have a direct confrontation with Lin Xian. However, this was also why these people were so terrifying, because you would never know when they would target you. Perhaps when you were sleeping, you would not be able to see the next day's sun. These people were like shadows that followed the body until they successfully killed the target. The group of people discussed spiritedly. Their nerves were very serious. Murong Qingshu also sighed. Many of the targets targeted by the Chasing Assassin organization were not killed. Instead, they were forced to break down by the tense atmosphere and chose to die. As for Shen Yulong and the 6th grade pill inscription master, they sneered. This was undoubtedly good news for them. Originally, Lin Xian's talent made them fearful. Now, someone had come to kill Lin Xian. This made them very happy. Moreover, the one chasing after Lin Xian was actually the Chasing Assassin organization. This made them even more excited because they knew that Lin Xian was really dead this time. Chapter 1039. However, just when everyone thought that the assassination was over, there was another change in the sky. Four assassins suddenly appeared from four different directions and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Each of them held a long saber that was curved like a crescent moon. They quickly slashed out cold lights, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. Four black-clothed assassins appeared from four different directions and rushed toward Lin Xian, completely sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. These four people were abnormally powerful. None of them was weaker than the black-clothed assassin from before. Back then, that black-clothed assassin had almost killed Lin Xian, so one could see how terrifying he was. With four assassins of the same level attacking at the same time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Even a fifth heaven venerable would be killed in an instant. The others were even more shocked. They originally thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a shocking change to happen. It was obvious that the Chasing Life organization was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would not have sent so many experts. There was no suspense in this situation. No matter who the four peerless assassins faced, they would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not escape. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. There was no chance for him to escape. However, Lin Xian did not show much panic. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was because he had been warned by Zero and was already prepared for this attack. Therefore, he was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the four assassins. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, he took out the red lotus gloves and wore them on his fists. Facing four peerless assassins, he had two cards to deal with them. One was the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and the other was the red lotus gloves. However, he did not want to expose the Great Dragon Sword Soul in front of everyone for the time being, so he took out the red lotus gloves. Another reason was that although the red lotus gloves consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it was still better than the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Moreover, it only consumed spiritual energy, unlike the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which consumed spiritual energy and soul power. Moreover, Lin Xian believed that the red lotus gloves could solve the problem at hand. Lin Xian coldly snorted as the bright red gloves covered his fists. He quickly swung his fists. This punch was aimed at an assassin in front of him. Pong! A terrifying red fist shadow gushed out like a red savage beast. It was extremely terrifying. The assassin in front couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, he was hit by the red fist shadow. Then, his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. From the punch to the black-clothed assassin exploding, the entire process happened in an instant. This kind of attack power was too terrifying, directly shocking everyone. Even the assassins in the other three directions were frowning. They didn't expect their target to be so terrifying that he could easily kill their companion. However, the three of them did not stop. Instead, they charged towards Lin Xian at an even faster speed. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill all three of them at the same time. As long as one of them made a move, the other party would definitely be killed. That way, their mission would be completed. Therefore, the three of them shouted coldly and sped up again. The three full moon scimitars danced in the air, and a terrifying blade light swept in all directions. Although they saw their companion die with their own eyes, it didn't affect them at all. The three attacks were still very fierce, slashing towards Lin Xian's vital points. It had to be said that these three assassins were very powerful. Moreover, it could be seen how terrifying this group was. It was no wonder that everyone's expression changed when they heard this name. Lin Xian immediately snorted when he sensed the terrifying killing intent from the other three directions. With his current strength, he probably couldn't swing the red lotus fist 3 times. Therefore, he had to kill them in one hit. Otherwise, his situation would become dangerous. However, under normal circumstances, it was obviously impossible to kill 3 peerless assassins. Even if he had the red lotus gloves, he had to swing it 3 times. Not to mention whether Lin Xian could swing it 3 times. The problem of time alone couldn't be solved. Because the 3 of them were too fast, he probably only had the chance to swing it once. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. This was because the red lotus gloves weren't his only trump card. Circulating the spiritual power in his body, Lin Xian quickly performed the blood shadow doppelganger from the blood sword inheritance. He used all of his qi and blood to create an identical doppelganger. Then, his real body performed the heaven-changing technique and quickly hid in the void. Lin Xian used the two ultimate techniques at the same time, causing him to disappear into the void in an instant. His doppelganger remained where he was, acting as bait. Lin Xian was very confident because both the blood shadow doppelganger and the heaven-changing technique were very mysterious. He believed that these assassins wouldn't be able to discover them. As expected, the three assassins didn't notice anything unusual and continued to rush over. The three of them were very fast, so they arrived beside the doppelganger in an instant. Then, the three scimitars quickly slashed down. One of them slashed towards Lin Xian's chest, another at his throat, and the third at his head. These three blades were all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. They wanted to kill him in one hit. Puff. The blades slashed across his body and blood splattered. The smell of blood quickly spread. Seeing the blood, the three assassins in black revealed cruel smiles. The people below were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't dodge and was still killed. Murong Qingshu's eyes flickered. He didn't say anything, but he was obviously relieved. Xin Yulong and the 6th grade alchemy master revealed cruel smiles. Lin Xian's death was only beneficial to them. Moreover, the threat that Lin Xian posed to them while he was still alive was simply too great, causing them to be extremely fearful. Now that Lin Xian was killed by the assassins of the life-chasing organization, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Murong Qingchen screamed as her expression changed drastically. Her body slowed down as she tried to rush up as well. This time, the dark red dragon was quick. He stopped her and quickly transmitted a message, "Little girl, don't worry. That's just a doppelganger." Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Murong Qingcheng was relieved. However, her beautiful eyes were still staring at the sky. In the sky, the doppelganger quickly split open and blood splattered everywhere. The three assassins in black stood in front of the doppelganger and looked at the scene expressionlessly. In the next moment, the void above them suddenly fluctuated. A figure appeared above them and quickly punched. What? Lin Xian? Isn't he dead? Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian was still alive. Moreover, he appeared above the three assassins in black. But if Lin Xian is alive, who is the dead one? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand because the sky was filled with blood. Chapter 1040. Damn it, it's a clone. Let's go. One of them bellowed and quickly turned around. The other two felt their scalps tingle as they fled into the distance. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since you dare to kill me, you can all stay here. Lin Xian sneered, and then the terrifying red lotus fist shadow quickly fell. Boom. The sky was filled with red light, and a terrifying power surged down, piercing through the void. The sky was like a wave that kept shaking. In the end, the three assassins did not manage to escape and were all blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. After killing the three assassins, Lin Xian had completely broken through the situation of certain death. He stood in the void and looked around coldly. At the same time, an ice lotus appeared above his head and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy in the surroundings to replenish his exhausted physical strength. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be helped, it was too shocking. The four top experts had used their strongest killing move to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. Even a 5th Heaven Honorable Realm expert could not do this, but Lin Xian did it. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a 4th Heaven Honorable Realm expert, but he relied on his powerful methods and trump cards to kill the four top assassins. This could no longer be described as shocking, it could be called a miracle. After dealing with the four assassins, Lin Xian stood in the void. The ice lotus martial soul above his head spun quickly, absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to replenish his exhausted physical strength. He was not careless, but his expression was solemn because the battle was not over yet. He had already killed 5 of the assassins who came to kill him, But there was still one assassin left, the female assassin who had almost pierced his heart. At this moment, the female assassin was trapped by the array set up by the dark red divine dragon and could not escape for the time being. However, it seemed that the array would not be able to trap her for long, and she would probably break out soon. However, this period of time was enough for Lin Xian to recover his physical strength. The black-clothed female assassin naturally knew what was happening in the outside world, and her face became very ugly. With a shout, she waved the scimitar in her hand and quickly slashed out a blade light. The saber chi was shocking. It tore through the sky and slashed forward rapidly. She didn't hold back this time. Instead, she used her full strength. She had no choice but to fight for her life. Lin Xian had killed her companion, so he would definitely make a move on her in the next moment. This time, they had misjudged the target's strength and caused a huge loss. Therefore, no matter what, she had to send the news back. In the sky, the horrifying saber radiance slashed on the array and tore a crack in it. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed female assassin's face lit up. Her body turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed out. "We've finally gotten rid of this damned formation." The female assassin turned around and glared at the dark red divine dragon with cold eyes. This abominable red snake was not very strong, but its methods were extremely strange. Especially the formation it had set up, it was actually able to trap her. This caused her to be extremely shocked. One had to know that her movement technique was extremely strange, and she did not fear any punishment formation or illusory formation. However, this movement technique was ineffective in front of her opponent. If it wasn't for her powerful strength, she would not have been able to break out of the formation. However, before she could catch her breath, she was greeted by a stunning saber radiance. The saber chi was like a rainbow. It shook the sky and quickly slashed towards her. The horrifying saber radiance spread downwards and instantly tore the ground apart. A mountain peak was cut in half. Feeling the shocking saber chi, the black-clothed female assassin's expression changed drastically. She quickly used her movement technique and shuttled through the sky like a fish. At the same time, she waved the scimitar in her hand and slashed out a crescent saber radiance to resist the saber radiance. The sound of an intense collision was heard and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if two huge metal mountains had collided. The surrounding people's eardrums trembled and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This attack was too terrifying. Even the aftershock was not something they could withstand. After the attack, the black-clothed female assassin screamed and was sent flying by the sharp saber chi. Her eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. With the help of this horrifying force, she used a very strange movement technique and quickly escaped into the distance. It seemed that her goal was very clear. She did not want to fight with Lin Xian, but to quickly leave. However, Lin Xian was clearly enraged. He did not give her a chance to leave. The ice lotus under his feet spun. Streaks of icy chi surged and quickly merged into the sky. Then, in the distant sky, countless icicles quickly formed and intercepted the black-clothed female assassin. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps. Together with the thunderstorm wings behind him, he quickly chased after her. The sky trembled. Countless icicles formed in the sky like the teeth of a ferocious beast. They were very sharp and pierced towards the female assassin. These icicles were very terrifying. Moreover, there were many of them. They were densely packed and filled the entire sky. However, the black-clothed female assassin's figure fluttered like a ghost. She quickly flickered and dodged the icicles one after another. Then, her body gradually faded as if she was going to disappear between heaven and earth. Everyone watched in a daze. Even Shun Yulong and Murong Qingshu had grave expressions. It was because the opponent's movement technique was too strange. Not only was her speed extremely fast, but it was also unexpected. Every time, she was able to narrowly avoid the attacks. This was definitely not something that could be done with an ordinary movement technique. Rumor has it that the reason why the life-chasing organization is so terrifying is not only because of their decisive killing method, but also because they seem to have grasped an extremely powerful movement technique. That movement technique allows them to not be afraid of being besieged. It increases their chances of escaping with their lives, and also greatly increases their chances of assassination. I have only heard of it before. Now, it seems that the rumors are true. This movement technique is probably an Earth-tier martial art. Murong Qingshu sighed. Perhaps only an Earth-tier movement technique could achieve such an effect. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He realized that the opponent's movement technique was definitely not weaker than the illusory demonic steps. It was obviously an Earth-tier movement technique. Fortunately, he also had an Earth-tier movement technique. Moreover, he had the assistance of the thunderstorm wings, which allowed his speed to reach an unimaginable level. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would probably not be able to catch up to this black-clothed female assassin. With a cold snort, Lin Xian opened his 5 fingers and grabbed forward. The concept of wind merged with the ice and quickly attacked, shattering the entire void. At the same time, he waved his long sword and urged the great dragon sword soul to form an indestructible sword qi, which quickly slashed forward. Lin Xian used the spring sword for this sword. The sword light was like a continuous spring rain, pitter-patter, completely covering the entire void. Even if the opponent's movement technique was strange, it was impossible for her to ignore this kind of attack. As expected, under Lin Xian's crazy attack, the black-clothed female assassin was shaken out of her body and was forced to retreat. Chapter 1041. Her opponent's methods were too terrifying, especially the ice and sword qi. Not only did the terrifying ice obstruct her, but the cold qi also froze her body, causing her movement technique to be much slower than usual. The sword qi was even more terrifying. Every strike could split mountains, split rivers, and shatter the void. She did not dare to resist at all. That was because she knew that as long as she was hit, she would have no chance of survival. The sword qi in the sky pierced through the clouds, and the entire sky was filled with waves of sword light. The black-clothed female assassin was like a black boat, shuttling through the sword light that filled the sky. She was in danger of capsizing at any time. On the other hand, Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and sword qi surrounded his body. He kept waving the Lone Star sword in his hand, and streaks of shocking sword qi swept in all directions. He relied on his powerful attack power to completely suppress the black-clothed female assassin. If not for her strange movement technique and speed, the battle would have been over long ago. However, no matter how fast she was, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill her. He waved the Lone Star sword in his hand again, and the sword qi in the sky interweaved to form a powerful sword net that enveloped the black-clothed female assassin. This time, the black-clothed female assassin finally had nowhere to hide. She let out a delicate cry, and her body emitted a sharp saber light. She was like a peerless wild saber, and she became one with the machete in her hand as she quickly slashed out. The stunning slash was very terrifying, and it was enough to kill a fifth heaven venerable. However, in the face of Lin Xian's powerful sword net, everything was futile. The two collided, and the entire void whistled. Countless rays of light splattered, and it was a terrifying scene. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was too sharp. Each of them contained the power of the dragon sword soul, and they were incomparably sharp. The sword net formed by countless sword qi was like a heavenly sword, and it directly shattered the saber light. Boom! In an instant, the black-clothed female assassin was severely injured, and she was sent flying while vomiting blood. The machete in her hand also shattered into countless pieces and scattered in the void. Dragon capturing hand. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he stretched out his palm like a fiend god. Spiritual energy surged, forming 2 true dragon phantoms that roared ferociously. In an instant, the true dragon's palm bound the black-clothed female assassin's body like a chain from hell, trapping her firmly. On the other hand, Lin Xian stepped into the air like a shooting star and quickly arrived in front of his opponent. The Ice Lotus martial spirit rotated and formed countless icy qi that crazily rushed into the assassin's body. It froze her spiritual chi and prevented her from exploding. Then, his soul circulated wildly. Like an invisible hand, it quickly grabbed the other party's head, intending to forcefully search his soul. Lin Xin knew that no matter how he asked, the other party would definitely not reveal any information. Rather than wasting time, he might as well search for it himself. Soul searching was a rather cruel method, and those who had their souls searched would usually end up in a very miserable state. On the other hand, if the fox hunter's soul power was weaker than the other party's, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and his life would be in danger. Therefore, most people wouldn't use such a method unless they were extremely confident in themselves, or if the difference in soul force between the two parties was too great, then they would use such a method. Lin Xian's soul power was heaven-defying, comparable to a 7th-grade alchemist. He was confident that his soul power was superior to his opponent's. The other party had tried to take his life several times, which made him really angry. Therefore, he used soul-searching. A terrifying soul power entered the other party's mind and quickly searched. Immediately, the black-clothed female assassin revealed a ferocious expression and let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian was expressionless as he continued to use his soul power. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. The thunderstorm wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless strange runes bloomed. He turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into the distance. As for the black-clothed female assassin, her body blossomed with light and exploded once again. Rumble. The entire void trembled, and a huge black hole quickly appeared. It was pitch black and terrifying, and everything around it was completely shattered. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked ahead with a gloomy expression. This time, he had sealed the other party's spiritual chi so that she couldn't explode. However, he didn't expect that there was a special seal in the other party's mind that sealed her spiritual chi. However, when Lin Xian used brute force to assist in the search, he triggered the restriction and caused it to self-destruct. He knew that this was a powerful method set up by the other party's organization. The purpose was to prevent someone from soul-searching and revealing the organization's secrets. However, all of this made Lin Xian's expression even more gloomy. The other party was decisive and ruthless, and they were extremely thorough. They didn't leave any clues at all. This was definitely a terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party was proficient in assassination and hid in the dark, making it impossible for him to find her. He could only passively defend. It could be said that this caused a lot of trouble for Lin Xian. However, the others didn't think so. They looked at the sky and were completely stunned. This female assassin was clearly the leader of this assassination operation. Regardless of whether it was her combat strength or movement technique, she was far superior to the others. Even so, she was still captured by Lin Xian and exploded, leaving not even a bone behind. 6 peerless assassins had used the best opportunity to form the strongest killing blow. However, they had failed. Not only did they fail to kill Lin Xian, but they were all killed. This was probably something that had never happened before. One had to know that Lin Xian wasn't an 8th heaven venerable realm expert. His cultivation was only at the 4th heaven venerable realm. Moreover, when he fought with Lu Lai, he used all of his trump cards and consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that he was at his weakest. Even so, he still killed 6 peerless assassins. No one had ever heard of such heaven-defying combat strength. Was he really only at the 4th heaven venerable realm? Why do I feel like he's a peerless old demon? Many people looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Murong Qingshu was shocked. At this moment, he had already listed Lin Xian as the most dangerous person. If nothing unexpected happened, he definitely wouldn't provoke him in the future. As for Shen Yulong and the 6th-grade alchemist, their faces darkened. They were extremely unsightly. Originally, they were rejoicing in his misfortune, thinking that Lin Xian was finished and would definitely be killed by the pursuing assassins. This way, they wouldn't have a huge worry in their hearts. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Not only did Lin Xian not die, he even killed all 6 peerless experts, completing an impossible reversal. All of this had completely stunned them. In addition, the relationship between the two sides made their faces even more gloomy. This was definitely their greatest enemy. In the distance, the big shots were also shocked. They originally thought that Lin Xian was on the same level as them because of his special status. However, after seeing this battle, their thoughts were completely overturned. This kind of strength, this kind of combat strength, he was definitely the peak existence of the younger generation. In addition, with the support of the immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian's future achievements wouldn't be much weaker than young Master Ling Feng. In the future, another peerless venerable would appear in the Blood Realm. Chapter 1042. Lin Xian had killed Lu Lai and defended the Lu family. He had also angered Child Ling Feng. Child Ling Feng would not let him off easily. Not only that, but there was also a powerful assassin organization after him. Lin Xian was in a very dangerous situation. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky with complicated expressions. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy as he fell into deep thought. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned and fell into deep thought. In the end, who was it that actually invited such a terrifying assassin organization like Zhu Ming to kill him? He was very confused. He guessed that it was someone from the Vientiane auction, but he had no evidence. However, whether it was the Vientiane auction or not, he had become enemies with Child Ling Feng's organization after this battle. He shook his head slightly. He could only leave this matter to Yu Fei. The only thing he could do was increase his strength so that the other party would not dare to make a move. Today, he had killed a rank 6 assassin. It seemed shocking, but only he knew how dangerous it was. If it was not for Zero's warning, he would not have known about the assassins in advance, let alone dodging their fatal blow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's desire to increase his strength grew. However, the most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Who knew if there were other assassins nearby? Fortunately, Lin Xian still had Zero as his trump card. Other than him, no one in the organization knew about it. This was also the reason why he could fight against them. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian's life was not in danger for the time being. However, he swore that one day, he would find the mastermind behind this and kill him. This included the organization. Anyone who had hunted him would pay the price in blood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. He then sat cross-legged on it and quickly circulated the longevity incantation to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to heal his injuries and the consumed spiritual energy. This battle was very difficult. First, he fought with Lu Lai and used all his trump cards. Then, he faced a terrifying assassin and almost lost his life. It could be said that each time was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would have killed him. However, although the battle was fierce, Lin Xian had also benefited greatly from it. Fighting with these top experts had increased his combat experience once again, and his understanding of the illusory demonic step had deepened by another level. The other party's ghostly movement technique had given him endless enlightenment. After this, his movement technique would be able to reach the next level. Quickly circulating the art of longevity, Lin Xian absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to repair the damage to his body. Not long after, he opened his eyes. His injuries and strength had already recovered by about 70 to 80%. His battle prowess had also recovered. Lin Xian had to maintain a strong fighting strength in order to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. The other party was a terrifying assassin organization. They might come to assassinate him at any time. Lin Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword beam, incomparably sharp and piercing through the void. Feeling that gaze, the surrounding people were shocked. Their eyelids twitched, and fear rose in their hearts. After witnessing Lin Xian's means, they were in awe of Lin Xian. They no longer dared to mock him like before. Now, no one dared to provoke him. Even the Shin family's disciples became quiet. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of deep fear in their eyes. Seeing that Lin Xian had recovered, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others also walked up to him. "Little friend Lin, you have great means. You killed 6 peerless assassins by yourself. Your strength is really impressive. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the younger generation who can defeat you." Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. These people were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. In front of them, he would not put on an arrogant attitude. Seeing that Lin Xian was not arrogant, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others nodded slightly. However, they still reminded him. However, he still had to be careful of the Chasing Life organization. After all, they were a terrifying assassin organization and were well known in the blood field. He had to be careful. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Next, Ancestor Qi Yu and the others invited Lin Xian back to Crimson Crescent City. As the birthday banquet was not over yet, Lin Xian could not refuse. He followed Ancestor Qi Yu and the others back. Night fell. The sky was incomparably dark and countless stars twinkled in the sky. In the distance, thousands of beasts roared in the mountains. The sound was terrifying. However, Crimson Crescent City was brightly lit. It was a lively scene with singing and dancing. Lin Xian drank a few cups of wine with a group of important people in the hall. Then, he found an excuse to come out. The other party was a bunch of older people. He had nothing to say there. He might as well come out and eat to his heart's content. After all, the task of inviting them had been completed. However, when the younger generation warriors saw Lin Xian come out of the hall, they were stunned. Then, the entire place fell silent. Even the voices were much softer. Although Lin Xian had a smile on his face and looked harmless to humans and animals, when they thought of the battle during the day, they felt a chill run down their spines. Therefore, when they faced Lin Xian, they no longer had the confidence they had before. Instead, they were filled with respect and fear. At this moment, the disciples of Crimson Crescent City lowered their heads like docile kittens. They no longer dared to cause trouble for Lin Xian. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. It seemed that the battle during the day had really frightened these people. Shaking his head slightly, he walked calmly and came to Murong Qingcheng's side. Murong Qingcheng had a faint smile on her face. Her gaze was like a gentle hand caressing her cheeks. She snuggled up to Lin Xian, and the two of them chatted nonstop. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey ate and drank wildly. They were very happy. The surrounding people looked bitter. They did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw this scene. The banquet didn't end until very late. Everyone was drunk, and they all left one after another. On the second day, Lin Xian stayed with Murong Qingcheng for another day. He did not leave until the third day. Murong Qingcheng did not follow him back. Instead, she stayed in Crimson Crescent City. It seemed that she had something else to do. Lin Xian went on his way alone. He did not return to the academy. Instead, he flew in the direction of Windy City. After these few days, he should have gathered all the materials he needed. He had to seize the time and let the dark red divine dragon set up the sturdiest formation to defend the entire auction. Otherwise, if something really happened during the auction, it would be a big joke. If that really happened, the auction would not be able to continue in the future. The Immortal Martial Auction was backed by the Immortal Martial Academy. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. However, with young Master Ling Feng's strength, it might not be the same. Especially those people from the Wanxiang auction. They would definitely come back to cause trouble. Moreover, the life-chasing organization would not let this matter rest. Chapter 1043. Therefore, he decided that when the first auction was held, he would definitely request for a few powerful elders from the academy to oversee it. He would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble at the auction. If someone dared to cause trouble at his place, he wouldn't mind letting them know the meaning of regret. Even if it was young Master Ling Feng's men, they were no exception. After a few days, Lin Xian returned to Windseek City. Windseek City was bustling with activity. Various clans were busy building the Immortal Martial Academy. Under such efficient operations, the Immortal Martial Auction was completed at an extremely fast speed. Currently, more than half of it was completed, and only the final decorations were left. As for the materials that Lin Xian requested, Wang Li had also finished collecting them. In other words, it was time to inscribe the inscription formation. As for the matter of inscribing the formation, Lin Xian instructed the dark red divine dragon to inscribe the best defensive formation. As for him, he came to a quiet pavilion and prepared to organize his harvest this time. In this life and death battle, he had gained a lot of experience and inspiration. Therefore, he needed to go into seclusion to quickly absorb and comprehend these things. Lin Xian's soul revolved, constantly simulating and refining his movement technique, wanting to reach the next level. This closed-door training lasted for 3 days. Lin Xian had been simulating in his mind. Finally, he was able to simulate it. His Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps, had reached a new level, reaching a whole new realm. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a storage ring. This was a brand new blue storage ring. On top of it, there were exquisite carvings. The entire ring emitted a gentle light, like the stars in the sky. This storage ring used to be Lu Lai's storage ring. After Lin Xian killed Lu Lai, he directly took the storage ring from him. According to his speculation, there must be something good in this storage ring. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used his soul force and probed inside. The first thing that entered his eyes was a crescent-shaped bow. It was incomparably black and emitted a savage aura. With a thought, Lin Xian opened his palm and took the black bow into his hand. This black bow was the Black Dragon Bow. Back then, Lu Lai had used this Black Dragon Bow to fight Lin Xian to a standstill. Its power was not at all inferior to the Lone Star Sword. It was rumored that the Black Flood Dragon Bow was made from a real flood dragon. It could be said to be incomparably ferocious. Back then, everyone's evaluation of the Black Flood Dragon Bow was that it was absolutely not inferior to a half-Earth step artifact. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Lin Xian gently rubbed the Black Dragon Bow with his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. In terms of power, the Black WYRM Bow wasn't inferior to his Lone Star Sword. Moreover, the Black WYRM Bow was made from a real WYRM, and it carried a monstrous baleful aura, causing this treasure to become a true weapon of mass destruction. However, the Black Dragon Bow had already been reserved by the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Ruffian Dragon said that it was his reward for inscribing a defensive spell formation. In response, Lin Xian was very generous and nodded in agreement. As long as he finished inscribing the spell formation, the Black WYRM Bow would belong to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Although the Black WYRM Bow was good, it wasn't a treasure. Whether it was the Lone Star Sword or the Red Lotus Gloves, they weren't inferior to the Black WYRM Bow. Therefore, this treasure wouldn't be of much use in his hands, so he might as well give it to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. After putting the Black WYRM Bow aside, Lin Xian became excited again. This time, he quickly searched for something. Back then, Lu Lai had been able to engage in a fierce battle with him because he had countless trump cards, and the most shocking one was the 9 Turns Nether Mantra. That was a true Earth-rank martial art, and its power was unimaginable. Lin Xian had 2 Earth-rank martial arts, so he knew the power of Earth-rank martial arts very well. This made him even more tempted. However, after searching the entire storage ring, he couldn't find the 9 Turns Nether Mantra. This made him very disappointed. However, after calming down and thinking carefully, he finally understood. The 9 Turns Nether Mantra was imparted to Lu Lai by young Master Ling Feng. He couldn't have given such a precious item directly, and could only have passed it down verbally. Therefore, it was normal that Lu Lai didn't have the 9 Turns Nether Mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then calmed himself down and searched the other items in the storage ring. Other than the 9 Turns Nether Mantra, there was another item that made Lin Xian very excited. However, he didn't need to think to know that Lu Lai didn't have the relevant information. That item was definitely in the hands of young Master Ling Feng. He was worthy of being called the top of the younger generation in the continent. He actually had such a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. This made Lin Xian very envious. He quickly sent a voice transmission to ask the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Years Cauldron. Zero, do you know about the indestructible golden pill? Yes, it's a famous pill from ancient times. It's rumored that consuming one can achieve an indestructible golden body, and even a drop of blood can be reborn. So magical. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and his breathing became hurried. Then do you know the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill? No. Zero's answer was very straightforward. Even in ancient times, that kind of thing was extremely precious and was only in the hands of a very small number of giants. I don't know the pill formula. However, as far as I know, the alchemy faction seems to have the pill formula for the indestructible golden pill. Alchemy faction. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. It was the alchemy faction again. This alchemy faction must be very powerful. However, what made him even more shocked was that young Master Ling Feng actually had such a heaven-defying pill formula. He told Zero about his doubts. After hearing this, Zero was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's nothing." If the other party has the indestructible golden pill, there are two possibilities. One is that the other party is related to the alchemy faction, and the other is that he dug it out from an ancient ruin. Of course, there's also the last possibility, which is that this isn't the indestructible golden pill at all. It's just what the other party called the indestructible golden pill, or it's incomplete. Because if it's the real indestructible golden pill, the effect would be even more terrifying. Of course, it's not that the other party isn't capable enough to brew a complete one. That's all the information I can provide. As for what exactly it is, you'll have to find out for yourself. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. However, he knew that no matter what the reason was, the other party had a miraculous Dan that could instantly heal a severely injured martial artist. He had personally witnessed the effect of this Dan. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. It seems like this young Master Ling Feng really was a great enemy. Next, Lin Xian checked the storage ring again. He found that the treasures inside were extremely plentiful. Techniques, dawn, treasures, everything he needed. There were also many valuable spiritual medicines. It could be said that this was a small treasure trove. Lin Xian divided up the dawn and techniques and prepared to give them to Wang Li, Dong Fangxiong, and the others. Right now, he needed a strong support force. Therefore, he wouldn't be stingy when it came to resources. As for the spiritual medicines, he kept them for himself. This time's harvest made his storage of spiritual medicines rich again. Chapter 1044. Putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and began to adjust his condition. Half a day later, he adjusted his condition to its peak and slowly opened his eyes. This time, he was going to refine pills. This time, not only did he go to Crimson Crescent City, but he also went to a strange place and obtained a spirit fruit. It was a spirit fruit that had been lost in the outside world for a long time, and it was at least 3,000 years old. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the spirit fruit as the main ingredient and combine it with other spirit herbs to refine a pot of spirit wine. After communicating with Zero, Lin Xian quickly activated his soul power and summoned the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Then, with a flick of his finger, a sparkling and translucent spirit fruit appeared in the air, emitting a rich fragrance. With the Thousand Beast Cauldron, Lin Shui's efficiency in refining pills and spirit wine greatly increased, and the results were also much better than before. Therefore, a pot of top-grade spirit wine was successfully refined in a short time. After drinking a cup, Lin Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate the immortality chant, refining the energy contained within. Just like that, time slowly passed, and another 5 days passed. The dark red dragon rushed over and shouted excitedly, "Little Xian, the formation is complete." Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. It was finally complete. These defensive formations would be the greatest protection of the immortal martial auction. With a whoosh, a red light flashed and the dark red divine dragon flew in from the outside. It came to Lin Xian's side and quickly shouted, "The formation is complete. Hurry up and give me the black dragon bow." "No hurry, I want to check the formation," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Fuck, kid. You dare not believe me." The dark red dragon jumped up after hearing that. "I used to believe you, but the last time you teleported me to such a dangerous place, I'll check it myself." "What do you know?" The dark red dragon said, Spatial teleportation is the most profound teleportation formation. A little mistake is nothing. You have to know that other people's teleportation arrays take years, or even decades to complete. For me to complete this kind of teleportation in 1 or 2 days is already a heaven-defying feat. Furthermore, the formation we're setting up this time is a defensive formation. I can inscribe a defensive formation even with my eyes closed. How dare you doubt me? The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased. However, under Lin Xian's insistence, the dark red divine dragon accompanied him to take a look at the defensive array formation. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and handed the black dragon bow to the dark red divine dragon. It had to be said that the formations were simply too perfect. Even a 5th or 6th heavenly layer venerable realm expert would find it difficult to break through them. Even if the people from the Wanxiang auction and the Liu clan came to cause trouble, he was confident that he could defeat them. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to fight during the auction. Because no matter who won or lost, once a conflict occurred during the auction, it would definitely cause a great impact on the auction's reputation. This was something that Lin Xian was extremely unwilling to see. Therefore, he prepared to return to the academy and request for some powerful elders to oversee the auction. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the immortal martial auction was completed. In the following period of time, Lin Xian stayed in Wind-Seeking City. He cultivated while waiting for the completion of the auction. Finally, half a month later, the immortal martial auction was completed. Lin Xian also quickly arranged for Wang Li and the rest to spread the news of the auction. This was his first auction, so the grander it was, the better. These matters were handed over to Wang Li, Dongfang, and the rest. He himself quickly returned to the Immortal Martial Academy and prepared to request for a group of elders to oversee the auction. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Immortal Martial Academy were gathered in a grand hall and were discussing anxiously. Ding Xian stood in the hall, looking around and said in a deep voice, "According to the news from the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Xian's identity has been confirmed. However, due to the current situation of the Palace of Gods of War, they were temporarily unable to acknowledge Lin Xian. However, we have to make preparations to support Lin Xian with all our might." Hearing Ding Xian's words, the surrounding elders were all shocked. Originally, they were only guessing about Lin Xian's identity, but now that it was confirmed, they were still extremely shocked. They didn't expect that such a person would actually be in their Immortal Martial Academy. "Since this is the case, how should we support him?" one of the elders asked. "Isn't he setting up the Immortal Martial Auction? How about this? We will fully support this auction. We must make it the largest auction in the world," another elder suggested. Hearing this, Ding Xian nodded. "Okay, let's prepare for the auction then. Coincidentally, we still have some things in our hands. We can use this auction to get them out." After discussing for a while, everyone finally nodded. This matter could be considered as settled. However, Ding Xian didn't leave. Instead, she said in a low voice, "Everyone, that place is about to open again." That place? All the elders were stunned. After which, their expressions changed as they exclaimed, "What? It's about to open again? It's actually opened so much earlier this time." Yeah, it hasn't even been 100 years since the last time it opened. Who would have thought that it would open earlier this time? All the elders were incomparably shocked. With regards to that place, they were all extremely solemn and fearful. I don't know the exact reason, but it seems to have something to do with the seal. But it's true that it's about to open. You all should know that although that place is dangerous, there are many heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures within. It can be said that it's a great opportunity. Hence, we can't ignore it. Not only that, the opening of that place not only concerns our Immortal Martial Academy, but also the entire Tianwu continent. Hearing this, the other elders nodded. Evidently, they agreed with Ding Xian's words. How about this? Let's make use of this auction to spread the news. Just as well, let those old fellows from the other powers come over, and we can discuss this together. Everyone discussed, and finally, they decided to place this matter on the Immortal Martial Auction. However, Lin Xian still didn't know about all this. Initially, he only wanted to hold a grand auction. But from the looks of it now, it was no longer up to him. After Lin Xian returned, before he even went to the academy had already sent people to fetch him. This caused him to be extremely shocked. But this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Very quickly, he met with Hall Master Wan and told him about his thoughts. Earlier, Hall Master Wan said that the academy wouldn't send too many elders. Hence, Lin Xian didn't have much confidence in this request. However, he didn't expect that Hall Master Wan would actually agree without hesitation. This caused him to be extremely shocked. However, since Hall Master Wan agreed, he wouldn't say anything. He only wanted to ensure the safety of this auction. Chapter 1045. Because not only did Hall Master Wan agree to send more elders to oversee the auction, he even took the initiative to spread the news. This caused Lin Xian to be even more astonished. His promotion was completely different from the promotion of the Immortal Martial Auction. One must know that the Immortal Martial Academy was one of the peak powers in the Tianwu continent. Their promotion of the auction would definitely cause a commotion among countless cultivators. Can I ask why? Lin Xian bitterly smiled. This matter was slightly out of his expectations. Hall Master Wan laughed. Since the Immortal Martial Auction is a collaboration between us, we naturally can't let you handle it alone. Not only that, we also have some items in our hands that we wish to auction off in this auction. As Hall Master Wan explained, Lin Xian felt more and more shocked because he discovered that the Immortal Martial Academy was planning to play big this time. The items in the hands of the Immortal Martial Academy were definitely not simple. If they appeared in the auction this time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hence, after hearing this news, Lin Xian was incomparably happy. With the support of the Immortal Martial Academy, the news of the auction spread at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, this news had already spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Not only that, it also spread to other places in the Tianwu continent at an extremely fast speed. Those who heard the news were all stunned. What was the Immortal Martial Academy? It was one of the peak powers in the Tianwu continent, an existence on the level of a hegemon. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to hold an auction and even wanted to auction off some items from the academy? This was simply too shocking. One must know that items that the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to auction were definitely incomparably valuable. And when the crowd was inquiring about the Immortal Martial Auction, another name suddenly appeared in their vision. Lin Xian, a young man, was actually the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. Not only that, this auction was jointly organized by him and the Immortal Martial Academy. After hearing this news, the crowd was incomparably shocked. They couldn't understand what capabilities this young man had to actually be able to receive such support and favor from the Immortal Martial Academy. For a period of time, the crowd was trying to find out more about Lin Xian. Not only the major powers, even the ordinary cultivators were trying to find out more. Visiting the streets, tea houses, taverns, everywhere there were martial artists talking about Lin Xian. Did you know? It's said that this young man, Lin Xian, is very impressive. Although he's only a new student, he managed to become the third most influential person on the mysterious Venerate list within half a year. Freshman? Third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. That's too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The students of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't ordinary people. Each and every one of them were geniuses. The difficulty of standing out among these geniuses was countless times harder compared to other places. However, Lin Xian had gone from an unknown new student to an influential figure who was ranked in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This leap was simply too shocking. By the way, I also heard that the 3 great factions in the Wind-Seeking City were all eliminated by this young man called Lin Xian. Even the Wanxiang auction was no exception. What? He was the one who did it. I thought it was the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that the Wanxiang auction was under young Master Ling Feng. This brat is too bold. Although he's ranked in the top 3 of the Immortal Martial Academy, isn't he courting death by going against young Master Ling Feng? Courting death? That's nothing. Another martial artist snorted. I've received the latest news that Lin Xian killed Lu Lai at the Crimson Crescent City's birthday banquet not long ago. What? Killed Lu Lai? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Lu Lai's name was very famous because he was the peerless genius of the Lu clan. The Lu clan was one of the 8 great clans under young Master Ling Feng. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian dared to attack the peerless genius of the Lu clan and even killed him. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was shocked and extremely shocked. At this moment, another martial artist revealed another piece of shocking news. Not only did he kill Lu Lai, but he also killed the peerless assassins of the looming life-chasing organization. What? The 6 peerless assassins of the looming life-chasing organization? Everyone was stunned and felt that their brains weren't enough to process it. The looming life-chasing organization wasn't a clan like the Lu clan. It was a terrifying force that was even more terrifying than the Lu clan. The two weren't of the same nature at all. No matter how strong the Lu clan was, they were still a clan. There were still some restrictions on their actions. However, the looming life-chasing organization was different. They were an assassin organization that hid in the dark. No one knew where their headquarters were. However, this didn't affect their reputation at all. Back then, 49 peerless assassins chased after an 8th heavenly layer venerable expert and killed him in the end. Such a magnificent feat deeply shocked the crowd. It could be said that the looming life-chasing organization was an existence similar to the god of death in the blood realm. No matter who was targeted by the looming life-chasing organization, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, Lin Xian killed 6 of their assassins in a row and survived from a situation of certain death. This was simply too unbelievable. As the news was revealed one after another, Lin Xian's reputation became more and more famous, causing everyone to be extremely shocked and puzzled at the same time. They really wanted to know what this powerful young man who was full of miracles was like. For a time, countless warriors set off for Wind-Seeking City, wanting to find out what was going on. As for the news of Lin Xian and the immortal martial auction, it spread wildly throughout the entire Blood Realm. However, when the Lu clan heard the news, they were abnormally furious. The top genius in their clan had been killed, which made them incomparably crazy. Initially, they had wanted to keep the news a secret and secretly kill Lin Xian in order to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, they did not expect that the news would be exposed in such a short period of time. Furthermore, it had spread to the point where everyone knew about it. This was a slap to their Lu clan's face. Now that everyone knew that their genius had been killed, how could they raise their heads in front of others in the future? No, we must vent the hatred in our hearts by killing that detestable brat. Otherwise, the Lu clan will definitely become the target of ridicule in the future. Everyone in the Lu clan gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, in a huge and magnificent palace, a beautiful woman was so angry that she shattered everything around her. This action directly scared the maids to the point that they all knelt on the ground. Lin Xian, you dare to kill my brother. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The beautiful woman's face was filled with killing intent, her voice ferocious. She was Lu Lai's younger sister, Lu Mei. The moment she heard that Lu Lai was dead, she was completely stunned. She didn't believe that someone could kill her brother. Someone actually dared to kill her brother. One had to know that Lu Lai was very powerful. As the top warrior of the younger generation, he had many powerful trump cards in his hands. Within the same level, there was no one who could kill him. As for the older generation, they didn't dare to make a move. No one dared to not give face to young Master Ling Feng. One had to know that she was young Master Ling Feng's woman, so no one dared to provoke her brother. However, she didn't expect that someone would actually kill her brother. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.